Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming, along with our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are here for the top 8 playoffs of the tournament. That is correct, folks. It's been a while coming, but Summer Edition, just like Spring Edition, has now entered the top 8, and we'll be starting with the upper bracket today with the 2 matches that'll be coming up live on your screens right now. Kira Esports versus DWM, aka DAMWON Mia, and Hunters LFO versus Retrograde. I believe that second match is actually a rematch from the spring series as well for those teams. So that one's going to be an interesting one to look out for. Whereas this one, right now, in just a short while, Kira versus DWM, that one is as in these two teams, I mean, they faced each other before if you're talking about the players, but as teams, they're facing each other for the first time. So this should be a very interesting match indeed. Baba, it's a bright, sunny, late afternoon. Actually kind of rainy where I live. How are you feeling about these matches?
We'll talk about the first matches here, Jack. We saw Kira Esports versus DWM. Now, talk about DWM. This is the first time that they have ever set foot on the playoffs for the Pro Series Summer Edition. They weren't present on the Spring Edition, which means that the competition will be even more fierce on the SA National Qualifiers points table. Now, talk about the points here. We do know for the fact that Hunters LFO are currently in the lead, having a total of 10 points, and as we take a look at the match format itself, we had 2 of our qualifiers, qualifiers 1 and qualifiers 2, which already held out, and we had our 8 teams qualified for the playoffs, and that would be, nonetheless, Won't Stop Peaking, Hunters LFO, Retrograde, and Mercenaries in the first qualifiers, and second qualifiers, which was Kira Esports, Team Phalanx, DAMWON Mia, and last but not the least, Team Clickbait. These 8 teams are now qualified for the Summer Edition, but like I said, only one will be claimed as the victors for the Summer Edition. Now, talk about the prize pool breakdown. We have a total of $1,200 US. $1,200 US on the first place, followed up with second place, third and fourth being at 600, 400, and $300 US. So a bit much more increased. Like we, it's a bit increased now, don't you think, Jack? Especially on the Spring Series Summer Edition, they've upped the raise. I mean, they've really did raise the stakes, which means that for the SA national qualifiers, it will be even much more tougher for the teams to stay alive and let's just say stay in the game.
That is correct, Baba. But mind you, that's not the only thing that's at stake. There is also the SA Nationals points. On your screens right now are the points that teams will get depending on their placement by the end of this summer series. First place gets 10, second gets 8, and less by 2, all the way till fourth, who gets 4 points. And then it's a bit of a division because fifth and sixth and seventh and 8 will get 2 and 1 points respectively. Right now, all 8 teams have guaranteed themselves that 1 point, but 2 teams by the end of, I think, day 4 of play, which is by which point we should be done with the first 4 lower brackets matches. By then we'll know which teams are going to be 7th and 8th. Currently, they are Mahadi Esports and Shift W, but neither of those teams are actually here, which is a little unfortunate. I do believe Kuntal from Shift W is actually playing in a different team right about now, so there's a whole thing about that, but, we'll get to that when we get to that. So 5th and 6th shared between Shaheens and Failings, but again, Shaheens have not made it in this time. Failings are in, though, so they will be advancing to, at the very least, 5th position. Retrograde, Kira, Mercenaries, LFO, they are all back, the usual favorites of the region. The top 4 currently is playing. 3 of those teams are playing today itself, so we hope that you are excited. Speaking of which, here are the teams from the qualifiers when they qualified, and not in any particular order, mind you, but they are qualified from these parts of the tournament. From qualifier 1, Won't Stop Peaking, Hunters, Retrograde, and Mercenaries, and from qualifier 2, Kira Esports, Phalanx, DAMWON Mia, and Clickbait following up right at the end there. And it should be a very, very interesting tournament as we'll go into the brackets to see what journey will be taken by each team here and now. As you can see, upper brackets matches are today DAMWON versus Kira and Hunters versus Retrograde. Winners of which will go on to face each other. Losers of which will go into the lower brackets, same with Phalanx, Clickbait, and Won't Stop Peaking versus Mercenaries. The winners of those go into upper bracket round 2, and the losers go into lower bracket round 1, and it kind of goes on from there. Lower brackets, mind you, are eliminations. So if you lose in the lower brackets, you are out of the running, and you'll be getting 7th and 8th points, and then 5th and 6th, and then so on and so forth. So, all that out of the way, it is certainly, it's already been a very interesting journey that the teams have had getting to this point. And if you want to catch up on that journey, or say you missed the qualifiers and need a little bit of a quick recap, well, there is now a little recap. Actually, I just said that, but yeah, a recap on the channel, the Esports Club here on YouTube. And you can go over to the channel and watch it right now. Our dear friend and co-caster CCV actually hosted that, and he had a fun time catching all of our viewers up to the top 8 of the summer series. So make sure you guys go and watch that, folks. There's going to be it is a very interesting video, very nice video, all things considered, and it'll catch you up for all the context and storytelling that you need for this summer series. Now, one thing, speaking of stories, actually, as we go into map video, we'll talk about this a little bit more. Speaking of stories, I do regret slightly that Shaheens were eliminated, because Hunters versus Shaheens seemed like it'll be a rivalry for the ages, but, they didn't quite make it. Failing stopped them in their tracks. Zooming back to the match right now, Kira versus DAMWON. Baba, well, it's the SA Classic.
Yep, SA Classic, and the main reason why Jack says so is because Map Oregon, Villa, and Clubhouse will be the maps that we get to see once again, especially in the summer series. Kira Esports, they are very confident on bringing in Oregon. Most of the map picks that we've seen from Kira Esports, including on Spring Edition and also on the qualifiers, always decides to pick Oregon. On the other hand, though, DAMWON Mia picking map Villa, and last but not the least, the decider will be on Clubhouse nonetheless, which means the other maps like Bank, Cafe, Theme Park, Border, and Skyscraper will not be available. So, in this classic, it always comes down to the opening pick, right, Jack? I mean, you just need to understand the way how Kira Esports wants to operate. Now, talk about the first qualifiers performance that Kira Esports did up against Team Retrograde. Man, that was a lot to talk about. So, I just hope that Kira, they got themselves back up on their feet. They realized what kind of mistakes that they're doing, and fortunately enough, they came back, winning the second qualifiers, and now they're in the spot for the summer series. But now going up against DAMWON Mia, aka DWM, will be even much more tougher for them to deal with, because this is the first time we're seeing DWM in the summer series, right? So if DWM wants to have a spot on the SA Nationals, they need to make sure that there would be at least in the quarterfinals or at the finals if they have to survive. Even more so, winning the entire season would be even much more, interesting and also mind blowing. But it always comes down to the facts, the way how they would go up against Kira Esports. No, Map Oregon will be the first map, second map will be on Miller, and last but not least, Clubhouse will be the deciders. Can it go all the way to map number 3? Only time will tell, and I gotta say, Map Oregon will be the most traditional way to start off a game of Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, yeah, especially for our region, South Asia. The most traditional South Asian way to start things off, Oregon. We're probably going to see bedroom first, then basement, so on and so forth. You get the drill. We've seen Oregon a million times by now. It used to be played a ton, even before it had its rework. Then, after getting reworked, it was out of the competitive pool for 3 months or something, a whole season. And then it came back and it became easily the most popular map of competitive Rainbow Six. Rivaled probably by Clubhouse, Villa, and more recently, I would say Theme Park has seen a bit of a rise. Theme Park's an interesting map, all things considered. When it came to competitive, it was played a lot. Then there was a time where it wasn't played at all, and now it's back being played a lot. Not today, mind you, not for this match, but maybe for match number 2, we will have to wait and see. But all things considered, folks, this match, these teams today, they're here to prove themselves. They're here to prove themselves to us and to themselves as well. Kira Esports, they've had a pretty shaky start to the Pro Series Summer Edition, losing out in Qualifier 1 at that too. Qualifier 2, while they did win, it was a close game, especially on that second map. So they're going to have to clean up their act right about now. They've had a week to relax, a week to really get to know where they were going wrong and why. And after that, to fix whatever issues were happening on their teams. And hopefully they have. We do expect a much cleaner game from them than they showed us earlier. While on the other side, DAMWON Mia, like Baba said, we have not actually seen them in the summer series before, so we're not entirely sure what to expect. But from what we saw in Qualifier 2, they are a team that has caught a bit of my attention. They had a pretty good game, all things considered. And yeah, they might actually have a good amount to show us. Who knows? If they apply themselves well enough, they might actually end up going to round two of the upper bracket and get themselves a full couple of days off before they play again. That would be huge for them, I'm sure, and something that they would want absolutely. Why wouldn't you, right? A couple of days after fighting one of the best teams in the region. That is definitely something that DAM1 or DWM, I should say, will want for themselves. While on the other side, Kid Esports, of course, they will want to win to get their foot in the door, get themselves on the board, not have to go through losers bracket. Because mind you, if they do go to losers bracket, they might actually end up, they might actually end up fighting one of the big teams of the region, Hunters and Mercenaries. They are playing in the upper bracket round one. Those matches will be tomorrow. Actually, Hunters is today, Mercenaries is tomorrow. So one of those two will probably end up fighting Kira Esports at some point. And I'm pretty sure Kira would want to avoid that. Some teams, they do like to go lower bracket, get the easier route out, easier, quote unquote, I say, because sometimes, a team that has nothing to lose is probably the most dangerous team you could fight anyway, right? And you put Hunters or Mercenaries in that situation, well, yeah, you're in for a tough one. So Kira probably looking to win it out here now, but again, it depends on how they apply themselves. If they're still as messy as they were in qualifiers 1 and 2, then there's a good chance DWM at the very least take them to map 3. That's at least what I'm expecting out of this match. And I still want to say Kira Sports wins because of the history that they've had in this region, but DWM at the same time could very well be the underdogs to this entire tournament here.
Yeah, I gotta say, even by taking a look at the players on the side of Team Damwon Mia, you have players like Invalid, you have players like Stark, in which last time I remember, way back when we were, casting for the TC series, we had the
Mhm.
team having the same exact name, but I'm not quite sure what the team's name
I
was.
think it was Unleashed Dragons, if I recall
Yeah, I
correctly.
guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Unleashed Dragons. Now, seeing them having a different name and also seeing them be, qualified for the summer playoffs, I'm just trying to get the name itself. You have Reina, Stark, Invalid, Electric. It's been a while since I've seen Electric. His performance is absolutely amazing way back. So I'm really quite excited to see what kind of performance he'll be able to lay down up against Team Kira Esports. Especially on a map like Oregon, which is, of course, is Kira Esports' map pick. And talking about the entire situation here for Kira Esports, we've seen how they made their performance on Retrograde. It wasn't looking good on map number 1 and map number 2. And that is, of course, which was in the first qualifiers itself. The second qualifiers, though, Kira Esports had no problems dealing with it. They made sure that they would gain an entry. But other than that, the main question that I have to see on the playoffs is, can they get to succeed up against DWN, or will history repeats itself? Now, Kira Esports, they are great when it comes to holding down the sites. They're really great at playing it methodically. They go according to the books. They make sure that whenever there is a difficult situation, you would always see either Shinra or maybe Death Amar do the risky decisions in the early rounds, see if they can get an early peak or two. Then, when they realize that they have the advantage, they'll just come back, play time, and wait for the attackers to make their move. That has been their main target and their main strategy, and it works out most of the times, but there are some certain situations where risks had to be taken. And when it comes to making risks, Shinra is always the huge leading factor in it. Why? Because if Shinra gets picked out at the early round, then obviously the opposition team always have the advantage. But there are some certain situations where they do try to adapt, converting it into a 4v5 into something like a 2v0 situation where Kira Esports would win it out. But there are some certain situations where when Shinra gets eliminated out in the early round, suddenly we see Kira Esports' defensive maneuvers, they just start to fall apart. They just start to, shatter itself, like, shatter as in the glass being shattered. So hopefully, I hope that they would find a turnaround around it, see if they could figure out a different way. Maybe if Shinra doesn't get the early pick, maybe Deathama should do the initiative and see whether if he could get the early picks or not. But talking about Damwon Mia's end, it always comes down to the way how they play. Now you still have some players. I believe Nightclover Fur. I'm not quite sure exactly uh, his let's just say his role is, but it always I'll actually get to see how it would work out for them on a map like Oregon, since I'm guessing that on the side of Kira Esports will be the one on attack, which means DWM will be on defense. So the longer, or should I say the higher win rates that they can get on defense, the better the chances that they'll be able to win it out. But I mean, only time will tell, so we just have to see what DWM has in stores.
Well, it is interesting that you brought up the whole fact of Kid Esports having, Shinra or Shinra Gozmu, or as the players and several people who've been following the scene for quite a while will know, Avim, as he used to go by. Uh, you know, it's interesting that you brought up that Avim is pretty much their entry frag, because that's a given fact at this point. I've got some stats over here, courtesy of Leoxard. Leo
Hmm.
shared them with me earlier today, and I've
Thank you,
been going
Leo.
through them overall. Thank you, Leo. Yes, absolutely. And Shinra, he's going 7-9 so far in this Pro Series Summer Edition, mind you. This is just for Summer Edition qualifiers, so there's definitely more stats from the Spring Edition and tournaments before that. But we're talking about Summer Edition right now. Shinra's going 7-9 on entry. So he's done a lot of entry fragging, but he's also been entry fragged a lot. That's because he takes those first gunfights very quickly. And if teams or players know to expect him, which they end up doing anyway towards the latter stages of any given match, especially in a BO3, they start expecting him and they start catching him as well. But that doesn't stop Shinra. Currently going 38 to 41 in terms of kills to deaths. Again, more deaths than kills, but because he takes that entry frag role, it's not going to work out every time, right? It always has to, it always is going to fall to someone else. And for Kira, that someone else becomes Vortex. It sometimes becomes Slayer. Maybe even Dark Lord might chip in a couple of entry kills every now and again. Although looking at his summer stats right now, Dark Lord isn't exactly performing all too well. More on the Fragger roll, 34-40, but entry is a 1-5. So Darklo's got to watch the beginning of the round, not get too aggressive too early, because his summer series track record isn't looking too good for that either. But all things considered, Kid Esports again a bit messy, because the table as well isn't exactly showing them in the best of lights, and there's not a whole lot to talk about other than the fact that Slayer is actually one of the best players from the qualifiers. But that's because of a very good overall presence, a very good KOST, a very good ratio, 38 to 23 kills to deaths, 5 to 1 on entry as well. So doing a good job overall in the three maps that Slayer has played. Now, all things considered, we've had all of that, right? But at the same time, you got to think about where is DWM in all of this. Well, Sinomia and Invalid from the qualifiers are actually top one and top three, respectively, in that same table that Leo has shared for us. So, they're clearly doing a lot. But mind you, Sinomia has only played one map. I'm pretty sure they were like unavailable for other maps, which is a little unfortunate. But in that one map, they had good presence. Really, really good presence. And Invalid as well. I mean, we've seen Invalid before. We know what to expect overall. 18-8 in two maps as well. So good stuff from Invalid, and the rest of DWM can pick themselves up from there. Nightclover, Royce, Reina, they've all played a good chunk of matches, and they are now looking to prove themselves here by taking themselves to upper bracket round two, or even if they go to lower bracket, they might go through the lower bracket towards the finale. We will have to wait and see. Now, the other thing, of course, the big elephant in the room is why hasn't the match started yet? Caster, start the match already. I know. It's going to take a little second here because a couple of players are having trouble getting in and so on and so forth. You know the whole deal. It's South Asia, folks. Takes a second for internets to load up, takes a second for games to load up as well. But once everyone's in, we will go straight into the match as well. I believe it's a couple of players from Kira's end who are yet to join it. One player or something like that, last we saw, of course. So looks like in just a couple of minutes we'll be able to get the match running because we've also got news that Avidvi will be joining Kita Esports, I believe in place of Slayer. So it seems like something's up with Slayer's and a little unfortunate right there. But hey, it is what it is. We'll have to wait to see if Slayer joins back later on. For now, lot of talking from us, but we did have a lot of things to go over, all things considered. And then, oh, excuse me, thanks to the stats from Leo, we also had a few extra talking points instead of going off on our usual rambling bits that we do around these parts. But I do have to say though, you know, overall, we've got some really good players here. We've got some really good teams here as well. And again, DWM, I'm really looking forward to. Whether or not they make it really far into the tournament or they get eliminated here and now is up to them, of course, and how they play. So I do wish them the best of luck, regardless of what happens in today's matchup here. And again, once we have all the players in, we will get things running, folks. Don't worry. It's just going to take a second. But yeah, we should be on the road to Oregon soon. Oregon, all things considered, of course, we all know the deal with Oregon. It's a slightly defender-sided map, SA Classic. I'm actually interested to see, do any of the teams bring a clash today? No one in these teams, no one in the region in general actually plays clash in competitive at all. Other than some teams, when they're really feeling like, yeah, we can win this map. Let's invest in the clash, slow them down. Or if a team's really aggressive and looking for rushes, Clash and Melusi become really, really important, along with like Legion and Capcan if you're really thinking about it. And yeah, on the attacking side, of course, expect Finka a whole lot and expect Zofia a whole lot. LMGs galore. It is currently it is the LMG meta, of course. If you've been seeing the videos and keeping up with the rest of the esports of the game, yeah, LMGs are everywhere. And if there's no Finka ban, then well, we will be having more LMG action here today. But in the meanwhile, we're just waiting for once again player confirmation, as it were. Kita Sports, I think they have all the players in by now.
Mm-hmm.
As for DWM, we're just waiting to see. Uh, yeah, something about a connection failure, something like that. It just is what it is. I like how we got news of Kita Esports. Everybody is in. And then as soon as that happens, we hear DWM's had a connection failure. But apparently it's not going to take that long for them to get in. DWM actually, they're pretty stable, pretty solid in terms of this stuff. Kita is as well. Sometimes it just happens that, unpredictable things that take too long to solve, and so on and so forth. And that leads to these sorts of situations where we, me and Baba, or me and CCV, or Baba and CCV, depends on who's casting the matches, just rambling away in your ears right about now. Again, we sincerely apologize for the delay, folks. It is, I know, annoying. It's not really something you want to see, but for the time being, it just kind of has to be this way because of where we live, South Asia, infrastructure issues are commonplace for this region. But all of that out of the way, data and this and that and stats and strats and history, so on and so forth. Baba, do
Mm-hmm.
you think this match, Kida versus DWM, is gonna go to map 3?
Oh man, that is tough to give an answer to, Jack, because Kira Esports, we all know how Kira Esports perform on a map like Oregon. They're always
Um,
patient at the early rounds. They try to adapt. They try to see how DAMWON Mia proceeds with their defensive hold. But since Kira Esports with them being the ones on attack, Shinra is very effective if Finka isn't banned. We've seen Avim play Finka a lot, and I've got to see him win a lot of attack rounds with the early peaks that he makes. So when it comes to attack wise, Kira Esports don't have any problems with that, but the main problem has to be on defense. And the way how Damon Mia, like I said, we have no idea how DWM performs on a map like Oregon. I mean, I'm pretty much sure Jack and the CCV knows, because you guys did cast the match between DWM, right?
hmm.
So talk about Kira Esports, and since this is the SA national, sorry, it's like the SA finest traditional maps of all time, Oregon, Clubhouse, and Villa. There, it always comes down to the team who has mastered it perfectly. And even though Kira Esports, if I do have to say that they have mastered the entire side, there are some certain situations where things might go wrong from their end, and pretty much sure that if Damwon Mia continues to hold their ground on defensive side, there I could say there is high likely a chance that this can go to the deciders, Jack. I mean, this can. It can happen. Damwon Mia, I mean, I've seen players like Electric, Royce, and Stark, even if I have to include Invalid from their end too, they are some excellent players on DWM's side. And since that they have, you know, they're in the playoffs, and now they're trying to fight their way into the next phase for the upper brackets, things would look too well from their hands, unless and until Kira Esports has something else to say. But all in all, to answer that question, Jack, I have to say that this can go to the deciders.
I gotta agree with you on that one. I definitely feel like map 3 is on the cards for us here today, purely because of the maps that we're playing, right? Villa being as defender sided as it is, DAMWON will definitely have a tough time on, Oregon, but they are actually taking Kira to Villa. So that's something that you got to factor in, right? That they feel confident on Villa, and that's saying something, all things considered. Going back to the match that they played in their last qualifiers match, as it were, they played that against the five random no, random five, mind you. Five randoms is a different team. Random five is another different team. But they actually did, if I recall correctly, did they go to Villa? No, they actually went theme park. No, they did go Villa. Okay, there was Villa involved. I had to just quickly check my notes down there. And it was a pretty straight game for DWM, actually. They won that 7-1 against the Random 5. And I mean, that says quite a lot about their performance already, right? A 7-1 on Villa. And while Random 5 did give them a little bit of fight every now and again, it simply was not enough for them to prevail over DWM. So DWM clearly knows Villa. They clearly know what they're getting into with map number 2. So if they're able to win map 2 over Kira, then yes, map 3 could very well be on the cards. And with the history that DWM have shown, there's actually a good chance of that happening. Now, whether or not they're able to follow through with it is a different issue altogether, because as we know, some days, some teams might not actually have all that great of a day, and at the same time, some teams might actually be playing out of their minds without even having the same level of practice that they normally would. But folks, it's been a while. We know you're annoyed and a little bored with us, but that means we can actually now go into the match. Finally, so let's transition straight through to the ban phase 4. Kira Esports versus DAMWON. Kira Esports, excuse me. Wow, I completely butchered whatever that name was. Kira Esports on attack. DAMWON is defense. DWM have the first ban of the day, and it is going to be Flores.
Yep, Flores will be the first attacker that will be banned on a map like Oregon. And since on the defensive side, having, Flores being removed out of map Oregon is actually good, because on a site like Basement Laundry, and but on the side of Basement Laundry, there is one deployable shield which needs to have more protection, and that is towards the blue bunker. Second attacker ban will be the same nonetheless, the Thatcher, aka Mike Baker. Unfortunately, once again he will be banned because his EMPs are so powerful. Even if you do bring out the Aegis ADSs or even the Wumai's magnets, it is still not enough for the Thatcher to, still being banned in the process. And once again, the first defensive ban will be the Valkyrie, of course. Having information in the battle means winning half of the war. And now the last ban will be the Kaid, and there you have it. Kaid, Electric Laws, very powerful to hold up sites like second floor kids, and also on basement church where you have two hatches. So meeting hatch will be a bit easier for the attackers to proceed. And that, interestingly enough, this was DWM's decision to ban Kaid. Looks like they want to have a lot of freedom on the second half itself. So let's take a look at the rosters on the side of Team Kira Esports. We have Awidwi, Deathhammer, Shinra, Vortex, and Dark Lord. And on the side of Team DAMWON Mia, we have Electric, Roy, Stark, Invalid, and Night Clover. And with the first side being on second floor, Kids, Doms, and Doms main hall, let the games begin.
Absolutely. On the blue corner, Kira Esports coming in once again to try and make a name for themselves here and now, set themselves up in the competition. And on the orange corner, defending first, it's going to be DAMWON Mia. We're looking at a very interesting match here today, folks, as this is a matchup that hasn't happened before, at least live to my knowledge. It took a while to get us started, but we are now in round one. Finka will be in play. There you go, Shinra playing his favorite operator, clearly. As we also have, appearances from a Twitch, a Maverick, an Ace, and a Iana. Like I said a couple nights ago, Iana's name actually escapes me for whatever reason have you. But not today, not for too long. Shinra already on the balcony of bedroom alongside one of the breachers. Gonna get that breach very much ready. Watching for the jump out as well. Gotta be careful as Invalid is taking damage. Ping's giving away the position of the Wamai, which means that, Invalid might come under fire very soon. Gotta be careful of the position that he's sitting in. Still pinged, but can't quite, any of the attackers that is, can't quite confirm on his position. Electric is on first floor and meeting, mind you, so any, plays from the first floor will definitely be looked at, potentially challenged. Shinra's been down in the meanwhile, that's unfortunate. Invalid's gonna get that, but gonna go down to Deathamer in the meanwhile. The Iana will take the refrag.
The control on Trophy will be even much more tougher, knowing that Shinra has been picked out. So does Invalid with the quick frag being made, and Electric wants to contest the main entrance. Not quite sure if this is a good idea, but it's best for him to just fall back, because his position is revealed nonetheless. And also the Trophy control will be at the hands of Kira Esports. Now, their main focus is to gain control on the side itself, so they are not wasting any time at all. Ace Salma breach charges will be used to open up the site. Grenades will be cooked to see whether if they can get a kill or two. Unfortunately, it will not work out to no avail. Night Clover, very aggressive, and that aggressiveness is going to cost him the kill. It beats down, and so is the diffuser, which means in a minute and 20 seconds left, Kira Esports just lost their main problem. They still have grenades, they can still cook it out. One of the nades is being used to take out the deployable shield in toward the attic side, but is it more than enough? They have roam control, they even have the side control, and Death Armor is the only one who can remove them.
That is going to be a difficult ask for Deathmark right now. The drone will spot Electric. So position given away, but the Jaeger comes on. White Stairs instantly to support. Dark Lord finds Stark in the meanwhile inside of the site. Swinging Electric right now. Can they find Diana? Not quite. Deathmark escapes up the main stairs. That's left side kind of vulnerable. The Jaeger has gone back. Night Clover is there. And Royce should be around the side as well, around the Kids Dorm's attic area. Yes, indeed. Night Clover, aggressive again, is going to get found, but Electric comes around, finds Deathmark nonetheless. It is all down to Dark Lord, going right through the smoke, finds Royce. And now it's all a question of, do they know where Electric is coming from? No, they don't. Trying to find the diffuser. Electric is going to make noise on the barbed wire right now, but Dark Lord's too far away to hear that, I think. Going for the diffuser recovery. 15 seconds on the clock. He's got no time to make any other play. He's got to go in right now. But look at Electric. He's just waiting for the plant. Gets the signal. No, doesn't get the auditory signal, actually. Electric's still waiting on the bottom of white. He's going to have to run up now because it's a post plant, and the barbed wire will give away the position of the Melusi approaching, leaving Dark Lord with ample information about this potential retake. Gets the shot as well. Finds Electric, shuts him down. And that is going to be Kira Esports only barely scraping by round one. Dark Lord had to make a big play in the 1v2 right there. Jumping through the breach, through the smoke, into the Melusi. Definitely very risky, but Royce's smoke was not quite far-reaching to keep damaging the Twitch, despite, the Twitch being clearly in the range of that Banshee. So, just a few factors here and there for Dark Lord to take advantage of. And really, once he found the smoke right inside of the site, there was not much Electric could do. And with no intel on where the plant was going off, the impact grenade that Electric still had was no longer all too viable. Could have thrown it above. Yes, we knew, thanks to, of course, the shadows, the operator shadows, excuse me, where the plant was going off, but Electric did not. And I don't think there was any auditory cue for them to take use of as well. So unfortunate for DAMWON Mia, but a very strong start nonetheless, even if Kid Esports did win the first round.
Yeah, and also Jack, do you remember there used to be a claymore which was placed right at the breach, and you even saw Clover went in for that vault? Imagine if that claymore did detonate, and guess who it was? It was Dark Lord.
It was Dark Lord, yeah.
Imagine if Night Clover was down instead of eliminated immediately. If he, or should I say Dark Lord, didn't get that headshot, instead he just downed him, that claymore would have detonated, indicating that Dark Lord would have, you know, gone down in the process. That's exactly what Night Clover was thinking of. But unfortunately, that aggressive vault did not work out well in their favor. And because of that, Dark Lord somehow gets to win that 1v2. Oh boy, talk about round number 2, invalid. Gets a bit of a damage build death run from the master bedroom side once again. It's being used out, not quite sure where, but we all know where exactly Vortex goes down. And that is at the hands of Electric. I believe that was a run out from the big tower entrance, right in towards the rappel. That's exactly where the Maverick was. He was droning out to see exactly where if he can find any information or not. Now, since if he's gone, it's even more difficult for them to open up lines aside. But don't worry about it. DAMWON Mia doesn't have the mute, which means that for Kira Esports to engage, or should I say open up the breach, it shouldn't have much of a problem, or should I say any resistance being made from the defensive side. The only problem that they need to deal with is the amount of denial that they have, and the problem starts to continue at the hands of DWM. A Widwi still here to try to control, but it's still not enough. Royce gets one more, and now it's a Widwi left in a 1v4. Still has 3 flashbangs, but can he get the confirmation on the players? Not quite sure. A lot of peeks being made. Confirmation on information. They know exactly where a Bitby's location is. Now, all they have to do is to find out exactly where they could make progress. A lot of pre-fires once again. Man, I gotta say, DWM, what a way to hold out the site. You know, you even have the Goya's Vulcan shield, you even have the smoke gas canisters. Even if a Widwi makes a single step in towards the site, it is difficult because he's all by himself. A 1v4, a lot of opportunities being missed once again, and in a minute left, he is stuck at a very difficult space, and I'm not quite sure if a Widwi can get away from it.
That big fallen from DAMWON definitely caught Kira Esports off guard. They were not expecting that kind of aggression in the middle of the round. Mind you, kind of probably had an idea that somebody was coming up the main stairs. Yeah, Electric definitely made a lot of noise running up there. But trying to get the flashbang out, got caught with the flashbang in his hands instead. And that will be DWM putting themselves on the board 1-1. And like we said, very strong start in the first round from them. However, you know, they did not quite win the round. They will this time. 1-1 going now to Basement Laundry and Supply Room in round number 3. They're going to give themselves, once again, the usual site that we expect, as it were, for Oregon. Now, mind you, Kid Esports probably won't be too fussed about the fact that they lost this site. Lost, you know, around here, because Oregon is defender-sided, right? Whichever way you slice it, it has its defender-sided nature, and that is something that everyone looks forward to when it comes to this map. So, for Kid Esports, you know, they're 1-1 up. That's actually a really good thing. They are defense second. DAMWON Mia were the ones to pick their, you know, first half role, attacker or defender, because it is Kid Esports' map pick. That's how the map bans go. So they chose defense first. So they've given themselves the advantage in the first half. But the thing is, by doing that, in the second half, things are going to be much, much tougher because it's going to be attack second. Kid Esports on the defense, you will be very, very sure, you can be very sure that they will do everything they can to win the round as quickly as possible, win the match even, if possible. But on the other side, DWM's attack might actually have something to say depending on how well they executed. Right now, once again, a bit of a tower take. It seems like Shinra very eager to go for an entry, sees the rotate that they made into meeting, which means that out of control could potentially become a factor playing into this round. As you can see, the Iana Deathmer is already going that way, but Electric is the one playing here, so you gotta be careful with how you decide to conduct yourself. Shinra will get the down on one. Night Clover is off the board. That's big. Electric, have they been spotted? No, they haven't quite been. Gets the down, gets the kill. That's one, but here's the refrag instantly because Vortex was in the hallway thanks to the hallway window outside of kitchen.
A complete lockdown from Kira Esports, as even if Shinra did get eliminated, they still ensured that the entire roam control would be contained from the defensive side. Now they have meeting control. The main problem is, can they get control on the site? And now you get to see why DWM decides to ban the Flores, because of that deployable shield. ADSs, Vomai's magnets, everything has been placed from the blue bunker entrance, which means that Kira Esports, I believe they are going to brute force their way in. You have flashbangs, you have a total of 6 flashbangs from their ends, so they could extinguish the entire ADS games. But also the shock drones will be there to provide and decrease that effectiveness. Smokes gas grenades once again to deny line of sight and also denied entry into towards the site itself. And now Kira Esports, they did succeed in taking out 2 players. They gained control on meeting. Now they have to figure out a way to take control on Blue Bunker and also the entire site. Now boiler control is exactly what Kira Esports wants to do, and that's why you see Royce and Invalid, both of them, holding that particular place. Not a lot of control, or should I say contest, being made from basement laundry stairs. Here comes the nade. Flashbangs, will flashbangs come in? Yeah, there you go. Grenade gets popped out, and so does the deployable shield. No, not quite sure. Nope, not the deployable shield. That hammer will be forced to fall back, and look at that. Look at the time being taken around. 40 seconds. Dark Lord gets one. But is it more than enough for them to gain control of blue bunkers? Because Stark is still holding out that ground. 4v1 and 0. There you go. Kira Esports finally managed to break the equation. And they will eventually win it out on round number 3.
A little bit of a choke point that blue elbow is, thanks to the smoke and all the deployable shield and all the utility that saves that deployable shield, you know, the denials, as it were, Jaeger and Wamai. But the thing is, you can hold blue like as well as you possibly can. You cannot let anyone in. You can do that throughout the entire round. But here's the problem, right? If you lose bodies elsewhere, on the roam, on the side, especially towards boiler, you saw the meat go down, right? I believe that was Royce in that round.
Yeah.
Then things will become much more difficult for you because you can hold blue elbow, but that's just one angle. The other angle that you have through boiler is now suddenly exposed. People can just come down tower stairs instead, and that's exactly what happened. And after that, if we got taken down inside the site, it was all down to the smoke, and there was only so much that the smoke could do. So DWM, some pretty fundamental mistakes, all things considered, when it came to their hold in this site, in that they just lost too many bodies too quickly and left it like that for too long. It was a 4v3 for the longest time in the round. And after that, Royce went down very quickly as soon as Kira Esports even indicated that they were about to go for an execute. So they have to, you know, settle down a little bit. There's probably some nerves at play because they're playing a team like Kira, but at the same time, Kira is also not at its best right now. They are messy, they are a little bit all over the place and struggling even at times for what might seem like no reason. So that's something DWM should factor in to their play for this round. Again, whether or not they're able to, entirely up to them. But we do hope to see a little bit of a better play right now from DWM because they need it. More so than anything else, they need this round to go their way because 2-2, make it at least a 3-3 in the first half. That gives you a decent chance on the attack to, you know, to win out the map.
Interesting start for Kira Esports. Once again, addict control. I mean, since you got addict control, then it should be easier for the Hibana to use the Excaro spells to open up the meeting hatch as well. This would give them good line of sight and also an angle. Now here comes another one from the hands of Admi. They want to open up that wall. They want to engage that line of sight so that the Wamai shouldn't place any more magnet nades in towards the entry side of construction. So the main reason why Wamai couldn't get to be in that angle mainly had to do with Night Clover being eliminated quite early at the hands of Shinra from that main stair. So since he is still alive, and now DAMWON Mia can add whatever utilities that they can place thanks to that control being made and also the denial being made from the Hibana's Excaro pellets. I'm not quite sure if he'll be able to make it once again. Dark Lord doing what he does best to take out those Wamai's magnet nades, and Shinra once again, he has the grenades, he has the Gon 6, he could use it to destroy that deployable shield. But look at the time that we've taken around here, folks. 1 minute. They haven't made any progress, and that progress starts to hinder a bit. A team kill from Darklord as he takes out Chandra,
boy.
and now trouble starts to fall apart. DAMWON Mia, they have got control, and somehow this messy gunfight has ended up in a 2v2 situation. They still have control on blue bunkers, but I'm not quite sure that they have control on the side itself. A Widby bearing 9 couldn't bear the recoil, and somehow he just gets shotgunned from the M5 stock. 1v2, and Vortex needs to clutch this out. And in just 30 seconds, he doesn't have the diffuser in hand, which means he needs to go in for the pick. He doesn't have the Nomad air jabs to provide cover or protection from those flanks. So he's left all by himself. And I'm not quite sure that Kira Esports has a lot of information, but I believe that Yellowping might be able to give him. Once again, information is king. 1v1. Vortex. Can he clutch this out? Does he have the information from Nightclaw? Yes!
Ooh.
Yes, he does. Vortex once again clutches out for Kira Esports, which means round number 4, it will be in their hands once again, folks. And Kira Esports, this is the second time we've seen them win clutch situations. One was from round number 1, second floor Kids Dome. That's exactly where Darklord had won. And now in round number 4, Vortex will succeed this 1v2 clutch. A job well done for Kira Esports. And talk about DAMWON Mia, despite the amount of misfortunate events being laid around from Kira Esports' end, somehow they let Kira Esports come back winning a 1v2 clutch. They didn't have information. They know exactly, I believe they didn't have the exact idea on where Vortex's location was, but giving a clutch like that for Kira Esports is going to be even more crucial, Jack, because this is 3-1. Winning 3 rounds in attack is huge on a map like Oregon, despite, despite knowing Oregon's main thing about it is that it's always defender favored. And Kira Esports winning most of these attack round truly shows that they have the advantage here, knowing that this is their map pick. And in round number 5, DAMWON Mia, they have to change it. They have to change this. They need to ensure that Kira Esports wouldn't clutch out a situation like that. They've lost 2 1v2 clutch situations, and this is not looking too good unless and until DAMWON Mia does something about it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Kira, again, I will state this again and again because, it's only fair to point out where they're going wrong. And I would do the same for DAMWON Mia. Just give me a second here, folks. Kira are not all that stable right now. They are definitely very shaky. 2 1vx's in the first 4 rounds. That is not a team that is doing all too hot. The problem is DAMWON Mia is at the same time making much bigger mistakes as well. They're losing bodies too quickly. They're not utilizing their utility in the same way. Look at this now. Electric gets the first kill. Now 2. Hold up. Wait a minute. Tower is Electric's domain, clearly, as second floor bedroom. Once again, the dorm site is where Electric seems to function the best. Now, you should be having Electric out and about doing things, as Shinra's going to be taken down by Royce this time around. Not exactly sure how he went down to the smoke inside of the site. Might have been through the window right next to the site, the big double window of dorms. But the point notwithstanding, here what I'm trying to say is, DAMWON, this round, look at how they're looking. They're coordinated. They're going aggressive. They're taking the fight to Kira in an effort to completely shut them down before they can make a huge play out of the situation that they're in. But they're also losing bodies very quickly. That's what they did. That's what happened to them in round 1, round 3, and round 4. Now in round 5, they managed to put themselves in a 2v4. Avidwi just found Electric. Royce was down, thanks to Darklord, but no kills out of that just yet. A whole minute 20 remains, and now all DAMWON has to do is stay in the site. There's no grenades that you have to be afraid from below. Jackal can only open so much of the floor. That secondary shotgun is not... it's not the best breaching tool out there, and Avidwi is very low on HP at that too. Leaving Darklord, who's also at a quarter HP of what the Twitch's full HP is, again, not the best situation for Kira Esports. They should not be able to win this. And I say should not because this is Siege, and anything can happen at any given point. Now, Darklord taking damage from that smoke up white stairs. Again, the decision-making isn't quite the best here. Avidwi's going to try and get a pre-fire through the big window of dorms. No dice there. Another smoke grenade. And now Darklord and Avidwi are both very much at 1 HP each, and are only barely alive. 1 bullet, not even a bullet, you sneeze on them, they're gonna go down. That is, unfortunate for Royce right there. Feet seen through the same lines of sight that were made for the team not long ago. But Sharks can get one. That's a be down, and there's Invalid to shut down Darkblood. Okay, took a bit of doing, but they finally got there. But this is something that DAMWON is definitely suspect of, losing too many bodies way too quickly. They need to get a grip because they're going to be going to a different site once again. They've won bedroom. So either they go down to basement again, where they've lost twice in a row, or they go to the first floor sites, which is even more difficult. They're going to basement laundry supply. This is going to be tough for them.
You know, a great man once said, with great power comes great electricity bill. And talk about plays like Electric. Yes, I know. It's not what it meant. It's not what it means to be. I'm just the reason why I'm trying to say this is that even with Electric's best attempt to get 3 kills in the early peak, you gotta ensure that there is a conductor that which makes sure that the electricity wouldn't get overloaded, right? The more electricity that you have, the more problem it creates, and the more problem it creates, the more problems that you have to deal with on the defensive side. Just like you saw on DAMWON Mia's end. Yes, it was a 2v3 situation, and yet Kira Esports still finds a weakness. They still eliminate 1 or 3 players from their end. They did put themselves in a 1v3 situation, but still, it is unstable. And being unstable is not a good way for DAMWON Mia to be losing a lot of bodies like that, especially in the late rounds. I know Kira Esports, they're just making it slow and methodical, but all in all, you have got to be careful, especially if when Dark Lord and Vortex be the ones who made their clutch situations. If they get an early peak, or should I say if Shinra gets an early peak with DAMWON Mia making their mistakes, just like they did in the early rounds, things would not look too well in their favor. So, just like Jack said, DAMWON Mia, they need to get a grip. And that grip will be even more electrifying once again. Early peak at the hands of Electric as we see a Widby taken care of, which means the Hard Breacher will no longer be available to open up the hatches on meeting.
Now that I like. The early pick has been taken. Avidwi is down, and that means, Electric can go back to the side and stay in an anchor position because Electric is also now low on HP. Now, again, it kind of falls on the rest of DWM to not lose themselves in the transition from this early, advantage to what will be very soon Kira Esports' execute. Because this is where they lost themselves both times when it comes down to how they played in the rounds 3 and 4. Electric Hours found one more. That's Shinra off the board. Is going to go down, peeking once again, but Darkler will see him through that smoke. Much needed kill. But Invalid gets another one. Deathhammer prone peek on tower stairs. Not sure what was going on there. Is going to go down as well, leaving it in a 2v4. All down to Darklord and Vortex. Last 2 standing. Vortex takes damage. Executing, that's Darklord, who's going to go down. And now that leaves Vortex in a 1v3. Invalid is on the floor, going to get picked up. And that leaves Vortex in the 1v4. So, again, taking the fight to the opponents, Kira Esports were not fully prepared for DAMWON to be this aggressive. And because they weren't prepared, they ended up getting the stuffing beaten out of them this round. They're going to have to try to, just figure out what went wrong, try to do a little bit of, a gather round, and hey, what went wrong over there, guys? We gotta figure that out before things get worse. As in the meanwhile, Vortex can find one, but only gonna find one, as Nightclaw will come around and finish off the job. 3-3 first half. Not the worst first half for both teams, all things considered. And why I say that is because, DAMWON on the attack will need some time to get used to Kira Esports' defense. Kira, it's a 3-3 first half. Going into defense second means they've got themselves in a good position here. But DAMWON have momentum. Excuse me, voice crack. DAMWON have momentum because they won the last 2 rounds. So it's an interesting situation to be in. Neither side has truly prevailed over each other, which means that Kira Esports could very well pull ahead if they play their cards right. Again, I said that a while ago, but that also stands true of DWM.
Mhm. Round number 7, role swap. Kira Esports finally will be the one on defense. So let's see how well they'll be able to hold out their side in second floor kids Doms and Doms main hall. A bit of changes in the operator specs. It wouldn't be the same as you'd expect when DAMWON Mia went on defense. You had both the Jaeger as well as the Vamai to hold out the angles, give a lot of protection from the deployable shields when they were on the side basement. You would always see a 100% pick rate of Jaeger and Vamai. But talk about Kira Esports' end, bring in the Aruni from Vortex, the uh, the DMR, which is very powerful on long range, and plus you have the Alibi, the MX4 Storm, the 1.5x scope, which is very powerful on mid/long range. So you've got to be careful with that one particular player, because if Death Amar gets a pick or two, then for Diamond Mia's side, things will not look too well in their favor, especially with that early peak getting run down from their end. Now, Diamond Mia should be really careful when it comes to gaining information with the attack drones, because the more attack drones they lose, the less of the information that they have in the site itself. A lot of gunfights being dealt around, especially on Invalid's end. It's a bit much more afraid that there might be a player riding towards the big tower window. But the first frag will be at the hands of Shinra once again, taking on Electric. This is looking good, but instead his position has been compromised, but he still wants to challenge. Not quite sure if challenging would be a good idea, Shinra. I think it would be best for you to fall back. You've got the kill, but being very greedy might cause you to, get eliminated and give back the advantage for DWM. And it will not look too good. You still need to focus on trophy. You still need to focus on armory. And talk about Night Clover, who is very close to take out the Aruni, which was Vortex. He'll still be alive. He still has protection from the deployable shields. The shock drones will work to no effect because that mute jammer is still alive. What's even more problematic is that the Maverick isn't available for them as well. Invalid comes back to take out Vortex once again in towards the attic side, which means that they have control on attic, or do they? They're still making an attempt to make an entire push in towards the trophy side. And if that does not work out, if they do not see where Death Amar is from the basement stairs, in which he does not, he takes one. Invalid is still here to take out Dark Lord, which means it's a 2v3 situation where Kira Esports are in big trouble. They need to come back so that Amar will slowly make his way from the white stairs to see whether if he can hold his ground or not. 55 seconds. The push will happen in towards the trophy entrance, and the execution will be fierce unless something happens. Oh, Invalid once again with the headshot. And now it's all down to Death Amar to clutch a 1v3. Can that happen? A lot of pre-fires being made. The hologram giving so much information. He will get one. Royce goes down. A 1v2. Invalids gets caught out. 1v1. One more chance. Will we see another clutch being happen in the hands of Kira Esports? This is the third time if they succeed. And Retamar is just playing it patiently. They have the information from bulletproof cams. Oh, missed opportunity. And now Invalid, 360. It doesn't work out. Invalid comes back, takes out Retamar. And round number 7, Mia denies the clutch being made in the hands of Kira Esports. Oh boy, what a close round. A 1v3. That Amar almost had it in his grasp. But man, was it a close round. 3v4, round number 8. Let's see what'll happen.
What a round and a half indeed from both sides. DWM, though, again, the problem being that they lost so many bodies in that final execute. It was, what was it, a 4v? I think it was a 3v2, then it became a 3v1, and Deathamar very nearly brought it back. Not just back, nearly won it as well. That first peek from inside of attic towards the Finca, who was just by the foosball table, that would have been it. I'm going to tell you right now, had the kill gone off there, that would have been it for the team right there. Invalid only barely surviving that one, and going on to, I should say, win the round. DWM's problem being, as soon as they go for the execute, they seem to just completely lose any track that they had of where any of the players are, which just simply will not do when it comes to, their play overall. If they want to win, they need to be able to keep a track of their resources, of the enemies, and of when to push what side. For whatever reason, they're shaking as well. They're very shaky, I should say. Kid Esports, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're also quite shaky right about now. Seems like between the qualifiers and now, they haven't quite had the kind of improvement that they probably would have wanted to, but they're going to be trying once again here to put themselves in an equalized situation. They've gone back to the same site, second floor dorms, and DAMWON is looking to make it 5-3 here now. But are they going to be able to? Well, let's find out.
Yeah, it always comes down to round number 8 to see whether if Kira Esports can manage to adapt to the situation the way how Damwon Mia proceeded with their attack push. Now, if I have to talk about round number 7, you saw how the attackers went in with their execute. Trophy push, where there was a lot of manpower present in that particular place, and so does the breach which was made from Kids Dogs. They didn't have control on attic, neither did they had control on first floor. That's exactly where we saw a player like Royce or Invalid went in for that execute. You saw two players from the first floor, Death Armor and Shinra, both of them holding, respectively, to see whether if they could challenge the crossfire angles, and even if it did not succeed, the trade outs would come in the end. Now, Death Armor was playing at a very safe spot because they had no information from basement laundry stairs. Why? Because their main concern is on second floor kids dorms, and there's not a lot of information from the attackers' drones. Would mainly focus on seeing whether if there is any specific roamer roaming around basement. They'll mainly focus on second floor trophy, they'll mainly focus on the attic, maybe mostly on first floor meeting, but other than that, it's very rare for an attacker to use, to use the drone works from the basement laundry side, and Death Armor used that to his advantage. And now, since we saw him being, we saw him having that presence from basement side, now he decides to change Death Armor. For now, he's not being on basement. He's still holding out on second floor side, or maybe on first floor, to ensure that Damwon Mia would have even much more presence to control the roam game that Kira Esports have. Damwon Mia also needs to be careful that they have to get their plant on site. Now they succeed in opening up the line of sight with thanks to the thermite exothermic charge. And I believe Electric is in towards the trophy side too. Once again, Stark is currently holding out the flank to see whether if any runouts would happen from their end. Grenades being thrown around to see whether if the deployable shields will be removed from their end. But it always comes down to the execute, and Stark is still patiently waiting to see whether if any defenders would go up to the stairs. There is one protection, but is it more than enough?
That is the question. Is it going to be more than enough? Looks like Deathhammer is going to find one. That's Nightclover on the board. Shinra is still down here as well, mind you. So there's plenty of first floor protection for Kid Esports right now. They're the ones to get the first frag this time, and it is the Twitch. More importantly, it's Nightclover going 6-6. So a good pick nonetheless. Stark's on, first floor hold right now was for the main stairs. So there was no way that Stark would be able to see where that player was, where Nightclover's killer was. So no dice on that. They're trying to get in. They've got the breach open, but here's the thing. They don't know where these defenders are, and even if they do know, they're not able to find them. Grenade goes out, but there's an EDS that will catch that. Vortex and a Vidwi are more than safe inside of Attic. Trying to get a little one-tap off right now. Vortex being cheeky about this peak, and no execute in sight from the attack. They need to get in, and they need to do it now. Here goes the Thermite. He's inside. He's already planting. Is there anyone from below for the C4? No, there is not. Smoke goes out, but Royce might just be able to get the plant off. It's just a second away. No, it's actually on the floor, and the diffuser has been planted, but all the attackers are dead anyway. And a Vidwi will go down to Shinra. No, Shinra will go down to a Vidwi Smoke, because he got very excited and forgot that, hey, there's a gas grenade still there. I might not want to go into that. Chaos reigned supreme for both sides, and yet it was the side of Kira Esports who walk away with the round, just about, mind you. Okay, so I shouldn't actually say just about. They had all four players alive. It was Damwon Mia who had to force an execute right there, and despite getting the plant off, they weren't really in a position to do anything about that. They only got one kill at the end of it all. So not the best round for them. Kid Esports, solid hold, made sure that they knew what they were walking into. They knew what was going to come to them. And again, taking Nightclover out early saved them a lot of headache in the latter half of the round, because the Twitch can take out so much utility. and that utility was still alive. So that was a very good early kill as well for Kira, who are now 4-4 going into round 9. Folks, we're headed back down to the basement laundry and supply room.
And if I have to talk about that previous round, instead of both Stark and the Twitch was at downstairs, like Clover Fur, both of them were looking at an angle from the stairs. Wouldn't it be best for them to be inside the building to hunt down the roamers, because the attackers are the one who needs to make the decisions, and wasting a lot of time gives Kira Esports the exact idea and also the execution that they were expected that to happen. So DWM, they just got themselves trapped, wasting a lot of time. Even though they succeeded in opening up the walls on second floor kids, they didn't had enough, resistance towards the attic. No one was pushing from attic, no one was pushing from white stairs. Hell, they even opened up the second floor kids window. But that first frag though on round number 9, taking out Dark Cloud, will prove to have some protection being made, because since Dark Lord has been eliminated, which means that Kira Esports will be forced to go downstairs, except that Armor, who will see whether if he can make a lot of distractions being made from the big tower stage. But like I said, on round number 8, there wasn't a Nomad. Now they brought it. They realized that having at least some, utilities that can push off or fend off any roaming defenders who would make their way, with the help of Nomad, this could have worked out. And now they have brought it. Stark is still using that. He'll still use it on Big Tower stairs. And now they just need to open up the hatches, clear as day. Kite has been banned, which means DWM are currently the one who banned that specific operator. So it shouldn't have much of a problem for them to open up that particular hatch itself. Now the main problem is the execute. Second floor kids DOMs, DAMWON Mia were at a complete halt. They had no idea on how to proceed. They had no idea on how to progress into the site. They got stuck. They froze. They don't know how to proceed. And looks like in round number 9, this might be the same situation. And what's even more worse is, even with Dark Lord being eliminated, Kira Esports, all players are in downstairs. All of them are holding at their respective places. Not a lot of control being made from Freezer, but maybe we could see Vortex making his own play, because I just realized he was at the site of Kitchen. He got spun. He gets spun, taking out Stark, but the execute needs to happen nonetheless. Electric comes back once again to take out a Widway. Drop down from Royce, but it's not working out. Shinra sees that. He takes out 2 players, but it's still not enough. 1v2, and it's now Vortex once again on the side of defense to clutch out a 1v2. Very difficult situation here, folks, because he only has 40 seconds left to do so, and the DMR, oh, even though it has good damage, the recoil is its main weakness, and Finka will gladly get that headshot in the end. Round number 10, or should I say round number 9, will be at the hands of DWM with a risky execute, but all in all, they've made sure that they didn't make their mistakes, just like they did on round number 8.
Now, once again, DWM losing so many bodies on the execute, but this time it's a 5v4 with about, a minute-ish remaining in hand. So they had the time to get themselves in, really. And once again, the drop down from the Hibana right there, who I believe it was Royce, but I could be wrong about that in the last round. The drop down from the Hibana from meeting, while a good idea, the problem was I don't think they knew that Shinra was on the corner, one of the corners of the blue entry. And, well, we saw how that went. Not well, that is for sure. And that's a little unfortunate, because had they had all players alive, that would have been a much cleaner take, rather than it becoming the 2v1 that it ended up being. DAMWON's overall problem is that they keep losing bodies to some plays that really should not be made, despite, them either having some level of intel about something or the other, or not. Even if you don't have intel, you are getting it actively while making that execute, so you should be able to adapt. And that's kind of probably DAMWON maybe still a little nervous about things. Maybe, they're not quite, they're not a team that we usually see right at the top of things in the top 8. Maybe we've seen their former roster be here before. But in the Pro Series, for the SE Nationals points, there's a lot at play. And for this stage, they're definitely here for the first time. So they are definitely feeling it right now. And they're feeling a lot of things right now. So they will definitely have to be careful with how they proceed. they keep losing too many bodies like this, Kira Esports will pick up on it by map number 2, because right now we're approaching the tail end of map 1. It's 5-4, but Kira still have a chance to equalize once again. They did that for second floor, so it already has precedent that Kira might be able to equalize for this round, and then the next round might go to DAMWON again. It's a whole thing, it's been a back and forth for the last few rounds now. As in the meanwhile, we have a bit of an extension from Deathamer all the way at the top floor. This could be something that DAMWON might not be prepared for, because they're all on the first floor side. I don't think any of them knows that there is a Aruni all the way at the top. And if that is the case, Deathamer might actually be able to pull something off here. Vortex trying to go for that interesting new Azami tech that was discovered on that exact area, well, sort of that exact area where we saw the kunai go out, but unfortunately the barrier didn't quite develop on the path that they wanted it to, because it didn't quite land where it needed to. It's a whole thing. We'll get to that in a sec. But this time nobody's lost. Minute 10 remaining. This is going to be a messy execute.
Well, I believe that's exactly what's going to happen here. Oh, Vortex once again attempt to hold the ground in towards basement bunker. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out to no avail. Dark Lord, the flashbang still won't have any effect from his end, but also he needs to be careful from the stairs in which the attackers are slowly making their way. He hears the sound, but he's just playing it patiently, because there is another line of sight that Vortex has once again. Flashbangs will be used once again, and Dark Lord still alive, still kicking. The grenades not being able to work out. A lot of seconds being wasted around, and Shinra with the attempt to take out one of the players. Still not working out once again. Deathamer rushes in towards the side to see whether he can get a kill or two. He will succeed one, but he does not. 4v3, 20 seconds, 3v3. As Star comes in to take out Dark Lord. Immediate reinforcements being made from Blue Bunker, and now it's a full-on frontal fight. In towards the boiler's room, the push will happen, so does the disappearance of the Aruni Surya Gate. Shinra's been attacked quite a lot from Electric. He's been making a lot of appearances and an attempt to hold his ground. 1v2, they have control on the side. Stark is going in for the plant, but is it more than enough? Shinra sprints out. He tries to take out, but no! Shinra, get it! You almost get it! Oh boy! Oh Jesus!
What is going on?
What is going on? Shinra almost had that under control, and Electric just was confused. He had no info. Man, Shinra almost. Shinra just got so lucky.
No. Okay, rewind.
Lucky.
How do you lose that? How do you lose that DWM? Actually, how? I get it. The Jaeger could have made a play around, but he's running around there. And I'm pretty sure there was something to do with, the comms or whatever. They probably didn't have it cleared, because what? How do you lose that? You have the plant going off. You have the Jaeger coming around. It was what, a 1v2, I think? The Ying should have been watching the hallway from the beginning. Wasn't. What really confused me there is because the Ying, Electric, knew full well that the Jaeger was in laundry. There was nowhere else he could have been, because when Electric was crossing towards the rotate into laundry, there were shots fired towards him. Even if he didn't hear the shots, he should have seen the indicator. And I don't know what happened to that, because immediately he comes back in, runs back to supply to cover for boiler room. The Nomad nearly loses her life in the plant because Electric isn't watching. Electric turns around, but then Shinra, who's already walked away, realizes that, wait a minute, plant's still going off. I didn't get the kill. So he then tries to peek towards the wall, doesn't get that. Well, Shinra's down in the meanwhile, and Val's going to take that kill. But he then tries to go for boiler wall, comes back to the hallway, making all the noise in the world, and Electric still has no clue where Shinra was.
He had his pistol out, Jack. He had his pistol out.
Yeah, Shinra had his pistol out. Suppressed pistol.
He missed his... Yeah.
Even if it's a suppressed pistol, there is no way that he walks away with that. He should not have been allowed. And that highlights a fundamental problem with DWM that I've been saying. They are running around all over the place. As soon as the problem happens, Deathamer's going to find one, get taken down by Night Clover. That was a run-up by Deathamer. Ballsy, but is going to go down nonetheless. It is a 4v3. Kid Esports once again at the man disadvantage, but at the same time, DWM, we've seen this before from them, they can still lose it from here.
Oh man. Round number 11, 5-5 equalizer. DWM was supposed to make this their advantage, and Vortex, an attempt for a run out, is going to give away his own position. And even with an attempt of eliminating Vortex out, he still somehow survives, and he is free to rotate back into the side itself. Easier said than done, but there's a lot of damage that's been dealt around at the hands of Kira Esports. Both Shinra and Death Amar has been eliminated, which means that someone has to roam, and Vortex is currently doing the initiative. There's only 2 players left on the side. Vortex will immediately fall back from the white stairs to provide a lot of information and also the protection that needs to be made thanks to the crossfire angles being established. Smoke's gas grenade being used at the breach. Yet another smoke gas canisters will be used, followed up with the smoke that's been made from the attacker's end to see whether if they can have an entryway or not. But unfortunately, it's back with the halt games from TWM. How will Kira Esports defend, and how will TWM proceed with this attack push? All 3 of them are at the breach, interestingly enough, and he actually gets one. Royce gets one, and so does the second at the hands of Stark. Now it's a 1v4, Dark Lord playing as stealthy as possible, but he misses a lot of opportunity. He'll still survive, 1v3, he's still at the smoke, information being given, but no, it's still not enough. Stark actually gets the kill, and I've got to say, there is a lot going on. There's a lot going on. First, we see Electric just panic at the disco the entire round. I mean, yeah, I can understand. Electric was doing a fantastic job on having the control on Basement Laundry. I can understand that he was a bit panicked because Shinra, knowing that he was on hallway, they didn't had the proper info. And now on round number 11, not quite sure what to say, Jack. I'm not quite sure. Kira Esports just didn't had a lot of manpower to hold their ground. Even more so, both Shinra and Death Amar were eliminated, which meant that Vortex was supposed to do the roam game. But instead, that roam didn't work out well in his favor, so he decides to come back into the site, only to end up being eliminated right from the breach that was made from the attacker's end. A lot of smoke gas canisters were put to use. And because of that, all the attackers need to do is just waste a lot of utilities, see if they can find an opening. They got one, and at the end, it was a messy ending. I'm not gonna lie. 5-6, DWM on match point. That too on Kira Esports' map pick. So, oh boy, something's gonna happen, Jack. And I'm kind of feel like Kira Esports might be the one who put this round on match point.
I mean, it is their map, right? If they don't put it to OT, then going into map 2, they're going to be in a lot of danger right about now. But again, DWM, too many holes in that attacking lineup, too many holes in their strategies. I like the use of the Ying. I like the use of, you know, the Twitch and the Sledge and all of that stuff. I do also like that Royce is bringing out Gridlock this round. Not an op that you see too often, especially with someone like Nomad in play. But Gridlock's also really, really nice. Covers a large area. Starks going to take one down, and meanwhile, Deathhammer goes off the board. That's very unfortunate. Not exactly sure what happened there, but that is the my down. Not only that, that's Deathhammer who is going 10-10 right now. There's Nightclub to find a Vidme. Looks like these repels and these odd angles here on first floor and second floor are working off, but Dark Lord, unflashed, is still going to get one. Vortex for support, gets another. That's now 3v3. Diffuser dropped inside the site. Shinra finds another Stark off the board, and now this is looking very much like an OT round here, folks. Invalid and Eckler with the last 2 standing. And once again, DAMWON this time doing the complete opposite of what they normally do, trying to, you know, force the situation early, right, by taking initiative and going into the site with the Ying Candelas and probably smokes from Royce in tow. But the problem was they didn't drone. Because there's no way you don't know that there's a cross being held on big window. Everybody holds a cross on big window. Every team does that. Even your average rank stack does that. So I'm not sure what the idea was. Maybe, you know, they thought that excuse me. Wow, I am completely losing myself here. Maybe they thought Darkla would be flashed, but clearly not. And in the meanwhile, there goes Invalid. Shira's going to take that kill more than happily. So now it's a 1v3. All down to Nightclub with the last one standing. Barbara is going to give away the position of the Twitch, which means that it's just been made that much harder for this Twitch play right now. There's also a Banshee, takes it out. But that sound, and Shinra will take full advantage of that sound. Once again, massive errors from DWM, which means they will once again lose a round where they had the advantage. They probably should have won it when you look back at it in hindsight, but they don't. And that means, folks, oh, say it with me now. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
Well, you heard it, folks. It is overtime. Round number 13.
Defenders, protect your
A
bombs.
lot of mistakes that I have to say from DWM's end and also on Kira Esports' end too. But now we're back. It is overtime, 6-6. And I gotta say, even with the mistakes that DWM made on that execute on round number 12, they still want to stick with it. They still want to bring in the Ying. They still want to have a lot of power with the help of adrenal surges from the Finka. But you know what it would be more helpful for them? That if they could block lines of sight. And when I say lines of sight, you all know what I'm talking about, right? Sense. Well, Sense is actually a good operator when it comes to blocking a lot of lines of sight. So if you want to make an execute and commit for a plant, especially on that window side, having zero might help the execute proceed even much more flawlessly. But man, for now things might not look too well from their end though, because apparently the side of DWM Electric has been disconnected. And looks like with the prep phase coming into an end, I'm not quite sure that we might be able to go in for a rehost, because the prep phase has already came to an end, which means DWM has to proceed with a 5v4. Action phase is already in, which means if there was a prep phase, they could have asked for a rehost, but unfortunately it was too late. 220 minutes, or should I say 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for DWM to proceed with the attack. And now they have to make do with the loss of Electric. Those Ying Scandelas would have been even much more helpful for them to proceed with the execute, and with him not being available and Kira Esports being the one having the man-con advantage at the earliest amount of things possible, they still need to make do with the plays of it. SMG 11 headshot of that too to take out Night Clover will make things even much more difficult for the attackers end.
Well, this is a little unfortunate for DWM. The disconnection and then Night Clover unfortunately losing their life as well means that Kira Esports have a ton of advantage here now. Stark trying to contest outside of the trophy room door. Can't quite find anyone because, again, Kira Esports are just simply not going to peek. They're going to hold back. They're going to turtle up inside the site. And there's not much that anyone can do about this. Royce trying to deny the Aruni Surya gate is unable to do so. The flashbang has been caught up by an AES. As the grenade goes out, that's going to try to get some in. Excuse me, they're going to try to get some of the utility inside of the site, but to no avail. Gas grenade is out, which means that a different approach becomes necessary. Starks jumped out on to what seems like a rotate towards the big window of sight. But you got to be careful. There's somebody all the way below white stairs as well. One of the defenders, that is. And Kira Esports look like they are absolutely ready to shut down this game, as the Gone 6 will be caught as well by the... well, my Magna is just such a good gadget. As in the meanwhile, shots have been fired. There goes Royce. It's now 5v1. Maybe? No, 5v2 still. Dark Lord taking damage on the other side as well. As... I really don't see a way that DAMWON Mia makes it out of this one alive, which means that, yep, there we go. First OT map point, I should say, is probably going to go Kira's way. There it is, Wibi with the final kill. And folks, we are going to be going into round number 14 with a 7-6 now. That is going to be in favor of Kira Esports. They take the first overtime map point.
Yep, map point is in for Kira Esports. It's a lot of problems being made on the first as well as the second half, but they finally came back. And I believe a rehost shall be requested at the sides of DWM, which means that a rehost would commence. With DWM currently being the one having a disadvantage, they still need to figure out a way to come back. But how will they do it? We might be able to find out on round number 14, but with a bit of, a rehost being requested on the side of DWM, because the player on the side of the
Attackers need to
attackers
locate
had
and defuse as many
an
bombs as they
unfortunate
can.
disconnect, and that was at the hands of Electric. The man had a total of 15 kills, I believe. He had 15 kills while him being, while him playing as the Ying. He's made fair share of executes on the side of Basement Church and even on second floor Kids Toms. But I believe there are some certain moments where the amount of panic that DWM had is the main thing that they need to focus on. They need to be cool, calm, and collected. They need to understand at a very problematic situation like we saw on that 1v2 could have been avoided if electric gave protection, or even more so if we could have seen electric hold his ground instead of running towards the entire side of basement laundry to find exactly where Shinra was. Things would have been a bit different on DWM's side. But all in all, I have to say, man, Kira Esports, they did come back. They did made a 3-3 recovery in the first half. And then in the second half, things just went spiral. I mean, sometimes the mistakes were made on DWM's end, and some mistakes were made on Kira Esports' end. There is a lot that I cannot talk about. Why? Mainly it has to do with the execute on the attacker side. I mean, even with the rush attempt that DWM made from the window, not having any information on the Aruni's whereabouts or even the Melusi's whereabouts, and there were some certain situations where they couldn't get their grasp on the first floor control, mainly because of the way how Shinra and Death Amor were playing on defense. Now that is very strong. There were some certain rounds where both of them did get eliminated, and once we saw both Shinra and Death Amar get eliminated from the first floor, immediately DWM had the entire control that they need. Even if they still had added control, they somehow made a way to be aggressive and apply brute force into us the side just by pushing from trophy and second floor kids domes. But I'm not quite sure that making a push like that would have worked out well. I mean, granted, even if you do open up the attic wall, this would give the defenders a chance to make a big rotate all by themselves. So they're just limiting the defensive. They're just limiting the defenders' chances to relocate and reposition a lot, and maybe that's the reason why they just want to open up one wall instead of both of them at the same time. And I can understand they want Kira Esports. I mean, the Kira Esports' main intentions is to total the site. They want to stay at the site. They don't want to go out. They don't want to make a huge flank or make an attempt to catch them off guard. And DWM are using that to their advantage. Just by opening up one particular wall, they decided to challenge the angles on the defensive side. Now, I gotta say, even the amount of challenges that DWM has made, most of them hasn't worked out well. Even with the Finca's adrenal surge, even with the huge amount of utilities that should have been used to take out the Aruni Surya gates, they always find a way to refresh it back. And because of that, Kira Esports are always one step ahead on being very defensive. They have hold their ground. They've ensured that a single step would not set foot at the hands of DWM, and they have successfully done it for more than 3 to 4 rounds. But rest of it, if there is some certain mistakes being made from DWM's end, if they get an early peak, this is exactly where Kira Esports' defensive maneuver starts to fall apart, and DWM gets the upper hand where they won a certain amount of rounds. All in all, round number 14 will be able to determine whether if DWM can come back, equalizing it once again to a 7-7. But round number 15, the final round, will determine whether if Kira Esports can get to win their own map pick, or will it be DWM having DWM's highest chances to win on second map, which they picked on map Villa.
Well, that's a pretty good summary overall of the map that we have had right now. Plenty of mistakes from both sides, and some would say almost too many mistakes. The fact that Kira Esports has to be in overtime to begin with, again, might indicate that they are operating at a not very efficient or not very okay capacity for themselves, which is something that they'll have to work on because, well, I mean, it's not exactly a good time for them if they are facing this level of trouble for, well, what should otherwise have been a pretty standard map one. Don't get me wrong, I like the fact that it's as exciting as it is, and some of these rounds were definitely interesting, shall we say. But all things considered, Kira Sports, I have to say they've looked less than impressive today. DAMWON as well. They've had too many issues, man. Too many issues. Hopefully they clean some of this up going into Villa because they just want to end this map. And I know that y'all want to end this map as well, but it's gonna take a second here. We're just waiting for that final player to get back in. And once they do, we will go right back into the match nice and quickly as it works. It's going to take a second, mind you. But yeah, other than that, I got not much else to say about Oregon. Not something that Baba hasn't said already, so to speak. Right. So Villa, whichever team wins Oregon going into Villa, I don't think there's going to be too much too much momentum going into that map. Why I say that is because it's really been a back and forth, right? It's been one map DAMWON, one map Kira, then DAMWON, Kira, DAMWON, Kira, DAMWON, Kira. It's been like that for a while now, and Kira have only just won 2 rounds in a row. DAMWON could easily win round number 14 and take us to 15. And that again takes us to the whole idea of who's going to win. We don't really know. It's kind of hard to tell right now if you can't exactly gain that from our expressions. But after that comes Villa. And whichever team wins this will go into Villa with high spirits and high morale because, well, it's their. If it's a DAMWON going into Villa with a win, they'll be very, very ecstatic. They just took a map against Kira. Now they're looking to take 2 maps, finish it off here and now. They're the ones who picked Villa after all, then there's a reason for that. Kira, on the other hand, on Villa, they've been okay, they've been good, but they've also had some bad matches there, so they would like to avoid some of the mistakes being made here for that map. But again, we'll have to wait and see because again, they're not back yet. Once they are, we will go straight back in, folks. Don't worry. It's going to take a second. Actually, more than a second. I don't know why I said that, but it's going to take a minute. It's going to take a little minute. But once we're back, we will once again go into the match. So overall, decent match, I'd say. Um, Decent start to the playoffs, of course. But Kira, I definitely expected better from them. That I will say here now. I'm not here to mince words, folks. And you might say that I'm being harsh or I'm being quote unquote biased or whatever have you. But that's just how it seems like to me right about now because their overall performance today just hasn't been that good. It hasn't been all that. It wasn't that great on playoffs. Excuse me, qualifiers. But in the qualifiers, at least, they looked a little bit better than this. They looked a little bit more solid, and it almost was like they were getting outplayed most rounds rather than dying to these sorts of mistakes that they are dying to here and now. But at the same time, it'll only time will tell, right? We'll have to see what is going on for the time being. And if you're wondering why if we're wondering why we're also having a little giggle here, it's because our producer in the back end is just having fun with the mouse, as it were. We can see the mouse on our screens, right? And he's just doing the zoomies, as it were, with the mouse on the screen. It's nice. It's all circles and infinity patterns, folks. But in terms of the match, well, we've got a situation. It seems that seems the players aren't quite back in yet, which means it's going to be a little while longer before we get into the game. That is going to be resuming from round number 13. And, Kid Esports will be currently 7-6 up, 1 round away from the win. And yeah, other than that, again, doesn't really leave us with much to say, right? So I that, that's about everything, right? So yeah,
Mhm.
looking at the skies, it's kind of cloudy where I am. It means it might be raining soon. Don't worry though, rain usually doesn't affect my internet unless there's a falling piece of debris, which there usually is. There's a lot of trees around this part, but
Mhm.
unless it severs the network line, I'm sure I'll be fine right about now. So not too much to worry about that. At the same time, again, really just trying to think of something to say while we wait here. I know, folks. I know it's taking us a long time, but this is how these reels go. Unfortunately, when it comes to our region, we're gonna be here for a while. So we hope you've got your chill snacks, as it were. I ran out mine last night because I had a late night yesterday.
Mhm.
But yeah, uh, yeah, well, there's not much else to say, is there?
I mean, I got a question to ask of you, Jack. Are you excited for the TC LAN event, which is going to happen in Bangalore? This is not. I'm not talking about Siege. I'm talking about Valorant's Community Cup, which will happen in Bangalore,
Oh, right, you're talking about the
August
Bangalore
12th.
arena, right?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah,
yes.
the
I'm talking
arena.
about the
Yeah,
Bangalore
yeah,
Arena, which will
yeah,
happen
yeah,
on
yeah,
August 12th, 13th, and 14th. Those are like the
yeah.
3 days LAN event, which will happen in Bengaluru. Man, it will be exciting, man. It will be amazing. I seriously can't wait to see all of the fest that TC has in store for us. I mean, it's not just a community cup for for Valorant. You have all the cosplays. You even have a lot of deals from a lot of electronic products. So it's all in all, it will be an amazing fest to enter in Bangalore. So if you guys want to, get a spot, or should I say, if you want to register for the event, make sure you head on into the esports club and well, just register in for the event, which will happen on actually, yeah, which will happen on August 12th, 13th, and 14th. Those 3 days will be the one where everything, or should I say, the magic happens at the TC arena.
You
Man,
live
it's
like
been a
what,
while, yeah.
3 hours away from Bangalore, right, Baba?
Yeah, I do. I do. It's more
Yeah.
of like a 3 hours journey there.
Hmm.
I actually did register for it, so I'm just
Oh, nice.
excited to see. What I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen TC make a LAN event huge as this, especially on Bengaluru. So, man, it's going to be an amazing time. I'm pretty much sure that I'm just we'll have a lot of streamers as well, right, Jack? We'll have a lot of well-noted streamers in India. So, man, it's going to be an amazing one to look at. But for now, folks, if you're still wondering about the match, yet again, we're still waiting. Players on the side of DWM is still having a lot of problems. So does Kira Esports, which means the amount of explanations that we talked about from Kira's end has already been told. We've even told about the main reason why DAMWON Mia choose to just be very let's just say a bit much more presence being shown around on second floor trophy. But other than that, even I'm not so quite not sure what to say next. I mean, we've even talked about T Serena, which will happen. I mean, an amazing event that will happen for sure on August 12th. But I've got to say, these next future matches that are going to have, Jack, Pro Series Summer Edition, we
Oh,
have
yes.
we have Mercenaries, we have Hunters LFO, we have Retrograde, who's been making their fair share of performance by defeating Kira Esports on the first qualifiers. Now, this says something. 7 to 3, 7 to 3. Retrograde succeeds in defeating Kira Esports and gets the spot on the first qualifiers. Now, on the playoffs, let us not forget about these teams, all right? Because these four important teams, I mean, I have to include the rest of the teams too: Kira Esports, Retrograde, Damon Mia, and also, last but not the least, Team Clickbait. How can I even forget about Team Won't Stop Peaking? The three new teams that just been qualified for the playoffs will have a lot of changes on the SN National Qualifiers board, right, Jack? Because the teams who have secured 1 or 2 points, like Team Mahadi Esports, Team Shift W, and even more so, a team like Team Shaheens, they've secured 1 or 2 points. And now, with the inclusion of three more teams, Won't Stop Peaking, uh, uh, DAMWON Mia, and also last but not least, the team Clickbait, there will be a lot of changes in the positioning standings. And I'm guessing that only 8 teams will be qualified for the playoffs, right, Jack? For the SN National qualifiers. So all the 8 positions will be even much more tougher for the teams like Mahadi Esports, Team Shaheens, who just got eliminated from Phalanx. So it will be even much more hurtful for them because the standing itself, it'll change a lot. This even includes on Kira Esports too. If they lose against DWM in the upper brackets, then they find themselves be on the lower brackets where they'll met with an angry MRCZ, and even more so Hunters LFO. Things will not look too well, and having that extra one up life, that upper brackets, being able to win their first match really gives them a good spot to hold out, get to see what kind of teams that they're going up against, and find out a way to find a solution for it. That's all I can say, because Kira Esports, for the past amount of performance that we've seen on qualifiers 1 and qualifiers 2, I kind of feel like they aren't in form. Like I said, no offense to Kira Esports, Kira Esports are they're the team they just beat Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Come on, CAG, they defeated CAG on Map Villa. It's even surprising for me to know that that had actually happened in in this series. So I wouldn't say in this series.
I mean, that
This
was a
game
while
happened
ago.
on international. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's been a while ago. Yeah.
Kira as they are now are a bit of a far cry from the team that actually won against Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Right now, they're 7-6 on round 14 against DAMWON Mia, DWM, mind you. And this is only map one, folks. It's been a while. We know. And once again, we're waiting for the players to get in. Once we do, we will start as soon as possible. It's going to take a second. And we know that we've been saying that for a while, but hey, we're just the messenger here. That's all we really know when it comes to these things. But at the end of the day, folks, just got to take a second here, a minute, couple minutes here, and we will get back into the match as soon as possible. But yeah, no, I got to say though, Kira, again, from the team that they were to the team that they are now, in terms of the players that are playing right in the roster,
Mhm.
not a whole lot has changed, right? They're still largely the same team that they were before, but the thing is, they're not quite, you know, they're not quite all there for now. For whatever reason, they're having so much trouble. They're having so much problems in their overall team makeup, in their overall team play, in their coordination. They feel like they're not all there. And that is a problem for them because, again, sure, you might still say they win out against DWM here tonight. Sure, they might do that. They go upper record round two. What happens when in upper record round two you start going up against Hunters LFO? Or the team that beats Hunters LFO, Retrograde, because that's the match, right?
Yep.
Hunters versus Retrograde. That's a revenge match for Kira because Retrograde already beat them once, and that was a double 7-3. Kira barely put up a fight in that match, I should say. So, all things considered, folks, this is definitely a very dicey time for Kira Esports as they will need to clean themselves up. Otherwise, they are looking at a very, very tough game ahead. In the meanwhile, update on the match, and a good update that is. We will be going back to the game in just a quick second here. We're just making sure that the round history is placed properly and that it is, in fact, 7-6 in Kira Esports' favor on Oregon for map one. And it seems like we might actually go into it 4v5 because DAMWON is unable to get their player back, and that's a whole thing. So, with that being said, folks, let's go back in to the match. We know we took a long while to get here, but here we are. Kira Esports versus DAMWON Mia, round 14, 7-6 to Kira. Overtime map point has already been achieved, so Kira is one round away from winning out map one.
Yep. That was the good news, folks, but here comes the bad news. The player on the side of DAMWON Mia, Electric, unfortunately won't be able to join in, which means that the rehost time has. Unfortunately, Electric had a power cut, so yeah, with great power comes great responsibility. 7-6, round number 14, second for Kids Doms, and Master Bedroom will be the side again.
Attackers need to
No
locate
offense
and
to
defuse
Electric. I mean,
bombs.
I can understand. We all have power cut issues, and for the power to come back, it will take a lot of time to commence. But the show must go on. The rehost has a specific timer. Unfortunately, that rehost timer had come to an end. So DAMWON Mia has to proceed with a 5-4, with 4 being the one on DWM, already having a major disadvantage. 7-6. Round number 14, Kira Esports can end this unless and until DWM have something else to say from their end. Now, they
10
won't
seconds
have
left before
smokes. I mean, I believe Electric was the one who's playing as the smokes most of the time,
5 seconds
but they
to
still
go.
have the Jaeger and the Vamai, the ADSs and the Magnet nades to give a
Attacker's
lot of
objective
protection
is
from
to
the
locate a
deployable
bomb and
shields.
defuse it.
But I don't think they have one. Actually, yeah, they do have one. Royce has the deployable shield. We have a lot of denials from Starks' end. Having that Vulcan shield gives a total of 20 seconds of denial from the attacker's end. So they need to figure something out. They need to see whether they can remove those important utilities as best as possible. And the only main weak point of the Vulcan shield is to shoot at it. That's the only thing. They have to shoot at it and they have to wait for 20 seconds. That's how powerful that gadget is. Even though the Vulcan shield was, with the deployable shield, only with that ability being used, it is still powerful and deadly if used at the right time. It always depends on the timing, and that timing will prove crucial for DWM to succeed in round number 14. But is it more than enough? Because Kira Esports, they have the advantage. All they gotta do is just open up lines of sight and make an entryway. But Night Clover, oh boy, very aggressive, and that aggressiveness is gonna cost one kill, only to get traded out of the hands of Vortex. 4v3, a minute and 50 seconds left. They have to make the push.
That's a big drop right there for both sides. Dark Lord no longer in play, which means the Treasure will not be taking out any more utility around the site. But Night Clover, the aggressive player, the aggressive Jaeger, is now gone. Invalid wants to push up, try to get a kill towards that same breach, but he's going to be pushed back, droned out, which means he got to fall back and try to, try to do something different about the situation that is at hand. Deathmart throwing out the grenade nearly found Royce right there as damage was done. The ADSs have been burnt. But that's all that's been done right now. DAMWON is still, they're still in a shaky situation. It's still a winnable situation, though. 3v4, so to speak. But how far are they going to be able to push it? Invalid taking damage right now. He's going to go down. If Vivi gets that kill, it's a 2v4. Stark pushes in. He's going to get a kill off of that. Trying to get a second, but no Vortex will shut him down. Instead, it's all down to Royce now. In Attic, Shinra, so much damage, so much damage. Where are you going? Wow, caught on the white stairs. Is going to be down, but not out. Finka with 2 charges, though, so that means that the revive can happen. Royce has to be quick, mind you, as the kill needs to be confirmed before the Finka stands back up. And there we go. Does confirm the kill. Takes out the drone while they're at it. But Vortex has the diffuser, which means the plant is about to go off in kids' dorms. Goya will be popped to deny entry towards the trophy side of things. It's a 1v2, mind you. Royce could still win this. Sees the pings being given away. Shots are fired. There's a Gemini being sent out to try and distract the alibi right now. But wait, did Deathmare not see him? I don't think so. Oh, he does this time, though. As the alibi's position is given away, Vortex will get that shot, get the kill, and the round and the map will be won as a result. It took us a while to get here, but we do. Kira Esports will win their map pick, Oregon, 8-6 in their favor. It was a tough fight with many mistakes along the way, but they have, they have put themselves in a position of power because now they have some momentum. They have, of course, high morale going into Villa, map number 2, which is, of course, the pick of DWM.
Yep, map number 2 will be the one to decide whether if DWM can come back or Kira Esports ends at 2-0 and proceed into the next phase for the upper brackets. Now, only time will tell the way how it went around with an unfortunate consequences that DWM had to be made of, a 5v4 disadvantage, but still there was an attempt being made. Vulcan shields to block lines aside, and still an attempt, but it wasn't more than enough. Kira Esports will manage to win the final round, claim map number 1. As we take a look at the highlights of the entire matchup on map Oregon, the standard SA map, as we like to call it, there was a lot of clutches being made from Kira Esports' end, especially on the first half. Dark Lord succeeds the 1v2 clutch, so did Zotac, was playing as the Nomad. And the third clutch has to be Shinra with the Jaeger while they were on defense. Such a very close round. Electric was, I would say Electric was panicked for a moment there, but he also made his fair share of kills and, should I say, progress from his end. He got around most of like 14 to 15 kills from his end, especially at the second half. And unfortunately, power cut happened, and we couldn't do anything much more about it. There was rehost being asked around from DWM's end. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough for the player to come back and resume OT match point at the hands of Kira Esports. But I have to say, this was a fair fight, but there was also fair share of mistakes being made from both of the teams. There was a lot of panics being made from DWM's end while they were on attack, and also on Kira Esports' end, missing a lot of bodies and, how can I say it, losing a lot of initial gunfights. And man, there's not a lot that I can say at this moment, but Kira Esports, they finally managed to succeed winning their OT match points. round number 13 and 14. Most of the round ended up being on second floor kids, dorm slash master bedroom. 6 times when in the second half itself, we didn't get to see first floor meeting slash kitchen, nor we got to see kitchen slash dining. But all in all, I gotta say, a pretty decent performance being made from both of the teams. But on map number 2, Villa, things might be a bit different. And I'm just hoping that DWM, aka Electric, would arrive on map number 2 and resume a 5v5 matchup. But this specific round here from Shinra, round number 10, this was supposed to be DWM's round. Electric had so much control on the site, but he didn't have the information on the final player. And amidst all of that chaos being made, they still made it. They still tried to hold their ground, and evidently they did so in doing it. But most of it all, it was just major gunfights. And DWM, they did hold out second floor kids doms a lot. They didn't choose to make a different approach, like gaining control on kitchens, seeing if they could, cook a nade, even more so push from the attic, not from white stairs. Not a lot of, adaptations were made on the side of DWM. It was just a simple frontal push in towards the trophy side. They wanted to challenge via gunfights. Some of them they did win, and some of them they did not. And there you go. That was the highlights, folks. 8-6. Kira Esports will succeed map number 1. And now map number 2 will be able to determine whether if we will see Kira Esports end it, or would DWM put us to the deciders, which will be on Clubhouse.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what will be the situation for map number 2. Villa is definitely going to be interesting for both teams. And like you said, Baba, I agree. We do hope that DWM comes back with a 5th, maybe even bringing out Sinomia, as the map that they played was certainly a good one for both them and their team. But that's the thing. You got to get the player into the lobby first, and hopefully they'll be able to make that call to get their sub in, because, of course, Electric currently has a bit of an issue with the power at their home, a power cut at their home. Excuse me for the voice crack. If you haven't noticed, yes, the number of times I've screamed, "What is going on?" has kind of hit my throat. I'm not sure how. I do that a lot, even in my day-to-day life, but hey, it is what it is, folks. Anyhow, map number 2, Villa, will be on your screens in just a short while. We'll be right back after this break. Stay tuned.
Hey.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack, this time on the left side of your screens, alongside the real CCV, as we've had a switch of casters. CCV was actually supposed to take map number 1 with me, but he had I believe it was a dentist appointment or something like that.
Similar.
And
yeah.
So he's back, hopefully with new teeth. And we are now going to be moving into map number 2, Villa, which is DAMWON Mia's pick. To catch you up on where we are in the map right now in the match, that is, map number 1, Oregon, was Kira Esports' pick, and it was a tough fight and a long fight at that. 8-6, Kira Esports finally winning it out. Now on Villa, Kira are 1-0 up, and DAMWON are staring down the barrel. Will they be able to put themselves in a 1-1 situation? Take us to map 3 decider. CCV, what do you think?
Honestly, the team wins Villa is essentially the team that commits fewer mistakes because, yeah, it was a very, very close matchup. No one 8-6 went into overtime. We were seeing that 4 versus 5 as well. But I think the main thing was towards the very end, prior to the overtime, in the final couple of rounds for DWM, their attacks were failing. Kira Esports in their defense, they were standing the test of time every single round, time and time again. Kira Esports, they were getting like flawless wins, near flawless wins as well. It was looking quite good, but DWM, they definitely had to improve on their attacks, which, they tried to, just couldn't complete it. As for the side of Kira Esports, they themselves suffered in their own attacking half. But enough about that. It's all done and dusted for Oregon. The common theme is that, yeah, both of these teams, they need to make sure they are as flawless, they are as spotless as possible when it comes to the next map, because everything now depends here. Neither one of these teams would like to get knocked out into the lower brackets already, considering these are the quarterfinals. We saw this in the previous Pro Series. There were many, many teams. I think it was the winners, Hunters LFO, who were knocked out in the quarterfinals, who played every single matchup in the lower brackets, and then ended up grand finals against
Yep.
Mercenaries. Thing is, not every single team is Hunters LFO. If you're already in the lower brackets right from the start, right from the get-go, you will be 100% at a severe disadvantage than all the other 7 counterparts in the summer edition of the Pro Series. So, keeping that in mind, definitely DWM at a disadvantage right now. They'd like to get back. Kira Esports, they want to end this best of 3 in a 2-0 manner. And for that, we'll be heading onto the map of Villa. It is going to be the defense of Kira Esports. DAMWON, they will be starting out on attack. Operator ban phase is upon us. And yeah, for me, I've always said this. All the teams in South Asia that we have been seeing, in the qualifiers, in the Community Cup, not many of them like to away or like diverge away from your standard operator bans that take place every single day. The Thatcher, the Maverick, the Ace. On defense, you've got the Cade, the Mira, at times the Bandit, but really it's the Cade that gets banned. Valk, a strong ban as well. And I don't think this map is going to be any different.
Yeah, most likely that will be the case. There we go. Jackal will be the ban from DWM's side. Interestingly enough, they did actually ban a Flores on Oregon, but that was primarily because Flores on Oregon has proven to actually be quite the nuisance, even if you have a mute in play, because you can just throw those Rotero drones from wherever, and at some point, a mute jammer or the other is going to get taken out, and your utility, well, you got to kiss it bye-bye. In the meanwhile, Valkyrie will be the first defender banned on Villa right here. No surprises right there. And I think it's probably going to be a Mira ban to finish off. Mira or Romai, I don't really see them banning Melusi. Both teams really like to play Melusi as well. So we'll have to see what their final decision is. It is Kira, mind you, who has the final ban of the map. And it is going to be, there we go, Mira. No surprises with that one as well. Bans about as standard as they get. Thatcher, Jackal, Valkyrie, Mira. You look at any, like after the bans were introduced, you look at any season's ban graph that they release with the title update for the next season, and yeah, it's just these 4 at the top. And sometimes
Yep.
it's not even close. Thatcher and Mira are what, like 80% bans across the board. My goodness. Practically permabanned. But with all that out of the way, let's get into round number 1, which is going to be taking place on second floor Aviator and Games Room.
All right, so for the side of Kira Esports, they are not really fully going
Attackers need
into
to
any
locate and
specific
defuse as
strategy.
many
They want
bombs
to
as they
spread out,
can.
even though Arcade can be picked, even though, there is that possibility. They have chosen not to opt for him. Rather, Vortex as the mute will be fulfilling that role of not just an anti-breacher, but also an information denier, as mute always goes. And then, of course, you've got the C4 present as well. Actually, Vortex will be the only person in the entire roster to be bringing the
Bomb
C4.
located by
And we're also spotting 3 bulletproof shields. Far too many. Or Kira Esports, they just want safe havens all over the map. We will
10
definitely
seconds
find
left
one of them
before
being
insertion.
propped up inside of Aviator. Deathhammer does the duty of that. One,
5
I
seconds
guess, will be
remaining.
situated towards that library, like top of library corner, next to study on top
Attackers
of
are
those
heading out to
stairs,
defuse a
where
bomb.
there will be a defender. Particularly, I believe it will be Vortex as the mute, and then one on top of red stairs. Those are
Attackers have
just
recovered their
my
diffuser.
best guesses where Kira would like to place these shields, because they want to extend out, but it's not looking like they will extend out really very further. They're just looking for some control towards towards statuary and trophy. Only a single reinforcement as well, so they're just going off of picks. 3 defenders situated and peeking these angles on bedroom, so they are looking for that initial gunfight. And DWM, I think they will be initiating those as well. We can already see Royce and Stark right next to those windows, taking those gunfights very soon. And okay, it's going to be a very aggressive bulletproof shield inside of bedroom to allow Vortex being the first person to take said duels.
But in the meanwhile, Deathamer is actually going to be the one to get the first kill. But there goes Vortex, unfortunately unaware that Nightclover had already pushed into the bathroom. There goes a second Nightclover with the LMG, but there's a Vidwi and Deathamer once again to take their own kills in return. Refrags all over the place, and so much action has happened towards this trophy statuary and bedroom side. Vidwi the Thorn is still in play, mind you. Those Thorn gadgets are still all over, littering the map. Acting as, kind of alarms that, hey, somebody is in this area. Those Razor Blooms are really good for that. But not just that, they're a lethal gadget. So if you get caught in it, oh boy, you're going to regret going through whatever piece of cover or whatever doorway that was situated on. In the meanwhile, the attack of DAMWON, again, just taking their time with this. Unfortunately, in that effort of trying to gain some level of control, they've once again lost another body. It's now all down to Royce, as this Thorn has definitely been a pain for them. Will they find the last one? Not quite a Vidwi. Now knows full well where Royce is. Should see the Nomad any second. Now the peaks are happening. Royce doesn't really have much of a choice in the matter. And there we go. Vidwi will take the final kill. Nice little headshot down the stairs. And Kid Esports start off by taking the first round.
I'm pretty sure that DWM, they were caught off guard to a certain extent by exactly what Kira initiated right here, by investing almost, what was it, 70% of their manpower
Oh,
into
yeah.
just bedroom statuary. Utility was there as well, not in the form of reinforcements, but they were alibi prismas. I spoke of that bulletproof shield that Vortex was playing behind of inside of bedroom. Yeah, there was a lot that was invested from Kira and DWM. It was their initial plan that, okay, we enter
Attackers need
from
to locate and
we
defuse
enter
as
from
many
closet,
bombs
we
as they
enter
can.
from bedroom, clear out Astro, clear out statuary trophy, move on forward, classical hallway, vault, breach it, execute. I'm describing the standard take teams have when they want to roam clear and then execute on Aviator games, other than the other form of execute, which is enter from study, take library control on first floor, and then execute. But yeah, DWM wanted to go for the former plan. Unfortunate for them, they encountered so many defenders from Kira. They had no choice but to take those gunfights. And even though there was good firefights being taken up by DWM players, especially Night Clover, who got that
5
double
seconds
kill
to go.
entry into Word Statuary, it just wasn't enough.
Attackers'
Every other
objective
player
is
on the
to
side of
defuse a
Kira
bomb.
Esports, they were getting kills. Deathhammer started the tally with a kill, and then a Vidvi continued. So overall, good round for Kira Esports. They just got to make sure that if they are thinking of these kinds of strategies, always being in the face of their opposition, they never overdo it. It bores a high risk. If any one of your defenders loses their life very early on, and there is a strong chance it happens, Kira will be a foot down in in the entire round, and DWM, they will have a bit of that advantage. Right now, DAMWON, same method of execute from their side: into closet, into bathroom, breach the statuary wall, and then execute, get rid of all the utility Kira have. Meanwhile, Kira, they have a room situated on the floor below, and any C4s, yeah, Vidvi's got a C4, but he is not on the first floor as of now, so not really sure what kind of usage he's looking for that.
Well, I'll have to wait and find out about that one. As for the time being, again, just a hold in play for Astro. Shinra watching from behind the sofa, excuse me, the chair, that is the chair and desk of astronomy. You've also got the shield with utilities to protect said shield. But there are Flores drones probably on the way. RCE Retera drones from Invalid. Two of them have already been sent out. Another one's coming in. Will it be found by Shinra? Yes, it is. So the Retera's being denied, which means you gotta get rid of the Jaeger. But Star's actually gonna find Slayer to start things off. Whitby goes down, to a Claymore, no less. That's a little unfortunate. Another's gonna be put in on that same door. Attackers have 2 Claymores now, as we have Nightclover finding another. That's Death Mode off the board. And this attack from DAMWON is definitely far more solid as compared to the last one that they showed us just a second ago. But mind you, here comes Vortex from the back. Gets one. The Repeller Astrotest did not find him, but now it's all down to Vortex, the last player standing. And this is gonna be very difficult. Plans going off. Royce is going to get that done nice and quickly. Pre-firing through the floor does not get the kill that Vortex might be looking for here, which means in the post-plant it's a 1v4 that is very much looking like it might be an unwinnable situation here for this Aruni. And I don't think Vortex even wants to try and contest this, because he's just, chilling around the first floor, really looking for any strays that they can catch. A couple of shots and whatnot. But yeah, that LMG fire is more than enough signal to stay away from the site and give your team time to talk about what went wrong in the round.
Exactly. Vortex in the meanwhile looking for some exit tracks, gets Royce now eliminated. Round is over. DWM, very strong, very prominent attack and execute from their side. Now taking a look, they didn't change a lot in their strategy. What changed was the way in which they started peeking those angles. Kira Esports, they got a little too complacent with those skills. I think the best example of that was a Vidvi just rushing into the bedroom doorway, trying to catch an attacker when they weren't looking towards said doorway, when they weren't looking where the kid was pushing. But now the Claymore was present for a reason. Vidvi failed to spot that. He died to the Claymore, and then practically everyone in Kira fell because, the side of DWM, they completed all the checkpoints of a good execute, with the exception of planting the diffuser. They got the breach done. They had the angles in the bomb side. They were pushing towards Astro as well. They had bedroom control, and the lines of sight, they were working magnificently for the attackers because of the fact that the attackers outnumber the defenders. So the defender, no matter where you peak, there was a chance you were going to engage in a firefight, and DWM, they were looking to make sure they don't lose them, unlike the first round. Good bit of retaliation from the team in orange means that both the teams now at a level score, 1-1 it is. Kira Esports going back to the site of statuary trophy again. This is, I think, the most theoretical Kira have, and it's just becomes like standard Kira strategy at this point. If you lose a bomb site on defense, you go back there time and time again, unless you win it, or unless it's very clear you will never win it in a map. We have seen this from Kira. I mean, I've given so many examples over the course of all the broadcasts we've had, even in the spring edition of the Pro Series. I always mention this, and I'll speak of this right now. Kira are not going to be changing their sights anytime soon. If they lose this round, they may, or they may just go back to Aviator in games. But yeah, DWM, they are looking quite strong in their attack. Can they continue on that momentum is the question, as this time, Kira, they're looking to take those better gunfights. Stark had gotten the open in the previous round. Now he's the one tagged down pretty low.
I think it's a case of Kira trying to take the fight to DAMWON, knowing full well that if they give them the room to work with that they had in the previous round, then DAMWON will take just full advantage of that. Slayer's going to be the one helming the shield on Astro this time. Grenades have come through, but they've been denied thanks to the 2 ADSs that are here. Retrograde takes out the shield on bedroom door in the meanwhile. But Shinra's downstairs along with, I believe, Vortex with a couple of impact grenades. So is there a C4 player? There is. That's a Vidme, but a Vidme's actually inside of the site. Grenade goes out by Stark, but to no avail, as it seems like there's a bit of tricking going on. Yes, impact trick, as well as Kaid Electroclaw being tricked on the wall. There's a lot going on right now for DAMWON to take a track of. As you have, I think Selmas are out. Yeah, Royce is completely out of Selmas right now. That's unfortunate. That means no main breach, which means no line of sight towards Trophy. That's going to be very difficult to deal with, but Stark's grenade will find a way to be. That's a good one to start off as the Kite is off the board. Flashbang goes out. Stark is willing to push now, trying to take the shield on the door of Red Stairs landing. Slayer's still watching, mind you. A little damage done. Deathmer's still below. This could be huge as Stark's gonna find one more in the meanwhile. There's Slayer with one. FMG finding a kill, needs to find another, trying to swing on the repeller on Astro window. Vortex finds Stark. It's a 3v3. Make that a 2v3. Nightclover takes one more. Vortex down. Where's the player inside of the bathroom? Slayer is still just actively peeking away, but the drone giving away his position means pre-fires are coming towards that smoke's position. Slayer needs to sit still behind the shield. There's the plant. Is it being covered? Deathhammer should know that it is, as he should hear the shuffling of the feet of the Flores. Invalid is right here by the trophy corner. Statue corner, I should say. And now it's all down to Slayer. 1v2 now. Shots fired. Low on HP, but the alibi speeds not giving away location, but the cross is held. Royce will get that, and the round will still be won. DWM, it took a while for them to set up, but once they did, they actually had it pretty clean.
Yeah, Kira Esports, they just allowed the diffuser to be planted. May have been because they had a fewer players on board, but then again, if you know for a fact that no breach is going to be taking place, why are you peeking angles anyways? Waste the time of the attackers. The attackers, they wanted to, push into astronomy. They were like three of them in bathroom. One was repelling on the Astro window. Problem is, if you're an attacker in that situation, Kira can bottleneck you very, very easily. But Kira still kept peeking those angles one by one by one by one. They were going for gunfights when it wasn't needed. They should have waited for DWM to make the move, push into their own territory without proper positioning, because again, the breach wasn't done. The statuary wall stood solid. Yet, Kira Esports, they lost so many of their lives, and towards the end, they just didn't have map control. DWM simply realized we can enter into statuary from bedroom, plant the diffuser, and play a very easy post plant. It didn't even have to go mainly into the post plant. They just got those kills. They were in that 3 versus 2, and all the problems that were there for DWM with them not having the breach done was solved instantly, because, well, who cares about the breach if you're already in the bomb site? If Kira Esports just let the attackers walk in. So Kira, yeah, if they know they have an advantage when it comes to strategy or utility, or in this case it was positioning, kills should not have been a priority. Kills should have been a result of DWM being desperate, being forced their hand into pushing into the bomb site from those doorways, from those narrow corners. But Kira still took those gunfights early on, and yeah, it did not go in their favor. There was good back and forth. I'm not saying Kira entirely failed their gunfights, but it could have been so much better. So, as I said previously, Kira this time, they're going to go back on the bomb site where they were successful. Aviator and games will be chosen. It's the same form of defense on their side, although the members of DWM, they're not looking to attack from Statuary Trophy anymore. And this time seems like it started off better as Electric finds Slayer. Wait, Slayer is gone? The smoke as the first kill? Okay.
That's unfortunate right there. Stark's grenade will find Shinra in the meanwhile. This is not looking too good for the Kira Esports defense. 2 players down. The Jaeger, of course, you kind of expect to go down early, right? But, because they're trying to entry peek and whatnot. But Slayer, again, just like, you said, CCB, I'm confused as to how the smoke lost their life this early. But I guess it doesn't matter now. We won't find out until later. For the time being, we just got to wait and see as the video goes on. Wait, there's somebody in the vault. Yeah, Invalid just walked into the vault, gets 2, and side is now under control of the attackers. DAMWON are looking so strong right now. And Invalid's going to get that last kill as well. What happened, Kira? Like on Oregon, they were still fighting back, they were still strong. And in the last round as well, there was at least a back and forth in terms of kill trade. But this round, there was just nothing. They completely blanked out for a minute there. And
Mm-hmm.
DAMWON took full advantage of that.
Yeah, damn they were like, I mean, if you're giving us skills, we take them. And Kira Esports, they they tried, but they failed badly. And I'm not really sure why
Attackers
Kira
need
are
to locate
so
and defuse
fixated
bombs.
on these gunfights when there are other things they can do. When they can focus on the utility, wait for the attackers. Sure, if you do that, if you don't focus on your gunfights, you are compromising on map control, especially on Villa as a defender. If you're playing very total, like, which doesn't happen as often. This isn't clubhouse, basement armory. It's not like that, but you will give up map control. But the thing is, when those gunfights take place, you will have your teammates in close proximity. That's both very beneficial and a bit lethal as well if the situation goes horribly wrong.
10 seconds to
But at
insertion.
this point for Kira Esports, they should have to realize that gunfights are not going their way.
5
And
seconds
as for
remaining.
utility, I mean, we don't even need to talk about it
Attackers
too
have
much.
located a
Looking at the
bomb.
kill count for the
Attackers'
side of
objective
Kira
is to
Esports,
defuse a bomb.
Shinra, still one of their star players who usually shines or who usually has a better than average day. After 4 rounds, no kills for him, unfortunately. Detmer got 2 kills in the first round. Since then, he hasn't had any frags. Slayer, I mean, yeah, they are struggling. I'm not saying DWM, everyone's performing great. They're also having, I mean, it's just the start of the map, but everyone is getting those kills and everyone is finding their forte. Unfortunately for Kira Esports, that's not the case just yet. They're looking for more. Shinra, though, as the doc this time prepares to peek, but
Huh?
wait, what happened?
Uh,
Yeah,
I
it's
have
that's the same.
questions.
Exactly. What was that?
Why was that even? That is my question right there. Alex is going to walk into astronomy right now. Stark is still watching this. I think we saw the shadow of a defender on Astro Stairs. Yes, there is somebody on first floor still, but they have abandoned the Astro Stairs flank potentially for the time being to come back to that later. But that's the thing, you've lost your dock. Shinra's going 0-5 right about now, which is
Uh-huh.
very unusual for that player right there. And on top of that, Doc with the Stim Pistols is just such a good anchor. Even a site lurker, some players prefer to play him lurker, but Shinra was just going full, I'm going to peek with the Doc and I'm going to heal myself, and there's nothing you can do to stop me unless it's a bullet to the face, because that's exactly what caught him in the round. Retero's going out right now from Invalid, but those meat jammers are all over the place. Electric will go down, though. That's Vortex taking a kill, and a much-needed kill right there, as that will be the Iana taken off the board. No more Geminis, which means the droning and overall intel gathering capacity is being hurt significantly right here. But the site approach, in the meanwhile, hasn't quite been halted yet. The attackers are very close to the site, actually, all things considered. Now, the smoke is actually, there is no smoke. Now that I look at it, there is no smoke. Avidvi's playing the mute, and there is Deathmar with the alibi and Vortex with the Aruni gates. But other than that, in terms of denial, it's going to be about kills. Ping's going off. Vortex will not get that shot, actually. Deathmar goes down to Royce. In the meanwhile, the Zero is coming into clutch right now, which means there's going to be a push from the game's room side. But Avidvi shuts that down. Royce is off the board. They have to get in now. There's 35 seconds on the clock, but the door entry is being watched towards the Aviator side. So where do they come from? There's a repeller on balcony coming in now to try and combat Slayer, but isn't it a bit too late for that? Vortex taking damage in the meanwhile, as main stairs entry is just about going to be denied, but Slayer takes so long that Invalid can come in and shut them down. In the meanwhile, it's a 2v2. The man count is still equal, but Avidvi's going to find one running straight in, and now it's all down to the Finka. Stark going to find one, needs to get the pre-fire. Do they know where Vortex is? 3 seconds remain, and Vortex, how do you lose that?
No. What?
How
No.
did you lose that? He walked into the free fire. He hip fired his way into the LMG.
Oh way. Yeah. Oh
What?
no.
Am
No.
I okay. I'm gonna need a minute. I give up.
Oh no. Um Kira Esports, this uh, what just happened?
Defenders,
What?
protect your bombs from being
I
defused by
think,
attackers.
wait, I will not use this very frequently. Anyone watching, do not expect a lot of me. Don't expect a lot of these quotes from me. But it's very, very rare. However, this deserves it. That was a certified Jigesh Kurini moment. I'm sorry. That-
Attackers have located a bomb.
Okay, you got me
oh
there.
no.
You got me
I think
there.
for the entirety of the quarterfinals, and no other moment can
Seconds to
top
go.
that. None. Oh God.
Nah, I have to agree
All
with
right.
you there.
Everyone has their bad days. You know what, Vortex? All right. We laugh at it. Everyone
Attackers are
has their
heading out
bad
to
days.
defuse the
It's
bomb.
it's time to reset. The 2 days, two different esports titles. I have seen two very very bad whiffs. I mean, yesterday as well there was a complete memed moment, but oh God, what
Ugh.
has been happening? Anyways, all right. Enough of that. Happens. Fakira esports. Try to forget it. Try to move on. But the problem is, Jack, that moving on is such a difficult task. Because again, look at
Yep,
the score.
yep.
DWM leading by 3 rounds. Kira Esports on the defense. Final round of the first half. They are going to go back to Aviator games again. But I don't feel like it's going to be a different result. Let's see the gunfights and let's see how they take place.
It's a very difficult proposition right now for Kid Esports because Villa is such a defenders at a map, right? And yet they're 1-4 down. It'll be 2-4 even if they win this round, and DAMWON goes into defense second half. So yeah, it's gonna be very, very difficult for Kira to bring this entire map and therefore the match around. As in the meanwhile, Electra's gonna start off by finding Slayer. That's how is the smoke dead again at the beginning of the round? Deathhammer is gonna
Yeah,
come back
that's.
with the refrag. Where was the
Mm-hmm.
smoke? I guess we'll never find out. As in the meanwhile, a Vidby is actually very, very low. I think a Retero might have caught them unawares, or maybe a grenade from below, something or the other. So that SAS player is oh, he's just in study. All right then. Invalid is dead. Is gonna get one. Excuse me. That's Vortex dead this time around. And we just been told that the smoke was actually on one of the stairs. I think that was main stairs that smoke was playing. Study stairs actually. As in the meanwhile, a down and a kill. Deathhammer will take down the Flores, but there's Royce for the immediate refrag. Look at the way DWM is playing this beautiful C4 right there from Shinra, but Stark
Bomb
was
located
right
by
there
attackers.
to take down that first floor player, leaving a Vidby the last one standing. Shots fired, which means the position is given away. Now inside of the bar area of games room, C4 should go out, but that's towards default. Will whiff,
Attackers are
and that's a
activating
post plant
bomb
now in the 1v2 that a Vidby has found himself in.
Yeah, thing is low, no utility for him, and his position was given away. Damn Womia. They will be securing that round, and they'll be securing the half 5-1. You know, Villa used to be a good map for Kira Esports. Their strongest, yes and no. Like, there have been times where Kira look very good on Villa, like in the past. I'm talking like, again, years ago and all that. And there have been times where Kira struggled here. But to this extent, yes, you can say that for Kira, this is just a slump. They're going through a rough patch, whatever you want to call it. But that's the thing, is that for the side of Kira, there is no chance. Like, there is not going to be a second redemption. You know, even if they lose here and they go into the lower brackets, they are facing potentially going home with only a single South Asian national qualifier point. And that is a scary thought, because Kira were the team who were on the podium position. They came third in the spring edition. We've known Kira to be, again, a very consistent roster. Are they the best in the region? I mean, you could say that MRCZ and ex Union Gaming Hunters, same thing. They have outed Kira in many instances, but Kira definitely have been in the top three for so long. Here though, it's a struggle. It's a struggle for them. They won out Oregon, sure, but looking at their performance in qualifiers, losing to who was it? Yeah, they lost to Retrograde in the first qualifiers. They almost qualified. They just barely qualified in the second qualifier. So keeping that in mind, yeah, DWM, they want to exploit the situation to the most of their capabilities. Meanwhile, for Kira, seems like they have taken a little bit of a pause. I'm not really sure if it's a technical pause or a tactical one. Whatever it is, yeah, I think the Kira players, they need a little bit of a break to reset themselves properly, like individually, to get back into Villa because it's a scary situation they face in front of them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong, an 8-6 win on your map pick is definitely it's a difficult ask, but they won the last 3 rounds in a row, right? So they came into Villa with some level of momentum on their half, right?
Attackers need to locate
But
and defuse
after
bombs.
that, they are now 1-5 down going into an attacking second half. And with the way they've been playing, Kira Esports, that is, I really don't see them winning Villa, which means at best, right, Kira Esports say they somehow turn things around. They can probably get close to OT. But again, I'm really hesitant to say that they even go OT here because of the way they've been playing. It's a big, big slump, right? So, all things considered, it's I'm not sure how they're gonna play on Clubhouse the decider because even on Clubhouse, I think we did see them on Clubhouse in the match that they won on the second
5
qualifiers to
seconds
get
to
here.
insertion.
And if I recall correctly, that Clubhouse match was probably a long one
Attackers'
at that
objective is
too.
to locate a bomb
So
and defuse it.
it's gonna be a big ask for Kira to turn this around and to win it from here on out. And in the meanwhile, like you were saying, CCV, there was a time when Kira was actually feared on Villa, right? There was a time when they were actually really, really good here, and the only teams that could beat them were, the big ones, Hunters LFO and Mercenaries. But now, their Villa has since fallen quite a bit as
I
to the
mean,
cause of
overall,
it. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's
Well,
yeah, go on.
yeah, we're just cutting each other off at this point. But again, as to the cause of why that could be, we're not really sure. But hey, gunfights are happening, so I guess we might as well fall back into the rest of this map.
Yeah, let's see what is left of the rest of this map. If DWM want to close it out or not, or Kira Esports, they are looking to mount a comeback. You never really know. It is South Asian Rainbow Six after all. It
Attackers have located a
unpredictable
bomb.
is an understatement. It's wild, it's chaotic, it's everything. But all right, DWM on their defense. Kira Esports, they've taken complete control of Statuary Trophy. They've cleared out any roamers. There are locals in the first floor. We just saw that. We just spotted one of them. But Kira aren't bothered with that as of now. Royce
Attackers
is
dropped
there.
into
With the interesting, the Russian site on that 416. I'm not really a big fan of that side, but all right, it suits Royce, and he's looking for kills. But Kira Esports, how did they want to proceed? They are live ruining everyone on the map. They're looking and they're thinking to themselves that are they really all the defenders in the bomb
Okay.
side? And as they were live droning, they forgot to check the basement stairs, and Royce picks up a very easy kill. Deathmo again as the Iana gone. You still have the Flores, you still have his drones alongside 7 total drones Kira have deployed all over the map. So they are droning, they are getting that information, but now it's about acting on said information because there are less than 50 seconds remaining on the clock, and Kira are yet to get a kill.
Yeah, that's gonna be the big talking point from here on out, right? Kira has not yet found a single body. They even went searching for the Jaeger, but Royce is long gone, so there's no way that they can get the refrag in time. Avidvi is gonna go on the floor as Shinra finds one, but Royce finds two. Invalid comes around as well to find Shinra, and now it's just Slayer remaining, the last player standing. That one Jaeger just absolutely, completely turned, not even turned, like the peak from bedroom window. That's all it took, apparently.
15 seconds
And
left.
in those last few seconds, I mean, you don't really watch for it, right? Who would go there? So that's actually nice thinking right there from Royce. And at the same time, big blunders from Kira's side as Stark will get the final kill. Good shot, mind you, from Stark right there. Yeah, nice peek, nice shot. And with that, folks, it is map point to DAMWON Mia 6-1 on Villa.
Against Kira Esports,
Yeah,
nonetheless.
yeah.
Oh, oh boy. Okay, TWM. We've really experienced both sides of the spectrum. We've seen Oregon 8-6, many lengthy rehosts. Just, I think it was a 2-hour map. Yeah, I specifically recall that. But now we move on to Villa,
Attackers need to
and this
locate
is
and defuse bombs.
it's a speed run. It's an any percent speed run by DAMWON
Yep.
Mia. And thing is that Kira
Attackers have
Esports,
located a bomb.
They are not in the best of shape, and it troubles me for their side because after all, these best of threes, they aren't a sprint, it's a marathon. You have three different maps, you have three very different outings and different strategies. One thing is, Kira have been in this rough patch, and if they're losing 1-7, 2-7, whatever the final score will be on
10 seconds
Villa,
remaining.
the next map, it's going to be, I don't think it'll be
5 seconds to
mainly a
go.
lot different, because this is transcending just the faults a team can make
Attacker's
on
objective
maps.
is to
This is now
defuse the
affecting
bomb.
Kira Esports and their performance. And the thing is, in a game like Rainbow Six, gunfights are taking place everywhere. Doesn't matter if it's cafe, clubhouse, chalet, villa, gunfights will be taken up. And keeping that in mind, DWN are winning so many of them, so much more than the players of Kira Esports. Stark already 11 kills and 2 deaths. I'm sorry, I didn't even look at the deaths. He has a KD of over 5, 5.5. And this time, though, all right, speak of the devil, Stark goes down. Shinra with another.
Okay.
And Shinra, okay, yep, this is a different woken up beast right now. Shinra is going to stop at no cost until he has cleared the entire server, seems like.
Well, Royce might have something to say about that, as they're going to find a Vidvi in the meanwhile. One kill taken against Kira Esports, and is the Iana to go down again. The Iana, of course, as we all know, Gemini, basically infinite droning for the rest of the round. Gone,
Attackers have
grenades
located a
gone,
bomb.
gone six, well, gone. But you still have Shinra to worry about, because if Shinra continues to have his way around the map, well, it's going to be very difficult. Red Carpet Hallway, I think we saw somebody potentially going for a gunfight with the alibi, the invalid, excuse me, who's right there. But you got to be careful. Royce is peeking, is seen by the Twitch, trying to get a kill off of that. Be very careful. That Twitch is going to chase, and he knows it. He's peeking around this wall right now. Shots fired, but nobody damages either, opponent right now. Interesting. Invalid going around towards living room and library. Royce might want to go for a C4 play. He's definitely looking for it. Gets the C4. This could be big. It is big. It's Shinra down. And Dathamar goes down to the flanking alibi. Suddenly it's a 3v2. And DAMWON are just that much closer to closing it all out right now. But it's not done yet. Slayer finds Whitby, and the Dokkaebi calls are still ringing away, giving away positions wherever possible. Vortex needs to recover the diffuser. Meanwhile, the Pulse is in a good position. There's Slayer on the floor, and it's all now down to Vortex once again with a DMR. Same DMR, for that matter, as the Aruni. That is the... I forgot the name of this gun. Never mind. I tried to say the name of it, trying to be smart about it. Anyhow, Vortex, 1v2. Flashbang out, trying to get the Pulse to, back off a little bit, but the cardiac sensor does not back off. It does not rest. It will find you, and it will hunt you down. That is for sure. Another flashbang, this time right next to Royce, but he somehow doesn't get flashed off of that. Shots are fired, positions are given away, but Vortex is still slowly encroaching towards the site. Banshee going off, and the shots fired towards that Banshee will go in the position of the Dokkaebi. Being pinched right now doesn't matter. Royce will get the kill, and, well, that is map number 2 done
Yep.
with a 7-1
Yeah.
to DAMWON Mia.
DWM. Simple, elegant. And I don't think there's any other major way to describe it. What just happened? It was really quick, so that's why it's is even quicker. And yeah, from the side of Kira Esports, unfortunately, shots weren't landing. Their strategies, they were being shut down. I mean, they won the first round, and then Damn Womia won 7 rounds in a row. So that's something. That's something in of itself. Be it attack, be it defenses. Damn were looking quite strong, and the execute seemed to be working. And overall, they committed far fewer mistakes than what we saw in Oregon. Oregon was so much more back and forth. We were seeing players go for those individual plays, getting punished for that, sometimes making excellent plays as well in the midst of it. But overall, yeah, there were mistakes. This time, however, Kira Esports, whenever they wanted to take a gunfight, they got shut down badly. And as for the Damwon players, okay, yeah, they lost their lives a couple of the times. It's not like it was flawless win after win after win, but nevertheless, the end result of the round never fluctuated. It stayed the same since the second round. No matter the bomb side, no matter the end situation, 4 versus 5, 1 versus 1, and no matter the sides these teams were playing on, if Kira was on attack or on defense, it same result. We are now going to have a look at the highlights and seeing a quick recap of the entire map, and a very quick recap that is going to be, because there just wasn't a lot that took place on Villa.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like this map of Villa won't really be remembered for a lot of what happened because again, it was really standard play at the end of the day when you think about it, right? They say hindsight is 2020, but again, it's all about how the teams conducted themselves in these rounds, right? And I think it's this one in particular that we all know what exactly happened. My goodness, these rounds like these are like I question everything that I have said ever. Like, anyhow, Vortex. I don't mean to harp on about that. Mind you, it's just how do you not talk about something like that that just happened, right?
True.
But there were some good plays, some good C4, some good overall shots fired, and some good coordinated play from DWM. Kira, while they brought it close in a couple of rounds, there really wasn't much else to do for them. So they're going to lose out on Villa. It's a 7-1 to DAMWON Mia, which means it's 1-1 on the map count, and we are now going to Clubhouse, which is effectively speaking CCV's favorite phrase right here, a
Yes.
glorified best of one on
Yep.
Clubhouse. It's going to be interesting to see how both teams conduct themselves on that third map. As we all know, Clubhouse, Kira, is kind of decent on. Definitely not as good as Oregon, I would say. But I mean, if
Mhm.
it's not as bad as Villa, I think they're good. So for now, we'll have to see how they how they bring themselves around for this because they're in a
Yeah.
bad way. They have zero momentum as well. They've lost all of it to DWM. So DAMWON, they've got good momentum. They've got absolutely a very good lead in terms of the mental game as well, you could say. So Kira, I mean, the onus is on them to bring this third map in their favor. If they're not able to, then DAMWON could very well run away with the game.
Absolutely, they could. And I'm looking at the statistics of Kira and the history of Kira on Clubhouse. And apologies, I don't have the qualifier one or the qualifier two history. I'm not really sure if they played it or not. But all the way back in the spring edition of the Pro Series, they had played Clubhouse once in the upper bracket quarterfinals, just like the situation they are in right now. Back then, it was against Mahadi Esports, and Kira ended up winning comfortably 7-2. Later on in that spring edition, they lost to Hunters LFO 2-7. So they've had
Hmm.
yeah, they've suffered losses, extreme losses, but they've also had great results. Thing is, the Kira we saw in the spring edition of the Pro Series and the Kira we are seeing now in the summer edition, it's two different things. It's like how litmus paper reacts to acids and bases. One red to something and the other turns blue to something, whatever. But yeah, keeping that in mind, my point being that Kira Esports, they've had major changes. Now more than ever, they need that consistency back. Now more than ever, they need to step up. So, Clubhouse, it is. It is going to be the decider map. Kira Esports, once again, they'll be starting out on their defense. Damn, Mia, they will be on the attack. And yet, once more, talking about the operator ban phase from Kira, I expect just Thatcher and Valkyrie to be banned. Like, Valk has been their main defensive ban. Thatcher off the board. From DWM, what do I think is the possibility? They will probably ban a hard breacher, but considering they're starting on attack, they may not. On defense, it's probably going to be Cade. I think, yeah, Damwon, they don't want to take any major risks. So, Jackal again off the board on
Hmm.
Clubhouse as well. I guess they're looking for a huge roam setup, even on their like CCTV cache defenses. Obviously, on their armory defenses, they'll be looking for that. But yeah, another Jackal ban, quite interesting. As for the defense, this is what I'm interested about. It will be Kate, the primary anti-breacher gone, and Kira will probably finish it off with Valk.
Yeah, all things considered, the Kaid and the Thatcher, very expected. The Jackal, that's interesting. On Clubhouse, you don't really see Jackal get banned because Jackal, while he has presence in the map, don't get me wrong, it's not quite as much as the hard breachers, right? Think Hibana, think Ace, think Maverick, right? So Valkyrie will be the final ban of this map. So that information game, Kira still wants to cripple that for their enemies primarily, but also they don't want to deal with the Valkyrie. They don't want to play around the whole where do the black eye cameras go, this and that, and probably they also don't like the MPX. all things considered, decent ban, pretty good ban, especially for taking away the enemy's utility. And they're probably also playing the long game with it because they'll be attacked second, so they don't want DAMWON to have that level of intel that Valkyrie can provide. I do like the use of Thunderbird from Kita Esports. They're going Basement Church to start us off in
Defenders,
round
protect your
number
bombs from
one.
being defused by attackers.
And they're going to see what they have. We, excuse me, are going to see what we have in store for all of our viewers at home from these teams. We have the mute. No, we don't actually have a mute. We have a Mozzie, though. So Shinra is bringing in the intel deny and intel theft just a wee bit, as they say, Australians are really far in the tech tree, and Mozzie is one of those types of people. So, all things considered, those pests are going to be hard to deal with for DAMWON unless they are careful. The Jaeger, of course, to be expected. Melusi, Smoke, everything else is the usual. And of course, we talked about the Thunderbird. Bit of a mainstay, I think, these days when it comes to basement holds or any round, any map, any site on any map that has like tons of cover where you can put utility in like really hidden positions. Thunderbird's Kona stations come in really handy there as well. And for aggressive teams that want the luxury of going out, being aggressive, and if they lose health, they can come back to a Kona station and just, give themselves a little bit more HP back. They obviously would like to play the Thunderbird as well. And another final interesting thing to call out, the use of the Fuse from DAMWON Mia. Fuse we've been seeing a lot of in Clubhouse lately, I think. And that's obviously, makes my little heart happy. Fuse main since day one. But outside of that, I do like the way people have applied Fuse. It's more of a utility denial / secondary hard breach carrier, but it's still actually really, really good to use the Fuse that way because he brings the kind of utility you want and the LMG as well. So why wouldn't you? LMG AK-12 combo. So all things considered, really good stuff from DAMWON Mia's overall loadout and from Kira's loadout. But the question is, how do they apply themselves?
Exactly. For the side of Kira Esports, I mean, they're ready for it. Their defense, it's gotten plenty of information where the attackers are looking to push from. There's a drone now inside of Dirt, so they know the attackers want to enter from there. The kitchen hatch has now been opened. So Kira aware where the gunfights will take place, but taking and initiating said gunfights, it's a different ordeal. We've been seeing Shinra go back and forth inside of bathrooms, looking to eliminate Electric, and he will actually be successful. It's a little bit of retaliation on the side of Kira Esports, but the problem is the hatch is now there. The attackers can drop in. They know Jaeger's location as well. Stark will be put in a down but not outstate all the way in kitchen. Royce is still engaging against Shinra, and this is brilliant what the Mozzie has managed to do. He is taking the attention of the attackers for so much more longer. He is drawing them in. They want to kill Shinra, but Shinra isn't letting them, and he is distracting every player in DWM out there because you can't push down main stairs without going and killing the Mozzie, but they're not going for that. They just want to drop down from kitchen hatch. Night Clover did that, but he loses his life, and now the diffuser has been dropped in no man's land, and the defenders are all around it.
Ooh, but that kill onto the Mozzie, that's big. But that's the thing, the diffuser is not in the hands of the attackers. Vortex is holding it down from the boxes for so long in Deep Arsenal. And man, oh man, oh man, this is going to be tough. Invalid should know that Banshee's there. Was that floating in the air for some reason? Okay, not sure what happened there. But gotta find the Jaeger, gotta find him now because there's no time to recover the diffuser and go for the plant. You've got to get this kill. He's trying to go in to Deep Arsenal. He's gonna be able to in just a sec here, but he's gonna be forced to go for the plant. There's no time to go for the kill, and that is exactly what the Jaeger wanted. He's gonna walk in, see the sledge, and easy as you please, Vortex will clutch out round number 1.
Alright, so Kira this time, they did not focus on the gunfights, rather they focused on the time, and they did an excellent job. Doesn't matter. Stark, found that breakthrough as the Finker and got like 2 kills overall. Maybe it was 3, I'm not really sure. But the most important thing is that Kira wasted so much time of DWM, and the fact that Shinra was alive for so much longer is that the attackers just couldn't go down the bar stairs, couldn't go down main stairs and have that control over armory as is usually required.
Attackers need to
And
locate
that
and
just
defuse
allowed
bombs.
so much more safe passageway for the defenders to deny the diffuser from being planted and to have total control over armory. So a great defense. This is what I was saying for Kira as well. If they can't really focus on the gunfights, if they aren't going their way, you don't have to make them a priority. It's a very versatile esports title. In Rainbow Six, you have so much to do, both as an attacker, as a defender, that you can have different approaches to have the same objective, which is win the rounds. And Kira Esports, they focus on their time, they focused on the utility and information denial. Shinra did an excellent job, even though he had a single kill, doesn't matter. Now, one kill was plenty, and the time he wasted in bathrooms was so much more influential to his roster than any amount of kills. But yeah, overall, great round. Need to see more of this stuff from Kira Esports. This is promising, and hopefully, the entire atmosphere in the Kira bootcamp right now is better, is more optimistic, considering how the previous round went, even though it was a 1v1. DWM, on the meanwhile, it's going to be a change in bomb sites so they can bounce back.
Well, about things are going about as expected, all things considered. But Gym Bedroom, all right, interesting pick from the side of Kira Sports' defense. They're not going to go to CCTV just yet. I think we've seen this before from them in both the Hunters game that you mentioned from last series. As that's a good shot right there from Shinra. Probably only saw like the back of the sledgehammer, but will be refragged immediately on the breach in CCTV. That's electric to take that kill. So the Wamai will go down, but Shinra definitely seems like he's a lot more active and a lot more prepared in this map, which is a good sign for Kira Esports, not so much for DAMWON, because if Shinra gets going, it's very, very hard to stop that player. I would be watching through the mirror window, trying to see if anybody's gonna peek the hallway, anybody's gonna peek the breach, which is done. Good time on that from DAMWON, but the question is, can they actually get into the site from this early breach? A lot of teams that we know in this top 8 can actually get both breaches done in like the first minute of the round. But it's after that that really separates the quick breachers and not much else from there, versus the teams that actually have a full-fledged plan and the kind of firepower to back that up. You have the site still being held. Avidvi is still more than happy here. No one's really trying to contest this, but Avidvi is just going to give away his life by trying to peek that main bedroom window. Invalid was already watching that, and you have the castle behind the standing mattress anyway, so I don't know why you would deign to peek that, but hey, I guess we'll never find the answer to that question. 3v4, Vortex watching. Mirror window is going to get blinded by the melee. Coming into the hallway. What is he actually going to push out? This could be a big one right now. Yes, it is. That's diffuser drop. No one covering that thermite. Royce on the floor. Diffuser not in the attacker's hands as Invalid finds another kill.
All right, Vortex looking to engage in on the gunfight. Spots the hit mana, but Night Clover brilliant. Electric just drops down from the logistics hatch. Yeah, he knew about the defender. I think he was waiting on a bit of information, whether it be a drone visual cue or an audio cue. As soon as he got that, the prone drop came in, and DAMWON, they took another round. Well, the first round, sorry, to their name. But Kira Esports a lot better for defense, than what we've been seeing. This time, the problem was that, unlike Villa, Kira are trying so much more, and that's why I'm seeing a lot better for defense. But DWM, they also had control. We have been highlighting Kira and their failed prospects and what has been going wrong. Thing is for DAMWON, that even if they have a setback, they will cling back and they will have that rebuttal ready almost instantly. This round was a constant back and forth in terms of kills, in terms of map control. You had the jacuzzi breach, you had players on the side of the attack trying to enter from CCTV, trying to enter from cache. They were denied. Shinra was present, but then he was killed as well. And subsequently, more and more defenders who were looking to engage in those gunfights, they were also gotten rid of. So nice try from Kira. They're going to go back to gym and bedroom. I am surprised they haven't took up CCTV and cache just yet. So after this, if they win CCTV and cash, they will not be able to go there again. So it's, yeah, there will only be one chance for them to secure a win on that specific objective. So yeah, they have taken that choice. Same setup that Kira opting for right now. No major changes with the Mira. Same position. They've got Vortex on the castle again. Vortex, though, now he is the player who is carrying the hopes of Kira Esports on his shoulders. 5 kills for him, 2 for Shinra. Remaining players in Kira yet to get those frags. So yeah, a lot of hope is being reliant on Vortex, and he has to deliver on those promises and those expectations as well. As for DAMWON, same bit of attack that they're looking for. Enter CCTV cache, get control, get Jacuzzi open, try to drop logistics, and execute plain and simple as always.
Yeah, I mean, again, looking for the standard stuff, DAMWON, not really looking to do anything too, out there, too experimental, because again, it's decider map, right? You've already fought so hard to push it to this map, to this situation. Why would you then try and waste it all? But Deathhammer and Shinra, where did they get these kills? Looks like it's all from this window and CCTV, and Vortex is going to cover by taking down Invalid. My goodness, what just happened? Big drops right there. Hibana's gonna push in, get one. Vortex will go down, but switching out to the Bearing 9 gets caught as Deathhammer will come back with the kill, leaving Royce the last one standing. That was literally thunderclap and flash right there because, well, everyone just died in like 20 seconds. It's all down to the thermite. And Royce is just going to hang around in the first floor, give his teammates time to talk about what exactly happened in the round, because that kind of collapse, I mean, you really have to mess up something fierce for a collapse like that. Shinra will shut down the thermite on the first floor. Of course, Royce unaware that the Wamai was halfway up the mid stairs, and that will be round number 3 going towards Kid Esports, who will take back the early lead 2-1.
Yeah, the gamble for Kira going back towards gym and bedroom works out. They figure out the problems in their previous map, sorry, in the previous round, and they make it work. Now, yet again, not opting for CCTV and cash, rather Church and Arsenal. It is no Mozzie being spotted. So rather Shinra on the Vamai, and I think Kira Esports, yeah, they are focusing a lot more on that utility destruction on the side of DWM. They don't want to allow DWM to, just drop down frag grenades and smoke grenades and flashbangs from that kitchen hatch, and then, if one player pushes down, goes with the diffuser, plants it, and then pushes it into a post run. I think Kira want to deny that. Not only that, but they're looking to contest the breach of that hatch as well, with Shinra on the Vamai. Impact grenades are going to be there. He'll be looking for that impact check. Slayer as well has got those impact grenades. So if they can cycle, if they can keep on cycling, they will definitely impact check the hatch. Because the problem for DWM is the fact that they only have a single hard breacher right now. Royce on the Hibana, and there is not going to be any hard breaching charges being brought out. So there is just one method DWM will have in order to push in. And I am surprised to see Stark on the Buck instead of a Sledge, because yeah, both of them, with their gadgets, they achieve the same objective, vertical destruction, but Sledge has the frag grenades. Meanwhile, Stark only has the flashbang. So I guess they're looking to waste all of those Vamai magnets and all of those Jaeger ADSs, then throw in the frag grenades, but they've got 9 flashbangs. What purpose do DWM have? Regardless of that, the C8 strikes and Stark gets the opener onto Death Armor very early into the round.
All right, so how does Kira Esports proceed from here? They've already lost Death Armor, and DAMWON, on the other hand, they are looking to continue the aggression and continue taking map control away from the defenders. That's, well, so far, they haven't really had too much trouble other than, of course, Death Armor, but Death Armor was taken care of quickly enough. So, right now, with the hatches being breached, what DAMWON has to do is set themselves up. Take control of hatches, take control of important choke points, and shut down any potential descent from the Kid Esports side. Start taking a bit of damage, not exactly sure from where, but that's probably from the roamer on the first floor that DAMWON really needs to be careful of. That's more likely than not Shinra, the Wamai, who's trying to go for this. Yes, he is, but Electric just blows himself up. That's a little unfortunate, as that will be a big drop That's your Iana taken care of, but more importantly, that's Electric gone. One of the better players from the DAMWON roster. Shinra's position given away, being fired at, will be taken through the wall, and that is Royce to take that kill. Shots fired from above. That means that there is somebody on second floor on the roam. That's Slayer, who's in logistics. He's been there this entire time. As more utilities being cleaned up inside of the site. In the meanwhile, Slayer's trying to find one. Does see him, but can't quite get the shot. Takes a while, but finally takes down Stark. Puts it to a 3v3. As the attackers are now looking for the jump in. They are already here, and Royce is actually going for the plant. The smoke is a bit too far tossed, but Vortex is still gonna get a kill, and a Vidri pushes up, gets Royce down. No plant, exactly. And Night Clover, well, there's only so much they can do. Drops in, gets taken down, and that is that. Another round to Kira Esports.
Yeah, another successful Church and Arsenal defense. Kira are holding on and they are winning. This time forward, they don't want to go back. They don't want to revisit whatever happened on Villa. They only want to move forward, and it's a good advantage they've built so far. We are nearing the final stages of Kira's defense and the attacking side of DAMWON. So far, Kira have been doing really, really good. Thing is, now they finally have to go to CCTV and cache, and we get to see why they have been avoiding this bomb site. In my opinion, okay, not completely avoiding it, but why wasn't it a first preference? Because usually CCTV and Crash has a repertoire of being one of the primary bomb sites, and Gym being that secondary one. But maybe it's the fact that they don't have the Cade. So, denying the hard breaches are going to be difficult. But yeah, they haven't even brought out the bandage, it's just the mute. So I guess they're really not focusing on the hard breaching aspect of it, or well, denying the hard breach. They want to focus a lot more on utility destruction, just like it was previously. Shinra again on the Bamai will be playing in rafters. You've seen Shinra on the rafters so many times with the support that he has, with the utility that is present. He has done wonders. This is one of the core principles Kira go by, and yeah, the Bamai has been successful. Thing is, can he hold on right now? As for the remaining defenders, they'll be spread out all over the map. Kira, unlike what they were trying on Gym and Bedroom with that horizontal extension, no plans to replicate that just yet. They don't want to be in Bedroom. They don't want to have that extension. No reinforcements. Everyone is going to be in or very, very close to the bomb site. And for that very reason, DWM, they want to attack directly right here. At the very least, start the breach. Mute Jammer going to be destroyed very soon. Thermite will be commencing. Oh, okay, just a little bit of delays. But yeah, DWM, they want to take CCTV, and then they'll be looking to go from Garage or go from Red Stairs.
Yep. Mute Jammer should be taken care of in just a second. I don't think, excuse me, that it's actually at the center of the wall that DAMWON probably thinks it is. But yeah, there we go. Grenade probably actually caught the Mute Jammer, so it doesn't matter. Breach will be taken care of, and then meanwhile, Death Hammer from below taken care of as well. Stark with the prone peek from the front door, or the stage door, however have you, is going to get that kill as well. And that is going to leave Kid Esports with a breach and a player less to deal with the situation that they have at hand. Slayer, watching from the Red Stairs shield again. They're all just waiting for somebody to walk in, or a couple of players to walk in even, to try and just, shut them down wherever possible, because that is what matters here for them. Vortex is still down below, mind you, and that could be something. That could be something for Kira, but no, Vortex is actually trying to fall back out, as that was a long toss of a flashbang. Okay, Shinra remains unaffected on Garage, mind you. It is it is an LMG that he's going up against, but it does not matter. It is Shinra. He wins these gunfights left, right, and center. Grenades coming out will not find him. Vortex is below the oil pit, mind you, as there is somebody trying to contest that Jaeger. And still being unsuccessful. Shinra will finally be down, but not taken out, because in the meanwhile, you have the Jaeger, then you have the SMG-11 of Vidri coming in, taking 2 down. It's all down to Stark and Invalid in a 1v3. Shinra will bleed out, most likely, inside of Garage. But here's the thing, you still have 3 other players to find after that.
With maybe low on HP, but he's still got all 3 of the smoke canisters, and those can be lethal. One of them will go off. In the meanwhile, yeah, Shinra's kill will be confirmed. The attackers now converging into the bomb site. 15 seconds on the clock. The diffuser will be picked up. Invalid needs to make the move. In terms of utility, there isn't much. All frag grenades are gone. They have to dry peek these angles. They don't have time. Their hand is forced. Invalid. He gets that kill. The diffuser can go down. No, no, it can't. Stark in such a desperate position. Not able to convert it into a victory. Kira Esports 2 headshots and yet another round goes to their name. Excellent stuff right here. Playing the time, pushing the attackers in that desperate situation, and the members of DAMWON, yeah, they just couldn't continue from that point forward. It was a major problem. Already man count not favoring them. They wanted to go into the bomb side. They did, but the smoke canisters alongside the positioning and the crossfires being maintained, just a little too much for their appetite, a little too much for that situation. So fourth round goes to Kira. At the very least, they confirm that this half will be advantageous for them towards the end. We are going to the final round of the first half right now. Kira have that lead, and yeah, it's going to be like best case scenario for DWM is 2-4, but then they'll be going on their own defense and they can do something, but this is a tough job that they're up against. They had an excellent performance on Villa. Thing is, it's still not confirmed if they can manage to secure the best of 3.
Yep, that is what they're fighting for right now, to win this BO3 and to then bring it, in round 2 of upper brackets. Are they actually going to be able to take upper bracket round 2? And so on and so forth. The fight rages on, as we all know. But for the time being, we're going to have to see how they go about conducting themselves in this round. Mind you, the situation that they're in, 4-1, is very similar to how they were in the previous map, except it was the exact opposite. As in, you had DAMWON, who were up on 4-1, coming close to the half. Now, how does DAMWON respond? They're 1-4 down. And sure, you might be going second half defense into Clubhouse, but unlike Villa, Clubhouse is a map where attackers can actually very feasibly win rounds, even if, defenders are having a day. So, all things considered, DAMWON has a lot to worry about right now. And Kira, if they continue to win, or at least have the same momentum and the same playstyle as they have had so far, then DAMWON will definitely be facing a very uphill battle. Stark taking a bit of damage, Vidvi as well, so does Shinra. So they're all peeking these windows that are being watched right now, but I would say so far Stark has got to be a little careful. He's the Finka, sure, and the Finka can heal herself up from whatever level of HP they're on. That's the thing. There's only so much you can do if bodies are being lost left, right, and center. Slayer will get that, and a big drop at that too. That's electric off the board.
All right, so yeah, electric's gone again. Entry fragger off the board, like you said. So DWM, disadvantage for them. How do they cope from this point? They've got information. Deathamer in a very risky angle inside of Jim, but he goes back safely. Has Stark gets rid of, Vidvi. Shinra is eliminated inside of logistics. You have Slayer going ham, but the attackers, where they're looking to enter from, they are dropping from every hatch that's out there. They are pushing from the main stairs. Vortex could not unfortunately land his shots, and Slayer is now all alone. So, okay, that caught everyone by surprise, but it is going to be the second round favoring that is going to be the second round favoring DWM, and Kira Esports still an excellent half for their side. 4-2 lead. They've got extra rounds in the back. They have that buffer period. Meanwhile, it is the likes of DAMWON who have to, get back up and running. And they are on the defense. And honestly, this round will decide the pace of that entire remaining half, or the entire remaining best of 3 that we have from this point forward, because it is still undecided who exactly will be taking the win. Is it going to be Kira? Is it going to be DAMWON? So let's wait and watch. For the time being, Kira Esports in their attack, they are focusing a lot more on that hard breaching aspect. You've got Maverick, you've got a Thermite, and they may go for triple hard breach if they find it necessary. But yeah, without a Cade being there, you really don't have to. It's kind of overkill unless you want to open up like every single reinforcement that's out there. But oh wait, all right. Vidvi goes from a Thermite to a Hibana, more suited for those basement takes since Hibana a lot more versatile with her Ex-Kairos than the exothermic charges that
5 seconds to
Thermite reps.
insertion.
That just two of them. Well, Hibana can do so much more. So
Attacker's
as for the
objective is to locate a
defenders,
bomb and
there isn't
defuse it.
much. We're
Attackers
seeing, we're
drop the
taking a look
diffuser.
at their own defense, and it's very, very simple. Razor Blooms will be deployed next to the hatch, next to the breaches. So in case Kira want to rush it, they will be very careful or they risk death. They are going to be Melusi Banshees. So Melusi Banshees and Legion Goo Mines, alongside Razor Blooms even to an extent, yeah. DWM are focusing a lot on that map denial, that information gathering with utility, not just with cams and drones. And I mean, I'm willing to see where it takes them if it gives them so much of that info, but mostly it's to deny that map control, or very, very easy map control. If the attackers are constantly walking into Banshees and Goo Mines, yeah, it's going to get a lot more annoying and it will slow down the execution of Kira.
That is for sure. Legion, Melusi, a very, very good combo to slow down attackers every which way to Sunday. But the question is, are Kid Esports going to allow that? They've got plenty of grenades in that lineup. 8 grenades, I'm counting, and 3 flashbangs, thanks to, of course, Vidvi the Hibana. Imagine if Hibana had grenades, that would be a 10 grenade lineup right there. But Invalid's actually going to lose his life early. Vidvi's going to the Deathmer is going to take that kill. I almost got the names wrong there. The Legion, I believe, playing on the first floor area is going to be the first one to drop. Now, is there a roamer on second floor? There still might be, but the Jaeger pushing out towards main stairs is going to be caught. Deathmer actually on a tear right now. Gets 2. That is a strong way to start off, using the verticality and the Banshee's range to force it to activate so that it can be taken care of from above. Good stuff. Now all they have to worry about an entry, at least on entry on main stairs, are Goo Mines. But with the Legion being gone absolutely bright and early in the round, the only thing they have to worry about are maybe 2, maybe 3 Goo Mines going into the latter half. Of it, we found one, but got taken down inside the site. Stark finds one more. In the meanwhile, couple of very good kills right there, and the diffuser has been dropped. The shotgun is
With the
right
barrel?
upstairs. Yep, the
Attackers
barrel
have
is
recovered
not
the
exposed. Vortex doesn't know. It's a matter of time before somebody makes a mistake, and the reload will be heard. Vortex knows that there's somebody there now, but he doesn't dare peek it. He's heard the shotgun shells going back in, but he's also going to hear everybody moving away, and he's going to go and get that. As in the meanwhile, the Melusi found another, but it's all down to Electric now in the boxes area. The last one standing, under cover fire by Shinra. But what Electric has in their favor is that the diffuser is... Okay, I was going to say the diffuser was not in Kira's hands, but it doesn't matter. Shinra will still get the final kill and push Kira Esports now up to a 5-2.
Brilliant stuff for the side of Kira Esports. Armor getting that opener, getting the 2 kills meant a lot, because early on, DAMWON, they had such a setback that they tried salvaging the round, unfortunately just couldn't. And yeah, they're going to go back to Basement Church in Arsenal, this time with a different theory in mind. Pulse is present. So they want to, punish the sledge for all that verticality. They want to either have a pre-placed C4, or they just keep on chucking C4s at the roof,
Defenders, protect your
hoping
bombs from
it
being
takes
used
down
by
the
attackers.
sledge, hoping it takes down some other attackers as well. So yeah, there are going to be 2 C4s on board. Stark also getting 1. So yeah, DAMWON, they're looking for that. But overall, it's not just about the C4s. It's about the gunfights that they're looking to take place, especially on the first floor. A major difference that we saw was someone like Shinra on the basement defenses of Kira Esports, being in bathroom, going in and out, and just peeking the angle constantly. And overall, he was being annoying more than he was looking
10
for kills.
seconds to
He
go.
just wanted to take the attention and grab the attention of everyone on the side of DWM and everyone on the side of the attackers. Meanwhile, DAMWON in the previous round, their defenders, they were looking for a lot more of that kills, and they were looking for a lot more of those firefights heading into it. They wanted to decrease the amount of attackers on board. So it is a different mindset, and unfortunately for DWM, it did not favor them. They got punished for it badly. Kira took that round decisively, and now again, it's going to be a different approach from Kira Esports. They will be entering from the back of the map, from the western side, shall I say, from Strip, from first floor games, and then they'll be looking to move on forward. Then they'll be looking to clear out any defenders that are present. And they're just doing this for the sake of roam clear. Live droning is happening. Shinra will be entering. If any roamer is spotted, they will be killed very, very rapidly. And then Kira, obviously, they can just move forward with their standard execute from kitchen.
Yep. The question is, are any of the roamers going to show their face, if there are any? But I really don't think that there are roamers in this round right now. It seems like DAMWON is more than happy to play a turtle game, as Lecter will take a bit of damage from an explosion. That was probably a grenade coming his way. Shinra is going to come down, take care of the utility on the main stairs, just making sure to cover for himself while he's down there. Ooh, spots an opponent, but Invalid will get away from Avidwi's bullets right there. The Hibana being so close to that kill, but not quite there. As in the meanwhile, you have the drones coming out continually, just live droning all over the place. Kira Esports, they have always done this to the best of their ability. They will never let go of that, but Invalid's actually getting the first kill, and that's a big drop as well. That's Shinra off the board. That is, of course, one of the top players of Kira's side currently on the floor. So that's not too good for them. And DAMWON knows this. That kill that they just got will make Kira very uncomfortable, and they are now going to have to try and play around the fact that they do not have a Finka for the rest of the round.
Yep, no Finka. Going to be damaging. Vortex. Again, he'll be peeking down main hallway, and he's looking to prevent a lot of those rotations taking place from DWM. He will be successful in catching one of the defenders. Invalid is now gone, who was playing in Armory. Kira Esports ready themselves up for that final execute that they're looking for. Plenty of time, 30 seconds. The attackers are so near the bomb site that they are looking, and they're just navigating their way for kills. Vortex with another. Yes, now that OKB goes down, but she's done her job. Royce cannot get those gunfights. It is still a 2 versus 2. The attackers looking to drop down. Slayer, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, he was alive, but now he's not. Not just from the round, but from the server, he's gone. Unfortunate disconnection at the worst time possible. Deathhammer, 1 versus 1, going into dirt.
He's gotta find him. Oh!
Nice try. It was a nice try.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get it. So the round going in favor of DWM, but Slayer, man, that disconnection. That must hurt. That must sting for Kira.
Oh, that definitely will, as the pause has been called for. They're going to try and get Slayer back as soon as possible because they need that player right about now. Slayer's actually been playing relatively well, all things considered, in this matchup. So, hey, if they can get the player back that they absolutely need here, then all the better for it. But the question is, how long is it going to take? Hopefully not too long, as oh, there we go. Slayer has returned. So it looks like it was a momentary disconnection that has at least seemed to have been resolved for the time being. DAMWON, on the other hand, they'll be happy that they just got around because they absolutely needed it. But the question is, how far can they push ahead from here?
Yeah, for the side of DAMWON, yeah, just how much can they push it? Can they equalize the score? Kira Esports were looking good on that basement execute, but now it's going to be a change, CCTV and cash will be taken up by the members of DWM, and their strategy also doesn't differ a lot from what Kira were doing. It's practically the same comp as well. They've got Smoke and Mute, you've got Vamai, Jaeger's there, and finally Electric finishes the roster with that Melusi pick. So it's almost the same thing. I don't think even in the setup, and there are going to be a lot more changes. Just like Shinra did, Stark as the Vamai will be playing from rafters. Vamai Magnus will be tossed all over garage. You've got, the lines of sight being established from stage, and it's just the same thing. Is that can Kira counter their own defense? Like, can Kira counter exactly what they were doing? And DWM also, that's the question. Can they perfect Kira's own defense? Can they find something that maybe Kira were overlooking, or can they change? Can they tweak something to further better like strengthen their defenses? Again, all questions that will be answered very, very soon. And a lot of the importance will be given to these gunfights as well, since it is the same like setup, it's the same method of attack. The gunfights will be mattering a lot. Can the attackers, or will the attackers get the opening kill, or is it going to be the side of DWM? So breach already done, 30 seconds into the action phase. Same thing, when you only have a mute, easily those jammers will be destroyed, and there's no way the defenders can prevent the breach from happening. Thing is, for Kira, continuing with this attack is going to be a lot more different. Shinra still in lobby, and a full-on roam clear has been called by the attack.
Once again, an interesting decision right there to go for the full roam clear right here. As DAMWON, once again, don't really seem like they want too many people on the roam or too many people on the lurk. There are a few. Vortex, wait, did you not see the Malusi cross over? Either they did and, are just waiting for the Malusi to go back, or they didn't. They might have genuinely missed it. As, you have now a rogue element, Electric, just sitting by the box, and there we go, they're gonna find one and just about cross back in because they were being covered by the mute. Invalid as well. Vidwi not being able to capitalize on what should have been otherwise a very good opportunity for Kira right there, and they're gonna lose Deathmare as a result. Construction, they're trying to get it open, but there's a mute jammer. They need Vortex and the Maverick Blowtorch to try and get rid of it. No, they're actually going to call for a Gon 6 maybe, or a grenade from below. That's Shinra's territory, and he might actually get this. There we go. Beautifully done. That is Electric off the board. The refrag for the kill from earlier, and Construction has now been blown wide open. How do they approach this from here? Because there will be a shotgun player close by. Vidwi knows this, backs off. Roy's taking damage right now, peeking that same area, but Vortex's grenade will find him. And now it's a dangerous situation. Starks taking damage from the breach as well, trying to peek from the garage area. He knows full well that he's got to peek this, but here's the Jaeger being aggressive, gets taken down anyhow, as Invalid has found Shinra. In the meanwhile, 3v2, C4 out, but Invalid will whiff that because the down was on the other side of the door, as 26 seconds remain now. Invalid just contesting away, trying to get anything right about now, but Whitney's in, already going for the plant. The Zofia is watching from the breach, he's gonna get that, and there goes the mute. Vortex shutting him down. Kida Esports are 1 round away now, folks, from winning it all. It is a match point in their favor, as they are up 6-3 and 1 round away from closing out what has been otherwise a long BO3.
Yeah, best of 3 now, nearing 3 hours and 40 minutes or something, or just a little more than that. But oh boy, Kira Esports 1 round away from moving on into the upper bracket semi-finals. They won the map of Oregon 8-6. They lost on Villa 1-7. Now they can close it out on Clubhouse, but I don't think DWM are going to be giving up just yet. They want, to contest. They want to give it their all. After all, if they've made it to the deciders, might as well, try your best. You don't want to go down into the lower brackets already. It will be very, very hurtful. So, yeah, major problems for the side in orange. They need to win 3 rounds consecutively. They do have the option of choosing their bomb sites. They have opted for cash and CCTV now. After this round, if they take the win, they can go back to basement church and Arsenal. And of course, gym is a free elective. You can go to gym and bedroom whenever you want. It hasn't been picked so far, so it is going to be many swabs taking place. But overall, yeah, everyone doing good. DWM giving it their all. Roy still 1 kill and 9 deaths. So he's got to make sure this time he stays alive at the very least. Even if he's having a quieter day in the server, the smoke canisters are going to be of a major importance. And keeping that in mind, that, yeah, he needs to stay alive. He can't die very early on. Late rounds, it will be so much more useful for the side of DAMWON to prevent the diffuser from being planted, if that is going to be the case scenario. So again, I don't even... Wait, there was no mute jam on the wall? The Thermite just walked up and reached?
Huh. That's an interesting decision. It's a decision, to be sure. But I'm pretty sure that's probably because DAMWON isn't really looking to play around the breach, as in to like hold it down and something so on
I
and so
guess.
forth. Because like you could try tricking it, but then there's the Zofi from below or the Finka with grenades from below, right? So why bother spending resources to trick it or keep it shut down when you could have the meat jammer being used elsewhere where it would probably be more useful? A bit of a sacrifice, as it were, but still one that is some would say necessary. Nightclover trying to find another drone. Yep, there we go. Gonna see that. That's actually taking away a ton of intel from Kira. That's something that Kira will not like. They're gonna try and find Nightclover right now, but Electric's here for support as well. Currently towards the blue stairs or stock stairs, however you call it. Nightclover is gonna fall back into the garage door to try and give himself a little bit more room to work with here. Invalid inside the site, being a little bit aggressive as well. But again, it's all down to how they position themselves. Shinra's actually going to find Nightclover. Not exactly sure what happened to the Jaegers. And Valid finds Vortex in the meanwhile. That is in construction. That's your Maverick taken care of. But more importantly, going 15-5, Vortex will find himself on the floor, as will Invalid. Slayer takes that, punishing someone, peeking the breach a bit too early. There's one more trying that, and that seems like it's the smoke right now. Yes, Royce! Why would he be doing that? I'm not entirely sure. Stark does win the gunfight against Slayer, but the smoke is now very low. Shinra's going to be taken care of. That is the pistol from Electric coming in, and that's going to be big. Avidwi wants to push up aggressively right now as Deathhammer's taking damage from the smoke. Avidwi's already in here. He's trying to find a kill. Going towards Red is going to be seen. Stark takes that. There's still a chance for DWM here as one goes down to Deathhammer, but the shotgun comes in right at the door. Will finish him off, and that is still, this map is still not over. This match is still not over, folks. It's now 6-4 DWM, 2 rounds from overtime.
All right, so hopes still stay alive now more than ever, considering the fact that they've got Basement Church and Arsenal to their avail. But after this round, they will have to go to gym and bedroom, and I think that's where Kira, they have that fail-safe mechanism. They're like, okay, no matter what happens, round number 11 right now, we can still close it out in like a 7-5. We just have to make sure we never slip up in our gym attack.
Attackers need to
But there
locate
is still a
and
chance
defuse as
Kira can
many
end
bombs
it
as
right
they
here,
can.
right now. Damwon, they have nothing confirmed. They are on the back foot. They have got their backs against the wall. Plain and simple as is. Kira Esports, in the meanwhile, after the events of Villa, they finally have the advantage. They've held the advantage for a bit of time. They have that mental relief that even if it goes to the worst case scenario, overtime is still confirmed. They can move on in that kind of manner. But what happens on overtime, God knows. And that's why I think Kira Esports don't want to go
10 seconds
or don't
remaining.
want to start thinking about like overtime just
seconds
yet.
left.
They're more focused on ending it here and giving it their level best. But if it goes to overtime, yeah, there will be
Attackers are
so much
moving out to
momentum
locate a bomb and
favoring
defuse it.
DWM that you will start to wonder to yourself that if or not Kira Esports, they can manage to secure it. But again, I'm not going to talk about overtime anymore just yet. If that is the case, we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. As for Kira Esports, they want to build bridges, they want to build highways, whatever they can to push into Church and Arsenal. So, dirt will be opened up. It will be full on walkway inside of dirt as well. So, many X Kairos being spent. And considering Hibana is the only hard breacher that's out there, we want to think about it. Think about how you're using all that. Slayer on the Ash, another very interesting choice. They've got Ash and Finka. Alright, I don't think Slayer will be stopping anytime soon. The G36 already, we can hear it firing and using the magazine away time and time again. So yeah, there's going to be that aggressive Ash. There are plenty of flashbangs to support her as well. The claymores are present. Kira do not want to stop with this execute. It's like they are waiting for the perfect time. As soon as they get all the map control, all hell is going to break loose.
But the problem with that is they're gonna have to manufacture that perfect time, because there's no way DAMWON is going to let them have a squeaky clean insert into the site, because, well, I mean, they've been fighting for this long. They're fighting for a spot in upper bracket round 2 and eventually potentially even the finals of the playoffs, folks. DAMWON will not be, at all letting things go here. Vidvi's taking damage through the partially broken hatch right now. Whoever's speaking that, most likely Electric, definitely, actually no, it's actually Invalid who was speaking that. Looking at the bullet counts of all the defenders right there, now Electric spending some bullets of their own MP5, so that's interesting. But Royce goes down. That's the smoke. That's unfortunately dead. And Shinra's gonna about to fight one more. That's the Wamai. Out of bullets. Deathhammer finds electric, and it's all falling apart. The roaming Oryx has to make his way back to site before Stark goes down, but it's too late. Stark goes down nonetheless. The Oryx falls in. Shots fired. Position given away. Deathhammer turns around and shuts him down. And with that, folks, the match, it's been a while. It's been coming on for a while now, but it is finally over, and your winners have been decided. It is Kira Esports winning 2-1 on the map count. They will put themselves up to upper bracket round 2. Unfortunately, DAMWON Mia, they will continue their journey, will be in the lower bracket where they will face an even greater challenge if everything happens the way that it might end up happening.
Yeah, brilliant play from the side of Kira. They secured the map of Clubhouse. Really excellent stuff. 7-4 win. Just overall, really, really great. Whatever happened on Villa, the setbacks that they had faced, even on Oregon, it wasn't an easy win, 8-6. No, they had to fight for it. Towards the end, DWM, they were struggling, and then Kira took advantage of that. They capitalized off that fact. But all that's a done deal. Kira Esports will be moving on forward into the upper bracket semi-finals. Meanwhile, it is going to be the likes of Damomia going down in the ditches already since the quarterfinals. It's not going to be an easy job. At the very least, even if DWM get eliminated as one of the initial teams in the Pro Series, they'll still be going home with one South Asian national point. And for an up-and-coming roster, that's still, a huge achievement to get over that obstacle, of getting your initial national points. And then, once the fall edition starts of the Pro Series, they can obviously get better. They can play in the Community Cup as well. They can improve themselves individually, move on forward, and yeah, just go through the grind that many of our teams now currently in the Pro Series have been going through, up and coming teams like Phalanx, Retrograde, all of that. So yeah, keeping that in mind, I have to say again, really amazing performance from Kira towards that very end. They were looking strong, they were looking capable, and they finished it off again, very like rather without too many obstacles getting in their way, without too many hiccups. They got through the map of Clubhouse. Let's have a look now at the highlights, and let's have a recap of what took place on this final decider in the BO3.
I mean, all things considered, Clubhouse was probably the most interesting map of the three. And I say that because, well, while we did have overtime on Oregon, it was an overtime that happened because both teams were making so many mistakes. And this time, Kira cleaned up. They finally actually did clean up on many of their previous mistakes. It wasn't the best map for them. Don't get me wrong. It was not the best map for them still. But they fought hard to keep this map in their lead for as long as possible. They still have issues, don't get me wrong. They have issues keeping their body count, they have issues keeping their advantage, and they have issues when the trade doesn't go their way. But those things are things that can be improved over time. They've got a couple days now before they play again, because we have matches 3 and 4 of upper bracket round 1 tomorrow, and then lower bracket round 1 on day after. So all things considered, these next couple of days will be vital for Kira Esports, because they will need to give themselves a lot of room to work with. They have the room to work with. They will need to train a fair bit here. They will actually have to try and bring themselves back up, pick themselves back up, as it were, and just try to win whatever they can from there on out. That little training arc, quote unquote, as you might say, is going to be very important for them. DAMWON, on the other hand, they will simply have to play in a day after tomorrow, actually, in the lower bracket. Their opponents will be decided, I think, either tonight or tomorrow. I'll have to refresh my memory of that. But yeah, I mean, whoever they fight, it's going to be a difficult game. But I think they can take solace in the fact that they pushed Kira Esports this far in a BO3. And that in and of itself speaks a lot, speaks volumes about them as a team and about their overall potential. Like I said, in the qualifiers, I was impressed with them. I liked how they played and I wanted to see more of them. That continues to stay true. Whether or not they go really far in the tournament, I don't think that will ultimately matter because they have still performed very admirably, and they have shown themselves to be very much a team that you should probably look at with a little bit of fear, that you should prepare for, because given enough time and given a full understanding of their enemy team, they can actually shut you down, as we saw happen for a good chunk of Oregon and especially on Villa.
True. They can absolutely shut you down. They have that likelihood and they have the necessary like capabilities of doing that, but how well can they keep on doing it? The consistency is the main thing. On a couple of the maps, TWM looking so good, they're looking unstoppable. But there are other times where Kira shut them down no matter what happens. So yeah, it's going to be a big factor, in the next couple of matches for both of these rosters to see exactly how they move on forward from the result of this game, because this was a very, very lengthy matchup, and this was just the first best of three we had. Looking at the veto as well, 8-6 going in favor of Kira, TWM securing 7-1, 7-4. Huge, huge matchup. The players definitely need to take a little bit of rest, but then all 10 of the players, they need to be back at it grinding again.
Yep, agreed on that. They'll need their rest and they will have that varying amounts of rest, but still, they will be able to get a little bit of time off before they play again. And before that, they will need to work hard on themselves and on their play style. In the meanwhile, looking at the brackets, there you have it, folks. Kid Esports move ahead to round 2 of upper bracket. And in the lower brackets, DAMWON Kia will take their position as the first team to be pushed into the lower brackets. I mean, they played the first match of the top 8, so I mean, it kind of stands to reason. But anyhow, that next match that you're looking at, Hunters LFO versus Retrograde, that's a bit of a revenge match for those two teams, a bit of a revenge tour, I believe, for Retrograde. And on the other side, if, say, Retrograde somehow wins, then Kira will have a lot to say against them because you
Yeah.
know damn well that Kira Esports still remembers the loss they suffered to Retrograde, folks. So that second match that you're seeing in the brackets, Hunters LFO versus Retrograde, that is going to be a very, very good one. But to wrap things up for match number 1, Kira Esports will go ahead to round 2 of upper brackets as DAMWON finds themselves in the lower brackets round 1. And the results, of course, an 8-6 on Oregon to Kira, 7-1 on Villa to DAMWON. Villa really isn't Kira's map anymore, is it? And finally, a 7-4 to Kira on Clubhouse Decider. BO3 2-1 win to Kira Esports, and we'll be taking a short break before we go to match number 2. I'm so used to saying map 2 at this point. Match number 2 between Hunters LFO and, of course, Retrograde. That's going to be a good one. And I believe CCV and Baba are going to be the ones to join you and take you through that match. So, with that being said, thank you everybody for tuning in for this match number 1, and we'll be right back with Hunters versus Retrograde on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege Summer Edition, powered by Zotac Gaming, supported by Ubisoft, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm CC, joined alongside Babagusta, and we are bringing to you the upper bracket quarterfinals in the playoffs. The main event has already started. The teams, they're fighting for various other things. And right now, we're already gone through our first best of three that was there. Kira Esports, they took a 2-1 victory over DAMWON Mia. And now we have our second match of the day, about an hour late, but it's here nonetheless. It is going to be Hunters LFO up against Retrograde. This is the redemption, the revenge match for Retrograde. Previously in the Pro Series, in the spring edition, Retrograde were outed in the lower brackets by Hunters, and then Hunters went on to win the grand finals. So now they are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, they are back with the vengeance, that is for sure, CCV. But talk about the map vetoes here for the second matchup. Hunters LFO will pick map Chalet, and on the side of Team Retrograde, it will be Theme Park. Oh boy, is it all or nothing between these two teams, because getting a spot on the lower brackets will be a must for both of them. And the decider will be Skyscraper nonetheless. And I have to say, just by looking at the map vetoes here, CCV, you have Retrograde with Theme Park and Hunters LFO on map Chalet. And I have to say, this map will be even more intense because talk about Retrograde's performance on Pro Series Spring Edition. We saw how well Retrograde were on map Theme Park, unless and until they are on defense, because they have just pulled off two back-to-back clutches, or should I say, two back-to-back comebacks on defense when they're on the second half. So it always comes down to this, folks. Map Chalet, Hunters will be the one to head in on map number one, which means that they have the opening pick. They'll be the ones on attack. Retrograde will be the one on defense. So let's see whether if Retrograde can hold out Hunters LFO's map pick, or will we see Hunters LFO win map Chalet and proceed to Theme Park?
Yeah, you know, Theme Park is going to be second confirmed map. Chalet already, usually it's a very strong pick for the side of Hunters. We have seen them time and time again against various other opponents in the entirety of the Pro Series. Their players have played it in the Community Cup as well. And yeah, always they're looking very strong now more than ever. You know, they want to take the double throne. They want to be champions of the summer edition as well. They want to make it like a clean, spotless streak. For the time being, we saw it. MRCZ, they want to challenge that. When we had the recap video, Hassan from MRCZ said that the only reason Hunters won that grand finals was because of fluke. Here is a chance for
Ooh.
Hunters to show to everyone they are still the best. Tomorrow, we'll have mercenaries matches as well. So, yeah, both the teams at the top of the region fighting not against each other directly, but indirectly. Definitely they're looking to get the better result. However, the best thing about the Pro Series is it's all changing now. It's so much more of a community fight. Now everyone is looking to get a bigger and bigger piece of the pie, and Retrograde is no different. There are so many teams who have improved. Failings are there. Retrograde, again, prominent examples, won't stop believing to an extent, are looking so good. And it's not just the top three anymore. It's not just Hunters, MRCZ, Kira. Those guys, they are suffering as well. And although Kira, just like what we saw, they won the best of three, it wasn't an easy fight. It's no more domination. It is going to be a free for all. And already, we'll be starting off with the second best of three. Retrograde up against Hunters LFO. The map is going to be Chalet. Operator ban plays upon us, and Thatcher already off the board.
Yep, poor Mike Baker. For most of the rounds, he'd get banned every single time because of his one simple utility, the electromagnetic pulse. And just like he said, a 6-inch blade never loses reception, and maybe that's the reason why Thatcher gets banned most of the time. His EMPs are so powerful to disable any utilities being provided on the defensive side, and he will be banned nonetheless. Talk about the attacker's ban on the second attack bans. It will be the Flores. You don't want an explosive drone just drifting like drifting like Initial D, just sprinting away and just taking out those deployable shield all by itself. So he will not be available, which means that Finka is available. Having that LMG, Gone 6, frag grenades, and adrenal surge is exactly what the attackers need to push on and proceed with the aggression. Talk about the defensive bans. Valkyrie will be banned out because you don't want to give the defenders a lot of information, same as usual. And last but not least, on a map like Chalet, You still have the denials, the Kaid, the Bandit, the Mute. Which will it be? Which bans is going to be? It will be the Melusi. Of course, you don't want those annoying the annoying Banshee deterrents to slow off the attackers, and it will be a bit much more difficult for them to proceed with. So, on round number one, arriving in play, the site will be on second floor master bedroom slash office, but we might need to take a bit of a pause timer here because on J3's end, he's been experiencing a bit of an issue that needs to be fixed up. So when he is done, we'll be able to resume back the match and proceed with the first round itself. Now, if I have to talk about Retrograde's performance here
Yeah.
on the qualifiers on Summers, don't you just think how strong Retrograde is right now and the amount of
Yeah.
form that they're in? Do you think that there is a chance that they can defeat Hunters LFO and put them back to the lower brackets?
Oh, is there a chance? Absolutely. Is it going to happen? As of now, before seeing any bit of, entire a bit of gameplay, I'd say no. Just because of the fact that Retrograde, yes, they've had chances to eliminate Hunters. We still remember that 4 versus 5 match they had played all the way back in the spring edition
Yep.
of the Pro Series, and they had almost gotten on top of Hunters, but it just wouldn't be. And Hunters overall, with them winning the entire Pro Series, with them qualifying, I'd say that right now, no, there is that chance, but is it going to happen? No, I feel like Hunters LFO, they may take the best of 3 win, but I'll be more than glad if Retrograde prove me wrong. Honestly, I mean, I have an experience with getting proven wrong many a times. Well, Hunters LFO know it the best, but yeah, if Retrograde can really put the champions of the spring edition into the lower bracket from the quarterfinals, it will be a big statement they'll be making to the remaining 7 teams.
Yeah, winning the grand finals for this series, especially for Hunters LFO, will be a huge thing for them because not only do they get to win the first position prize of 1,200 US dollars, but also they'll get 10 more extra points, which means that they are guaranteed to be in the first place. Imagine that.
Defenders, protect your bombs
Imagine
from
if
being
Hunters
defused by
LFO
attackers.
wins the summer series. Imagine them having 20 points in the SA National Qualifiers points, which will be huge. But they're not the only team they're looking for. Even Retrograde is also thinking of the same thing. They are currently in the fourth position, followed up with Kira and MRCZ being on third and second, respectively. So, for Retrograde's main concern is that they need to figure out a way to win the upper brackets if they want to have a second chance. Now, the main reason why I'm saying this is because lower brackets tends to be the elimination
10
phase.
seconds
And
to
when it
go.
comes to elimination in lower brackets, there tends to be a lot
5
of
seconds
problems.
left.
There tends to be a lot of tension, a bit of nervousness, knowing that if you make a single mistake, you would be out of the game. You would be eliminated. So obviously, having that fear, knowing that you would be eliminated by making a single mistake on lower bracket, will be a lot. And this ain't no Community Cup series where you would expect a 7-0-7-0. No, we don't, folks. Because talk about the first match itself. Kira versus DAMWON Mia, we've had 2 OTs. I wouldn't say 2 OTs. 1 OTs, 2 of the matches which were very close. So on the second match, expect the same thing happening on map shift.
Absolutely expect that. Right now, attackers looking to push and looking to breach towards Snowmobile Garage as well. They're prepped up. Frag grenade goes inside. Any defender near it. Well, any hopes that was there. I think that was the Cade Electroclaw getting destroyed. But now Impactor goes in, and there's the secondary Electroclaw. Hunters LFO, they're trying their best now. Vertical pressure applied. So Shrisha has to look on many fronts. Engaged in the gunfight. Beautiful headshot. Sandy is gone. Oh boy, that's a kill and a half in of itself. And now the attackers are struggling. They've lost a player. That's the entry fragger as well. By the way, Sandy, one of the best up and coming performance that's been there around for so much more longer. And when their fifth isn't, sorry, their sub isn't playing right now. So it's the core roster of Hunters that's there. Rattler is back in. And speak of the Rebel, Rattler once more gets the equalizer. Nexus is gone and the breach takes place. Impact it won't be happening. Shrisha, he took that opening frag. He now needs to continue with more kills since Hunters LFO will be flooding the bomb site very soon.
No more hard breaches for the attackers, but the push needs to go on. As we see Rattler already making his way in towards the stairs, succeeds in taking out Shrisha, which means that they have the side control on Basement Snowmobile Garage, but doesn't have the control on Mancow. Sasaki comes back to equalize it 3-3, make that 3v through. As Sparko comes in to take out the important player, which means that there's only 2 players left on the site, and things will get even much more dicey. And Jittery feeling the opportunity, but he does get it anyway. He takes out Jimmy, which means Exter is left on a 1v3. Make that 0v3 as Sparko comes in at the right time to take out the last player and give Hunters LFO the round win that they need in round number 1. This round will be theirs, folks, which means that Snowmobile/Wine Cellars will not be theirs. And in round number 2, Retrograde needs to make a decision on whether if it's best to head in and defend on maybe second floor master bedroom or on first floor kitchen, even more so bar and gaming room, because these 3 sites are the main sites we do get to see a lot on Chalet, and opening up a site like Basement, Snowmobile Garage and Wine Cellar was a bit too difficult, I have to say.
Yeah. It was a little bit difficult. There was so much utility being thrown towards the way of Hunters LFO. There were the Cade the Cade Electroclaw trick. There was the impact tricking as well. Thermite just didn't have the easiest time. But now on master bedroom, yeah, you can just extend, you can just attack vertically, and you can destroy the floor from below and make sure that Jimmy on the Cade, he won't have a very easy time trying to get in or trying to trick the wall. Even if it happens, even though if the electric claw is tossed, very soon it can be destroyed. So Hunters will have a lot more easier time getting the breach done, but they'll have other problems in the form of all of the defenders stacked up next to each other. This is a very volumetric kind of bomb site where the defense isn't spread out, with the exception of a couple lurkers here and there, on the first floor, just on a free roam. Except for those kinds of defenders, everyone is either bathroom, either office, either bedroom. Those bulletproof shields, the piano player as well. So yeah, the defenders, they're not going to be moving around a lot, and the attackers, they'll have so many gunfights take place one after the other if they're not careful. Speaking of gunfights, Sparko already may engage into one. Nexus surely does. Loses so much of his HP, almost dies, but escapes. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the same result for Shrisha. He will be the opening casualty.
Yep, revenge is a dish best served cold. And Shrisha, although he did win the gunfight in the earliest rounds, it will be Sandy's turn to get that early peak. Put up with Jimmy to take out Rattler. Yet another trade-outs coming in, and this time Retrograde is looking strong. But the only problem is that the control on the site immediately gets back into the flavors of Hunters LFO, knowing that Sandy already gains control on library. Sees that there's a deployable shield. He also has the concussion. Will that work out? No! Peaks at the right time. Extra comes back. A headshot to take out Sandy. It's a 3v4. There goes your Sophia. And now you need to rely on those cooked nades that Jittery has. One cooked nade will not work out. Can the second work out? No, it does not. Both of the explosive utilities have been taken care of, which means that they only have flashbang. C4 being tossed out, and somehow Jittery survives. He pushes aggressive. Does he get the shot? He's going even much more aggressive. Does the players know on the defensive side? No, that is not. Jittery gets 1, he gets 2, he is on fire! 3 kills! Can he get the quad? That's the main question here. The LMG is such a dangerous and powerful weapon, but Exter, he takes it back out. 1v2, okay. A bit of time did stop by, but in the end, Hunters LFO has the control. 1v2. Exter needs to clutch out if he wants to give Retrograde the win that he needs, and needs to go up against Sparko. But no, let's not forget about Beat, who's just patiently waiting for him to arrive, and Exter will get picked off just like that. What a performance being later on in the hands of Jittery, as he'll be able to give yet another win on attack. Round number 2 in favor of Hunters LFO.
There's a very obvious T-Hunt joke that can be made with how Jittery just moved in and he kept on moving forward. He didn't stop. He didn't counter strafe. Just spam fire go through. It's like the first T-Hunt you have of the day where your aim definitely isn't the best and you're just spraying everywhere, but you're still landing the shots because, of course, it's T-Hunt. Whatever it was. Jittery, brilliant entry frag, his team needed him the most. Or, well, the team of Hunters LFO, they were looking for any sort of miracle, any sort of opening entry into the bomb site, and Jittery provided it. He brute forced his way in, plain and simple, got a triple kill, and then the diffuser was planted. Easy post plant for the side of Hunters LFO. Retrograde, they gotta cope up with these gunfights. They gotta make sure they are, fighting Hunters LFO on equal footing and they're
10
not
seconds left
losing
before
out
insertion.
on too many of the set duels. Even just now in the previous round,
5 seconds to
Shrisha
insertion.
was the opening casualty. Then Retrograde, they bounced back. They got a couple of kills to their name. They put the man advantage in their favor. But again, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Hunters LFO still converted that round into a win. And now going back to Master Bedroom and Office, yeah, Retrograde need to make a couple of changes to their defense.
And I believe those changes will be made soon enough. Just by their positionings, though, the operators will still be the same as we'd expected it to be on round number 2. Saki, oh boy, right at the window side, exactly where Sandy was. But he will be at a different location. Claymore's been placed to ensure that none of them would go in for a run out. Oh boy, rappel being made. Does Sandy know exactly where Sasaki's location is? Because if he does not, then I have to say Sandy will be in deep, deep trouble because of that early peak. If you give the early peak advantage in the hands of Team Retrograde, then things will not look too well. They did adapt to it on round number 1, so there is still a chance. Retrograde needs to be very much patient about this, because for the past 2 rounds, Hunters LFO has been dominating on attack, and especially this is their map pick, so Retrograde needs to be careful. They need to tread lightly, because one simple step could cause Hunters LFO to make their play, and they need to make sure that every single backup is prepped and ready for them to go ahead with Exter. Right from the window side, library isn't contested just yet. Sandy's still rappelling from the window side to see whether if he can get an opening pick or not. 1 minute and 20 seconds left for the attackers to make their push, and now they're making a decision to push in towards Solarium. This is exactly where Nexus and Jimmy is. The first frag will come in at the hands of Shrisha's MX for Storm, as he'll be able to take out Rattler.
Yeah, that's it. And more kills to fall off the side of Retrograde. Jikrin on the top fragger gone. Sparko got completely off guard when he was expecting it the least. And finally, Retrograde get a firm grasp over the round by eliminating almost everyone in Hunters LFO with the exception of Sandy and Beat. But then again, never confuse it. It's not done till it is completely over. Hunters LFO can still manage a comeback. Sandy, yeah, isolated gunfight against Nexus. Both the attackers are now together. They'll be playing off each other. The crossfires can be maintained, but not anymore. It's always the stairs. The stairs are the trickiest part of a map. And Sandy gets a taste of that. So, Retrograde in the defenses are holding up very, very strongly in this round. There's someone to the right of Beat, but Beat is unaware of that. He spots the feed, fires. Excellent kill. And yeah, there is a defender in bathroom. 10 HP on this solo Nomad. Shrisha peaks. Easy kill for him. And Retrograde finally make their mark on the map of Chalet. They stop things and they stop the momentum for Hunters LFO. Brilliant defense. It stood the test of time, and that's what matters.
Yep, and that's exactly what it needs for Retrograde to come back. Winning round number 3 will give them even much more hopes to defend on a different site. That different site will be bar and gaming room nonetheless. Same operator specs except Shrisha, who used to bring in the alibi, but now he brings in the Aruni,
Attackers
having
need to
those
locate
Surya
and
gates,
defuse
which
as many
means
bombs
that
as
the
they can.
attackers will be forced to use their utilities
Bomb
to
located by
disable them.
attackers.
So, for Hunters LFO, what would be their next course of action? What can they do to disable Retrograde's defensive hold? Do they have to focus on Shrisha? Because Shrisha has been making an excellent job, but not only doing at-roam clearing, I mean, not only doing at-roam works, but also he's even there at the execute phase when the attackers, head in for that push. So everything has been covered very well and done on the defensive side.
10 seconds remaining.
So if Hunters LF4 needs to find an opening, they need to see whether if they can pick out Shrisha and Sasaki. And talk about round number 3. I have to talk about the important part on Hunters LF4's attack coordination though, because most of the attackers that we've seen, everyone was at outside. They did use their sweet time. At 1 minute and 30 seconds left, they went in and made an execute in towards Solarium stairs. Afterwards, we see them make a breach, and that breach turns out to be even much more favorable for Retrograde because they had a lot of angles being covered. There was a lot of, the amount of control that Retrograde had was way too much for the attackers to not being able to win that gunfights a lot because they didn't have control on piano. Neither did they have control on the hallway side. So things is a bit difficult on Hunters LFO's end if that continues to keep happening, especially the way how Sasaki has been playing right now in towards mezzanine. That's the main part that Hunters LFO needs to get it. And the mezzanine hold is a bit much more difficult because you even have one more player on the side of Team Retrograde who's just giving them a lot of information. And I believe Beat has also have information regarding Smoke's whereabouts. He knows that Smoke is currently using his drone, which means that he's much more susceptible for a nade. But no, it was a trap! It was a trap! Shisha was there, he gets to take out Beat, and Rattle comes back yet again to take out Sasaki, which means positioning control is theirs. But this huge gunfight being made and a huge mistake from Beat, can Hunters LFO come back?
Oh, they're trying, but again, this time the gunfights are working their magic for Retrograde. Yet another, as Exeter eliminates Jittery. So, a new course of action for Hunters LFO. Get rid of everything that's on board, try to brute force your way in. That's why Rattler looking to swing wide from this angle, see if he can find any defender towards mezzanine. I don't think he wanted to go past that Suda gate, but still, unfortunately, they took that hit of HP. And yeah, so that's second floor confirmed for Hunters LFO. They still have a full minute to work with. Thing is, man count doesn't favor them. HP also doesn't favor them completely. And about utility, Sparko, wait, did he not? I don't think he spotted Jimmy. Of course, we have the outlines. We can see where the smoke is, but Sparko doesn't have luxury. Now the yellow ping goes through. 8 has given Jimmy's location exactly. And Sparko needs to look where the smoke is. If Jimmy decides to peek, it will be detrimental. The Hibana may just be eliminated. Sandy decides to push in. He takes down that smoke, and now he's watching for fireplace stairs. The diffuser is going to go down. Retrograde still in the man advantage. Sparko currently not being able to shoot back. And now, though, it's a full-on 2 versus 3.
Oh man, this 2v3 will be even much more influential for the attackers. Rattler, triple kill for him. Shisha next is down, and so does Exeter at the hands of Sparko. Brilliantly done at the hands of Hunters LFO. And let's not forget, Sandy's risky attempt for that wall to take out Smoke was very much important because he had all 3 smoke gas canisters, and with him being out, they were free to plant. Rattler was in the site. Next thing you know, they had protection, and that's all it needs for them to win it out. Beautifully done from the side of Hunters LFO to hold their ground and Retrograde. Man, they really did not expect to see that coming, especially Shisha, because Shisha was a bit much more afraid of that high ground capability that Sandy had. And since he realized that he was wasting a lot of time, it was a do or die situation. He did succeed in taking out the smoke. Meanwhile, Shisha comes back and equalizes them. He removes it. The trade game was looking so strong, but they had to take that risk. And that risk gave Hunters LFO the victory that they need. And I have to say, man, watching Sandy make a very risky play really brings a smile to my eyes, a smile to my face. I'm not quite sure why I said eyes. But yeah, 3-1. And this isn't the only, match that we've seen Sandy make incredible plays now to VCCB. We saw so many situations. We've even seen Sandy bring in the Nook and make an out of nowhere 4K on a map like Chalet. So, man, Retrograde, what is going to happen to them? Especially on round number 5, where they've only won one defensive round, and that is on round number 3, second floor master bedroom / office. And they're not making, and looks like they're going back to bar and gaming room once again. So this time, I really hope that Retrograde really needs to be careful on, risks like that being made on Hunters LFO's end.
Yeah, Hunters LFO making those risks, they can get punished for it, and exactly Retrograde, they're looking for that opportunity. They want to make sure that if they defeat Hunters LFO, they get the best chance of, defeating them whenever the opportunity presents itself. So, new defense, same bomb side, back to, bar and gaming room, and Hunters LFO, does anything change in their own attacking style or in their methodology of executing? Are they still looking to take similar gunfights, contest library very heavily and at all costs get second floor control? That was their main purpose in the previous round. They wanted to get second floor control no matter what happened, no matter how many people died. Library was going to go the way of Hunters, and it did. And then only did they drop down into the bomb side, look to plant the diffuser and push it into a post plant. This time, it can be a different situation. But again, it's the same result. Once more, the opening kill goes in favor of the defensive team. Rattler, the MVP of the previous round, the person who got that multi-kill, is now gone. Jittery from mezzanine location given away. Barely. Almost shot that defender, but fights taking place on multiple fronts. Hunters LFO, they are ready to, get rid of Retrograde, but wherever the attackers speak, so far they have died. And can Retrograde keep on replicating that?
I mean, at this point, Sasaki was forced to fall back from mezzanine because it was way too much for the attackers to handle. Now Sandy has the information and also the confirmation from Jittery as he gets 2 extra Nexus. Both of them are down. So does Jittery and beat at the hands of Shisha and Jimmy. Only 2 players left on the sides of Hunters LFO and is back again in a same difficult situation. But this time Hunters LFO has things under control. Jimmy, he's still alive. 1v2, Sandy needs to clutch this one out if Hunters LFO wants to be in a tremendous lead. And maybe he can get it. 1v1, Sandy's on fire. All he needs to do is just find out Sasaki. Can he succeed? No! It's a huge trade. Actually, it's not. Sasaki wins that gunfight. And Retrograde will barely manage to win that 1v1 close round. Once again at the hands of Team Retrograde. Because both of those defensive rounds, as you've seen, CCV, on round number 3 and round number 5, both of them are very close rounds. None of the rounds that we've seen from Hunters LFO are at a major disadvantage. They always have man-con advantage in a 2v4. 2v4 as in Retrograde being the ones having all 4 players.
Attackers need to
And
locate
even
and defuse as many
with
bombs as they can.
Hunter, what I was trying to say is Hunters LFO being the one who had less amount of players still being available in the battlefield, they somehow figures out a solution to every problem that Retrograde puts them. There's a lot of multi-kills being made at the hands of Jittery, Rattler, and sometimes Sandy. An almost clutch attempt being made from Hunters LFO's end, and Retrograde, oh man, every single round I've seen, they're this close. They were this close to losing this round, and they always pick it back up. So having that 2% chance of probability to win most of the defensive round is way too much worrying for me, because on Retrograde's end, having a situation where you only have like 2 or 3% chances of winning those rounds, it is scary. Especially the way how Hunters LFO has been performing on their attack, especially the way how Sandy, Rattler, and Jittery has been performing. Even with the early peak being in the advantage of Team Retrograde, somehow and some way they would figure out another way to remove them out of the equation. They have solution to every single problem that Retrograde gives it to them, and this needs to be fixed up on the defensive end. They need to figure out on how do they be, on how to take out Jittery. They need to figure out on how to take out Sandy, because these 2 important players on the side of Hunters LFO pose a threat to Team's Retrograde. Unless and until they put a stop to it, Hunters LFO will keep continuing their chaos until it is contained on the side of Team Retrograde.
That is true. Yeah, Hunters LFO, they are not going to be stopping anytime soon if you let them. You yourself have to take up that action in Retrograde. Now is a time, no better than ever. They gotta do it. But finally, wait, Sasaki, that was a run out. That was a long run out. He went for Jittery, had ample amount of time to react to it, and he did. So a major mistake on the side of Retrograde, already giving the man advantage to Hunters, and Hunters this time looking so much more quicker with that execute. Look at the attackers, they pushed up towards Solarium, and they still have 90 seconds to work with. It's going to be a full-on northeastern kind of execute. You take office control, you take Solarium control, you take bathroom control, you then move on forward in from bedroom. Sandy gets another, and this is Hunters LFO in their prime. It's about to be a near flawless, or probably a flawless round as well. Jimmy solo on HP eliminated, and yes, it will be a flawless round. Sandy gets a triple kill, and round number 6 goes the way of the team in blue, a 4-2 half.
Oh boy, Hunters LFO, they are unstoppable right now. 4-2, 4 consecutive wins on attack, and only 2 defensive wins did Retrograde manage to succeed, one of which was a 1v1 clutch that Sasaki had to do. And in round number 3, second for master bedroom / office, such a close round. And I have to say, the way how Hunters LFO manages to find weakness is just stunning. it's stunning whenever you see and execute on Hunters LFOs, and this is, I have to say, it's a perfect symphony of destruction. That I have to say it, folks. It's a perfect symphony of destruction. Even though they didn't get to have a flawless win on attack, the way how they proceeded with their attack coordination is just insane. Retrograde didn't expect it to see Hunters LFO to perform
seconds
like
left.
this on map Chalet. But let's not take it way too much on Hunters LFO now. Let's focus on Team Retrograde. Now, Retrograde knows that this is Hunters LFO's map pick. They know that Hunters LFO is absolutely dominating on a map like Chalet. So even if they do lose map number 1, they need to be prepped and ready on map Theme Park, because that is Retrograde's map pick. That is their hometown. They know that they can hold out that ground as best as possible. But also, knowing that we'll be able to lose map Chalet will bring a lot of problems to them, because if you make a mistake, there's high likelihood chances where Team Retrograde might head back into the lower brackets matchup, and you seriously don't want to be there.
Absolutely, you wouldn't want to be up against Retrograde in that lower bracket matchup. Now though, Hunters LFO again. They start off with their firing ways. Oh, the team on attack. They take a hit. It's extra. The entry fragger who's gone. And overall, looking at the comp for Retrograde, yeah, it's just well-rounded. Nothing major about it. You know, anyone can be that entry fragger if they're looking for it, but extra being the Zofia definitely had a lot more of that responsibility. You only have a single hard breacher on Chalet, especially on the bomb side we're seeing right now. It's plenty. You know, just get the main fireplace breach done, and then you can move on forward. It's only the question of snowmobile garage on basement that multiple breaches may need to take place, but Chalet never runs into that problem if you look at it from an overarching perspective. What you do need is plenty of utility. Large map, you need to clear out these defenders who are playing in so many different angles. Already beat in second floor bedroom, taking those gunfights Jiffy alongside him. So Hunters LFO do not want to give any ground up. They want to fight for him, and most importantly, they want to waste the time of Retrograde and their players. And so far, they've done a great job. I mean, 60 seconds on the clock. Now the attackers have thought about just a direct horizontal execution. They're not looking for anything different. Hunters LFO, however, you know, they can converge on these attackers from the top down. Jittery on the second floor still gets another. That's Sasaki the Thinker gone. No more boost. Rattler is getting constant information about the whereabouts of these Retrograde players. Can toss a C4 as well. Is it going to be successful? Yes, it will be. Retrograde really struggling now. Shrisha, the only one alive.
And they had no idea that they were constantly being monitored around from Pulse's cardiac sensors. And Shrisha, I know, man, a 1v5 situation, this is not good. Especially knowing that Hunters LFO are this close to winning map number 1. Chalet and Hunters LFO are looking very promising here. And Shrisha on a 1v5 will be able to get one, but an instant refrag will come in nonetheless at the hands of Rattler. The man who was giving constant information from basement wine cellar. And this is what happens when the attackers don't thoroughly drone out the entire place. Yes, I can understand droning out the entire first floor and second floor is the maximum thing that the attacker should be doing, because every second counts for the attackers. But what they did not expect is the Pulse playing on basement wine cellars.
Attackers need to locate
There
and
was no
defuse as many bombs
contest.
as they
There
can.
was not a single attacker hoping to find this one particular player. And because of him, because of the Pulse still being alive and giving so much information, Retrograde had no idea what exactly happened. They had no idea.
Bomb located by
And
attackers.
this is the main reason why information is king at the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege. Knowing information is knowing half the battle, and all it needs is just confirmation. And that confirmation was done flawlessly at the hands of Hunters LFO. 5-2. Retrograde still needs to respond on round number 8, and
5
currently
seconds left before insertion.
they are not looking too good at map number 1.
Attackers are moving.
No, they
to
are.
the bomb.
Retrograde are
Attackers have
struggling,
located
and
the bomb.
Hunters LFO, they are piling on the misery against their opponents. So heading on over to the next map, theme park is going to be a major advantage for Hunters. And theme park is another story in of itself. I mean, we've seen Hunters LFO be dominant there, but we know the map where Retrograde went for that, most important almighty comeback. Who was it against? Was it against Mahadi? Was it against Phalanx?
Yeah,
Not really.
we had two matches, Mahadi and Phalanx.
Oh,
Both of them had
both! Oh
both
my
had
God.
the same map on theme park. It was a
Yep.
1v5. Second half, Retrograde were the one on defense having 1v5 and they won it. And look at that, Jittery.
Yeah.
Oh boy, on the windows itself. Exter goes out, which means that they're still alive. And Retrograde are still struggling to figure out a way. But Sasaki finds out one player, and that is Sparko. Fuse, or not the Fuse, I do apologize. Frost has been eliminated, which means that there won't be a lot of problems. And this time they can take a short little bit of breather because they have got the advantage. With Jittery being downed out, that means that the defenders needs to fall back. Talk about the control for Retrograde. They finally have control in towards the library side. Constant pings being made from the attack drone. Sandy reviving Jittery. All it needs is just the help, and that help is definitely well worth given. Rattler is there for the confirmation to take out Jimmy right from below the first floor bar. The protection is present. There's a lot of things that they need to be careful about. And Trisha, that pre-fire, will he succeed to take out the player that he wanted to get it? No! Opportunity missed. And it's even much more dangerous on Retrogade's end. Nexus is still here. Headshot to confirmation. Be able to take out Jittery and Sandy. Looking good on Retrogade's end. Only two players left, Beat and Rattler. Rattler still has one smoke gas canisters, but also he even has the confirmation on the diffuser. Oh no, Pogmat! Pogmat moment for Sasaki because he just got caught out. Spark will be very too much, I don't know, but I have to say he'll be way too much happy about this. 2v3. Sasaki is still down, but he'll be able to pick himself back up without having no avails. 45 seconds. And now the pressure is on. Rattler still patiently waiting for the attackers to make their move so that he can place a smoke gas canisters at the right time. So let's see how well it will work out.
Rattler now, the only person in the bomb side. Beautiful kill. Gets the player diffuser. Looking to get another. No, he gets eliminated just in the nick of time. Beat all alone. One attacker low, one attacker gone. But Nexus, he clutches it out. And Retrograde, they take the attacking win. Well fought out. Really, really good try from the side of Hunters LFO. Even though they were at that disadvantage, Retrograde, they still never let the attackers move on time and time again and keep on moving forward. They stopped them dead in their tracks, and it was a beautiful attacking win that Retrograde really had to fight for. It wasn't an easy one, definitely not. But Hunters LFO, they've finally been stopped to an extent by the team in orange and Retrograde. They're like, we can still win this. They are going to be close rounds. Every single round is going to be close that Retrograde will try to win. But you still need to secure the win. That's what matters. It's not a major deficit the attackers are in right now. Just 2 rounds. And they can equalize it, but there is that likelihood of Hunters LFO getting match point before their opponents do. And that's something that Retrograde should be a little bit afraid of.
Yeah, man. Comeback is exactly what Retrograde is famous for. And when I was talking about that conversation on round number 8, two matches that we've seen on map theme park. One match was up against Phalanx, I believe, and second was Mahadi Esports. From a 1-5 major disadvantage, second half we see Retro be on defense, and they won every single one of them. And it's all, sometimes there was a 1v3 situation that Sasaki had made a brilliant clutch. So even though we do see Retrograde being at a major disadvantage, let's not count them out just yet, because they will look as strong as you'd expect. They just need to find an opening. Especially on a map like Chalet, attackers will always get the best hand. The only difference is the early man count advantage. And talk about the early man count advantage, Exter was about to get picked out of the hands of Jittery once again, but he will still stay alive, which means that there isn't any change being made on the man count. Sandy's still here, he wants to contest, grenades being flown around, but Sandy will still survive nonetheless. The mezzanine control will be even much more powerful, so as the library control, exactly where Sparko's location is, and he wants to contest this angle, but no, he'll just fall back and hold his angle towards first floor bar instead. It's best that you wouldn't get lost out, and you still have Jittery by taking out those important players, and even more, I wouldn't say players, I would say the important Hibana Sixkaros pellets. But the first frag will come in, it
Hibana
will be
gone.
Sandy taking out Jimmy, the Hibana, which is very important to open up lines of sight, especially the breach walls,
Exactly.
in towards the library. And now Retrograde, back again, they need to find a solution for this.
Yeah, now they essentially have to brute force their way in. They need to figure out these gunfights. They need to start winning them. Hard breach will be a lot more difficult. Nexus. Oh, he loses a lot of his HP. Sasaki loses his life. And no, this is looking bad. This is really looking bad. Going to be a near flawless round. Nexus, the hero of the previous round. The person who got that 1 versus 1 against Rattler. Now, just slightly up the numbers. 1 versus 5, a 4 number increase, but it increases the pressure exponentially and the gravity of the situation exponentially as well. So, the solo nomad, she do anything nice? It's too unlikely of a scenario. Nexus, for all that he can do, this is just such a difficult instance. And Retrograde, they will be giving that match point to Hunters. And beautiful round played out by Hunters. Overall, it was looking oh so confident. The gunfight, Sandy started the round. He ended the round as well. He destroyed the X-Kairos. He took down Jimmy. Library control was never given to the attackers, and that's what eventually led to their downfall, is that Retrograde kept on fighting for it. But no matter how they fought, they lost.
And that's the sad part, folks. Hunters LFO on match point 6-3, and Retrograde, they're still trying to make an attempt, and that attempt is still not enough. The way how Hunters LFO has
Attackers need to
locked down
locate
the
and defuse
entire
any
site,
bombs.
they didn't even let them push inside the building at least. Not a single time we've seen Retrograde make their push into the library window because it was heavily fortified. There were 3 players. 3 holding out on library. Sparko was there, Jittery was there, even more so Sandy was present on mezzanine. And the amount of denials that Jittery gave, not only removing out the Hibana Sixkaros pellets from the library wall, but also taking out the main thread of the problem, the Hibana,
10 seconds to
was
insertion.
even more influential. And
5
now
seconds.
Retrograde is at the deficit here, folks. 6-3. Rattler back again
Attacker's
with
objective is to defuse
the
a bomb.
pugs, and I hope Retrograde has the information via the attack drones. They should realize that they've been constantly pinged by the heartbeat monitors, and if they don't know about this, and if Hunters LFO gets away with yet another flawless win like they had for the past 2 rounds on defense, then I have to say Hunters LFO will claim their map win on this map, Chalet. Man, the site though is also a difficult one to talk about. First floor kitchen / dining. This site is even more difficult for the attackers to gain control, because not only do they have to focus on gaining the second floor control on master bedroom, they need to remove out the roamers, they need to remove out the information gathering being laid around from Pulse's end. They need to figure out a way to deny Sparko. He has 3 smoke gas canisters, and it's placed at the right time. Pre-place C4 being placed around from the side of Rattler, so they immediately know that once they made a push in towards the library, all he has to do is just make a call. But Jimmy will immediately realize that. He knows that there is a C4, but it will not work out to no avail. So which means that one of the C4 has already been expended, which
Yeah.
they only have 1 C4 and 3 smoke gas canisters left for the denial, but they could still use it for their aggressive use. Oh no.
Absolutely, they could. Extra. Excellent opener. And now Hunters LFO, on kitchen and dining, they still have their second floor defense to an extent holding up as Retrograde. Now they're eliminated. Whoa, beat. What happened there? Alright. He's also gone. Now these anchors, they have a huge task in front of them. Problem is, for the side of Hunters, is that they don't have the manpower. Retrograde are looking strong, although this kill definitely eases the tension a lot. Nexus also down on very low HP, so it is doable. Nexus is gone. And yeah, surely it is. In an instant, the tides have been turned. Jittery from inside the bomb site is keeping the hopes alive. He has the support of Rattler, who is there towards Fireplace Hall, preventing the breach from taking place if ever the breach happens, because now it can't. The thermite is gone, but Retrograde are still in it. If Nexus goes, Shrisha starts firing off, and you still have Sasaki and Extra who are also, you know, who also been those consistent fraggers. As to the side of Hunters, yeah, Jittery been, one of the top fraggers alongside Sandy. Even Rattler putting up a great performance. I mean, 10 kills for him. We didn't see a lot of Rattler in the qualifiers, but now he's here, he's shining. Although now it's all down to the Cade. Sparko is gone, eliminated by that frag grenade. Inside of the bomb site, Jittery, no trigger control, he gets one. But that'll be all. Retrograde, they get their 4th round. Just 2 more to go before they can push it into overtime.
Yep, 2 more rounds for Retrograde to put themselves back to overtime. 6-6 is exactly what Retrograde is trying to do. And Hunters LFO, man, I gotta say, Retrograde is adapting. They are adapting to the situations the way how Monkey Hunters have been progressing with their strategies. And even with the information being
Defenders,
laid out from
protect your bombs
Pulse's
from being
end,
defused
the
by
sheer
attackers.
aggressive execute that they made on the second floor side, taking out taking out both Sandy and Beat was very crucial because
Attackers have
they were the
discovered
two
the location of
persons,
a bomb.
they were the two players where Retrograde had no access into the building, right? So taking out those two players meant a huge deal for Retrograde because not only do they get to open up the hatch, but they also have clearance indicating that all they have to focus is to be careful on the first floor site and also in towards the basement. And since Rattler already placed his C4,
5 seconds to
his
insertion.
pre-placed C4 in towards the library side, and that C4 unfortunately gets caught out from Jimmy's
Objective is
end.
to defuse a bomb.
Losing that C4 was a lot of problems that Hunters LFO couldn't get to deal with. And since Rattler didn't have the C4, he was forced to fall back in towards the first floor site. He was meant to be in that place so that he'll be able to defend the site and ensure that they wouldn't get control on first floor kitchen and dining room. Unfortunately, it did not. He get caught out from Shisha once again. And Retrograde, they will win their attack round once again. 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds for Retrograde to put this match back on overtime to ensure that they would be victorious on Hunters LFO's map pick Chalet, which is in fact a very difficult thing to succeed because Hunters LFO, they've shown how powerful they are. But there are some certain mistakes that Retrograde are finally trying to understand. They're trying to understand the way how they've operates. And now all they have to do is just find an opening. And that opening should either be Sandy or Beat because both of they got themselves picked out early, right? So if they focus
Bomb
on those two
located by
players,
attackers.
they'll have easier access on the side itself.
Yeah, they will. Anyone Retrograde can find, but if they can clear out these rumors on top, the vertical access will be easily granted to the attackers, and that's exactly what Hunters LFO are retaliating against, and Rattler from below is doing God's work. With the information, he is passing on to his teammates where exactly some of the attackers are, so they know someone is rappelling on that big window. GT is looking out exactly for that. Shots are fired from both fronts, but still, we are just waiting on Retrograde to make a move, but it's Rattler! Oh, the pulse! From inside of the bomb site to a big run out. Tags Nexus severely, and now the Nomad again very low on HP. And this was like a wild card play because this has halted the progress of Hunters LFO a lot. Unfortunately for Shrisha, blows himself up. Sasaki though gets the trade, so it's all even. Stevens Beat is caught off guard by Nexus, who repelled again. Same window, this time different result. Nexus doesn't get picked off. He doesn't die. He gets the kill. But how much longer can the Nomad stay alive? And again, the same question has to be asked for Jimmy and Exter. It's going to be this trio. Retrograde under immense pressure. 30 seconds now on the clock, and the attackers have to make a
Defender
move.
has been discovered.
Tick-tock says the clock, and Rattler once again with the run out. Smoke gas canisters to catch out Jimmy. There's only 2 players left. Nexus, he was still alive even with the run out attempt being made from Rattler, but he won't survive once again. And Exter needs to clutch this out. 1v3, not enough time and not enough bodies to survive. And Hunters LFO will end it off on round number 11. 6-5, or should I say 7-4. Man, what a match that we get to witness here, folks. On map Chalet, Hunters LFO, they are looking very strong. And I'm very excited to see what happens on map number 2.
Absolutely, it was their map choice after all. 14 kills as well for G3, 14 single map. I mean, he was saying something about him having, below average. What even? That's in the past. Again, Jitty steps up. Whatever happened in the qualifiers happened. It's all about the playoffs. It's all about the main event right here. And this is when everyone in Hunters LFO stepped up. Even like I said, for Rattler as well, him not being there in the qualifiers, the substitute when playing instead of him. I mean, Ben was doing an excellent job, but yeah, Rattler definitely not being there. I thought would have been a little bit of a hindrance, but no, it wasn't. Let's have a look at the highlights and let's see both the fronts put up from the side of Retrograde and Hunters. Retrograde also great fight. They had standout performances. You had, the prospects standing up. There were times where someone like Exter kept on getting those entry kills. You had someone like Nexus, closing out those 1v1s or just securing the rounds. And then you also had the support of Jimmy. Everyone was working in tandem, but it just wasn't enough as to what Hunters LFO were able to achieve with their roster. So it wasn't like Retrograde played bad. Absolutely not. I think, Baba, you'll agree with me on this as well. And you also stated Retrograde did well, they just didn't do enough as their opponents.
Yeah, I do have to agree on that, CCB. The way how Hunters LFO were looking very promising on a map like Chalet. They had every angles covered. They know exactly what to do, what not to do, what kind of angles do they need to peak, what kind of choke points is important for Hunters LFO to hold out and defend. But I wouldn't say the same thing on defensive rounds though. On second half, round number 8 and round number 10, there were some certain situations where Team Retrograde had and almost had control. It kind of felt like Retrograde almost had control, but there's always some certain situations, either Rattler or Sandy. Even we can include Jittery too. Having a lot of multi kills is
Mhm.
what Hunters is really good at, and even more so, the way how Hunters played. Whenever there's a problem, there's always a solution. And having that mindset, knowing that even if there's a lot of disadvantageous situations that Hunters have, they would always find out a way. And I'm actually glad to see Hunters be in such great form, especially on a map like this. Map Chalet used to be MRCZ's domain, and now I kind of feel like Hunters are just here to prove it wrong. 7-4, and Retrograde needs to win map theme park if they have to proceed into the next phase of the upper brackets. So that will be able to see map skyscraper to be as a decider.
Absolutely, yeah. It will be brought out theme park. We have seen a Retrograde take the win there many a times. I think even against Phalanx. Oh wait, it was, yeah, Mahadi and it was Phalanx only. We were discussing this. I'm sorry, I was looking at their past results and I was like, wait, which team was it? But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they've made those comeback wins. Thing is, against Hunters LFO, it will be a lot more difficult. Retrograde definitely need to think about their strategies, need to rectify their mistakes in the little time that they have right now. And for you, the people watching as well, there is going to be a little bit of a break right here. Go in the description, get yourself Rainbow-Six-Siege, at half the price. Amazing game. If you've been watching so far and if you don't have Rainbow already, install it, have some fun. If you want to have a system which can perform tremendously playing that game, Zotac provides the best GPUs. So again, get yourself sorted. And us here at the Esports Club, we'll be right back. So stay tuned and keep watching.
What is up, Siege fans, and welcome to the Esports Club Presents Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me is myself, Baugusta, with my co-caster CCV, as we are here for the second map for Team Hunters LFO versus Retrograde. Talk about the recap on match number 1, Map Chalet. We saw Team Hunters LFO dominate that map 7 to 4, looking very strong on both attack as well as on defense. We did see Retrograde put a great fight. I'm not gonna lie, they did gave a
Yeah.
really good fight, but in the end, it was Hunters LFO who proved to be victorious at their own map pick. But the second question is, can they get to do it again on map Theme Park, which is in fact is Retrograde's map pick, and Retrograde is very strong on this particular map.
Absolutely, Retrograde looks strong here. They've had those major upset wins in the past, but it's not like Hunters LFO are any different to it. It's not like Hunters LFO are inexperienced here. We've seen many times Hunters pull out this map and play on it, and many times I think they've taken wins. Yeah, for the side of Hunters, it's been one of those maps that if they go there, they will try to take the win, but usually they tend not to. Like it's not their preference, shall I say. It's definitely one of those maps that they occasionally will play it, and the result also depends on how, like, on the team they're playing against. So yeah, counting on that, there is a possibility Skyscraper will be there. If there's any one map I think Retrograde can take the win, Theme Park at the very least has to be that. I said on Chalet that there is a chance Retrograde win it, but most likely it's not happening. And yeah, Hunters, they were ready with it. Hunters were like, nope, we are not going to let our opposition win, not even going to let it reach the maximum rounds of regulation, like a 7-5. We end it at 7-4. As for Theme Park, the chance is a lot more prominent. As for Theme Park, Retrograde have that opportunity to get back into it. Will they? Big question. If Hunters LFO win this, they will be moving on, facing off against Kira Esports in the upper bracket semi-finals, which will be again very interesting match. My favorite thing, Baba, with the summer edition is that there are just so many rivalries. There is Retrograde against Kira. There
Mhm.
is Hunters against Kira. There is Retrograde against what was it? Against Won't Stop Peaking. That's a very minuscule rivalry, primarily fueled by Twitter drama, which I absolutely love and is very funny. There is Phalanx up against Mercenaries because Phalanx have lost to Mercenaries on multiple occasions. And of course, there's the Big Daddy rivalry, which is MRCZ and Hunters. So there's just so many rivalries. Every single matchup has so much history, and so does this one. Map is going to be Theme Park. Let's jump in. Hunters against Retrograde.
Yep, let's see how the team rivalry unfolds on map Theme Park as we take a look at the ban phase for Hunters LFO. And I'm pretty much sure that Thatcher will be banned nonetheless. At this point, we don't even have to predict CCV. I mean, if you see a Thatcher, Thatcher is banned most of the time. But talk about the first attacker bans, it will be the Flores. We've seen a lot of Flores bans coming in for the entire stream today. This even includes Kira Esports versus DAMWON Mia. DAMWON Mia were the one who decides to, ban Flores out. But the second ban will be Finca. Oh, are you kidding me? When I said the prediction wise that the Thatcher will be banned, this map has to be the exact opposite of it. And CCB, you keep telling me that I'm great at making predictions now, huh? So
No,
talk
no,
about
no.
this
When
now.
it's the grand finals, that's when Baba shines. That's when the prodigal, prodigious prediction god rises.
Yeah, or maybe if I have to shine, I just use some shiner materials to it to
Oh
focus it up. But talk
no,
about the attackers
no.
bans though. Finca will be banned out. And followed up, a Valkyrie ban coming in on the side of Team Retrograde on defense, which means the last defensive ban might be either a Melusi or some other operator, which will be Mira. Yes, of course, you don't want to have heavy anchored hold on any particular sites. So Mira will be gone, which means that you still have a lot of denial operators. Kaid is still present, Mute is still present, even more so, Bandit is still present, which means that the site on Armory and Throne Room will be even much more tougher for them to deal with. But since Thatcher isn't banned, you still get to play him. Finally, I finally get to see Thatcher being in play on this map. Would you look at that, CCV?
I can just imagine Baba just completely smiling, like the smile never leaving. It's like a child when they get like a very good treat or something by their parents. That kind of smile, the innocent smile. The Thatcher
Yeah, or
is finally
maybe
there.
or maybe I would just go around and ask a question like, do you ever wonder how I got these scars?
I'm smiling too often.
Yup, smiling too often because I saw Thatcher being unbanned, and I get to see
Mhm.
him play on round number one itself. You know,
Yeah, and that's
for the
on
Thatcher
theme park.
mains out there. Yeah, and that too on theme park.
Are there any
Imagine,
Thatcher mains?
5 seconds to go.
are they though?
Thatcher
Because
mains, that's
Thatcher
Thatcher
mains.
mains are called retired players.
Attackers are moving
Oh,
out to locate a
no.
bomb and defuse it.
No, it's the joke is this: if once you retire, just like Thatcher's retired. That's the joke, not a disrespect to any players who have retired.
Here's the thing: even though Thatcher is retired, he still joins Team Rainbow. Imagine that dedication, motivation, determination, everything. And talk about Thatcher's backstory though, having the entire CJ story between the good Kepi, the hammer and the scalpel. It brings a lot of lore into the game of Rainbow Six Siege. And I gotta say, talk about Thatcher being unbanned. Yes, I'm actually a bit happy because I used to be a Thatcher main way back when it was on Operation Red Crow. But
And then you
honest
became
thing
a
is,
caster. Yeah,
man,
see the effect of being a
uh,
Thatcher main. You
uh,
leave compared. I used to be a Buck main in the 1-2 Geo4s I'd played, and look at me now. So that's what happens. That's what happens when you main operators who are never played. It's an ill-intended consequence. But anyways, okay, enough about our own rambles. We're done. The players definitely on. They're only getting started, and this round, Retrograde, they are taking their sweet little time in executing. They want to ready everything up. The live droning is taking place. They still have plenty of drones. Thing is, though, even if you get information with drones, kills still have to be fought for. And when it's time, Jittery on the alibi, on theme park, we know what this one person can do. We have seen that 1 versus 4 clutch he's had as well as that alibi on low HP. So Jittery, oh, better be careful against him. Another beat does go down. Now finally the alibi is silenced, but Retrograde, they've also taken hits. Equal man count, 3 versus 3. No! 3 versus 2 favoring Retrograde.
smoke gas canister still present, which means that they'll be able to hold off their attack pushes being made from Retrograde's end. And even more so, they forgot to pick up the diffuser. And apparently it's been at the server room itself, and Rattler is just making sure that Retrograde wouldn't make their attempts on a push, but Nexus actually gets one, Sandys goes out, and Rattler, greatest attempt for that peak. But unfortunately, with the SMG having less amount of magazine, he won't be able to get the confirmation on the kill, and neither the win. Retrograde, beautiful attack coordination as they'll be able to win round number 1. Second floor bunk and daycare will be theirs. And in round number 2, we'll be able to see whether if Hunters LFO can defend their respective places. Now, talk about, like, I have to say, on a serious note, if Thatcher gets unbanned, then there is a higher possibility that we'd get to see Bandit being picked up on the defensive side. Why?
Defenders
Because
protect your
it is
bombs from being
highly
defused by attackers.
crucial for the defenders to remove any utilities that's been present on the defensive on the attacker's side. So whenever you see an EMP being tossed out, the only better counter to it would be the bandit. Yes, you could bring in the Kai, the Electroclaw is very powerful, but the timing, you need to wait for more than 1 or 2 seconds for the Electroclaw to activate so that it will be electrified. So timing is very much important. And if you want to have an instant electrification of those reinforced wall, then what better operator could it be than to be the bandit himself? He has all 4 bandit charges that could be used to place on any reinforcements you want. There's also a buff where he'll be able to place more than 1 bandit charges, which means you can place all 4 bandit charges in one particular wall itself. So it's really great for bandit tricking, and also even much more confusing for the Thatchers to, the timing. The timing is what Retrograde needs to be worried about. And for now, talk about round number 2. Bandit won't be brought out of the hands of Team Hunters LFO, which means in round number 2, Throne Room and Armory, it will be the same defensive hold. Only Mute will be present. No Kaid, no bandit. And looks like one victim has been called apart, and that would be Extra, interestingly enough. He's been down, but apparently we're just waiting for him to get himself picked back up. I believe... I don't know, maybe... Did he get... Did he accidentally fell down from the rappel, or did someone else pick him out? I have no idea on what exactly happened, but... Yeah, 2 minutes left, and Extra is already in a very bad situation. But talk about round number one's attack coordination. They did a fantastic job at executing the site. But now in round number two, it might be a different scenario. Beat, flashed on his mind, but still alive. The M5 shotgun, all it needs is a single shot to the head, but you still have Sandy with the holes being made. Shisha comes back again with the, with the back out, and here comes Beat, sprinting with the M5 shotgun to take out Srisha, and there you go. Already two of the important players gone, and now Retrograde needs to find another way.
Yeah, for Retrograde, a little bit of a struggle. You know, Extra once more being the person getting eliminated. Sasaki is present. The AMP grenade goes through alongside the exothermic impact trick, not going to be working, and that's the breach done and dusted. It's a successful breach, but pushing in forward is going to be quite difficult. And the Jaeger ADS is disabled temporarily, so the attackers, they can take advantage of that if they've got utility. Rattler, no! He just swings wide. Hunters had the man advantage, but now it's been equalized. More importantly, Retrograde in the bomb side. Rattler, the front line of the defense, is gone. Sparko also put in a down, but not outstayed. Hunters LFO, they are struggling. Retrograde have the advantage. Jittery strikes. Nexus in the midst of planting the diffuser. Now it's done, but he gets blown to bits by that C4. Sasaki as the Yana, final player alive against two defenders. And what is the positioning of the Yana, and how do the defenders tackle executing? Sparko very low on HP again, isolated gunfight. There is Beat. He's got that SMG-11. 4 bullets in the chamber. Sasaki has no clue where that mute is. C4 now gone. Beat from the right, Beat from the left, and Sasaki clutches an excellent 1 versus 3. Another round favoring the attackers.
Man, Sasaki wins these. 1v3 back again. And this time, with him being on the attack side, the Iana, I have to say, Hunters LFO really did let Sasaki win those 1v1 gunfights. There wasn't a proper trade-offs being made. The timing was a bit off point on the defensive end. And Retrograde, what a play from them. 2 attack round wins. Bunk, throne room, both of the sides will be theirs. Which means that the third side will be on lab room. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Lab room will be the site for Retrograde to increase their lead out to a 3-0. And we see Jittery bringing in the Gentleman Warden. Now that is even much more interesting because most of the time we see the way how Retrograde has been proceeding with their push. You'd always see them use their flashbangs, just like we saw, you know, Beat getting flashed out of his mind from that flashbang itself. So I believe using that might help him be immune to certain effect. But you also need to understand that the weapon that he's using right now, Jittery, the MPX is a bit of a question mark because granted it has a great fire rate, but you need to ensure that you have great headshot accuracy. Because on a game like Rainbow-Six-Siege, making sure that you are very much accurate to the head gives you a higher chances to win most of your gunfights. So even if you land a lot of body shots, it is not much effective on the MPX. But it is great at fire rate. So having a player who is an expertise on MPX is definitely a good thing to talk about it. But Sasaki, oh boy, gone 6 and a kill to take out 1. And he's trying to find another one at that too. Rattle comes back again to take out Nexus, a 4v3, and I just realized Risha is still alive. Beat is still there to take out Jimmy, and looks like Team Retrograde are slowly falling apart. Jittery back again, headshot to take out Sasaki, and now Srisha is all by himself. What happened with that execute? Even with the utilities being used, it still wasn't more than enough for Retrograde to succeed. Rattle knows the information, all it needs is a simple amount of free fires, and there you have it. Jittery comes back with the confirmation, and Hunters will be able to win round number 3. I have to say, I was a bit confused because I had no idea what exactly happened, and I didn't get to see the operators being picked on Retrograde's end. That was my fault. I do have to admit. But now I kind of understood why Jittery picked out Warden, because there was, yeah, there was Ying being picked out. Or
Mhm.
maybe Ying was picked out in the attacker's repick itself. I have no idea, but I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure that bringing Ying was a good idea from Shisha's end.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Mhm.
by attackers.
I mean, they were trying for everything. The warden must have been there to counter against any smoke plants as well. Definitely a popular strat here. On that very specific bomb side, you jump in from the window, smoke plant, get out, post plant can be easy if played correctly, but that did not happen. So now Retrograde, they've suffered that setback, and for the side of Hunters LFO, you know, next round it is, and this time the composition as well looking similar, just like the defense was the previous time we saw offensive
10 seconds
initiation.
remaining.
Alibi has been brought out. Jittery again on the Alibi. Great
5
performance he
seconds to
had,
insertion.
and Rattler smoke. So this time different bomb sides though.
Attackers' objective
Bunk
is to
and
locate a
daycare.
bomb and
Is
defuse
it going to be the same plan that hunters have? Is it going to be the same method of defense that they're looking for to always keep on, to always be in front of Retrograde, to never like fall back, and wherever the attackers try to push from, to get those gunfights, take those duels, and risk your lives essentially, because we've seen a lot of that. And Hunters LFO, they are ready to take the gunfights, but the problem is many a times they lose out on them as well. And I think round number 1 was an excellent example of that. So this time, fewer mistakes need to be made from the side of the defense.
Fewer mistakes, but Retrograde is still holding on with their lead. 2 round wins on attack. Talk about round number 3's excellent defensive hold being made from Hunter's end. Need to be careful. My god, a headshot already from Sasaki's end. This time taking out Sandy. That's a huge blow on the defensive's end. Because Sandy, he used to deal a lot of damage way back on map Chalet, and this time on map Theme Park, he's been entirely shut down. And now, without Sandy being able to help on the defensive side, the only thing that he can do is give information for the team. Impact nades, but he doesn't know that there is a player playing very close by, and Beat successfully wins that. And so does Rattler, the SMG-11. Very precise shots. Able to take out Trisha. Smoke gas grenades coming in to block an entryway, and also denying the attackers to hold a particular angle, which means Rattler will be fine for now. The main goal for Hunters LFO is to waste a lot of time. Cash room still in the hands of Retrograde, and they want to gain control on office badly. There's still a lot of crossfire angles being made, and they need to figure out a way to eliminate one of them or block lines of side. Rattler,
What?
not quite sure if it's a good idea. He actually gets one amidst that crossfire being made. And Sasaki, even though if he gets to eliminate him, it's still 2v2. Rattler gets caught off from the smoke gas canisters, but it had to be done. It was a risky maneuver. That risky maneuver is going to give them the opportunity that they need, because Jimmy's so low in HP. 1 HP. A single mosquito bite or a fly which passes through him might be able to eliminate him, but still, it has to be Hunters LFO who needs to remove him out of the equation. 35 seconds. Jimmy still has the diffuser in hand. Is it a good idea for Jimmy to be, planting the diffuser? Because all they have to do is just throw out the impact nades and be done with, but they don't have any explosive utilities. There's a lot of tensions being made around here in the midst of 20 seconds. The push has to be made, but that deployable shield is forcing him to not push in, but Sasaki gets the kill anyways. Headshot to take out Jittery, and now Sparko needs to clutch it. Jimmy, does he have the information? No, Jimmy actually wins it in 1 HP. What was that? Retrograde will win back round number 4, just like that, folks. 3-1. What a hold, what a recovery being made from Retrograde's end. Man.
Charlie was Hunter's pick, and Retrograde are showing that Theme Park is theirs. This is not like any other, usual best of 3 where on their own map teams usually suffer, but here the rational consequences are taking place. Hunters LFO were looking so strong on their own choice. Retrograde are looking really prominent here. They're not giving any opportunities, even in a winning situation. Hunters LFO are not able to close out that round, and even in that disadvantageous place, Retrograde are able to convert it into a round win. Excellent stuff that's been happening. Hunters LFO from their side, I mean, best case scenario is a 3-3 half But 3-3 on defense, going on to your attack on theme park, it severely inhibits, it severely prohibits their abilities to be, the
5
team
seconds
trying
to
to
go.
take the win. And that's now a major, major problem that
Attackers must locate
Retrograde
and defuse
have
the
that
bomb.
advantage. And the chance is that they can
Attack
end the
bomb
first half
diffuser has
in
been
an
dropped.
advantageous manner as well. If
Attackers recover
Retrograde
the
get like a
diffuser.
4-2 score, boy, Hunters will be in heaps of trouble, and I don't think they'll be able to come back. So already, both of these teams and all 10 of these players in the back of their minds, they should be thinking about the map of Skyscraper and what essentially will be taking place there.
If Hunters LFO doesn't want to force themselves on the decider map Skyscraper, they need to win map Theme Park. The way how Theme Park is going on right now, the way how Retrograde is being very dominant on on this particular map itself, it says that there is something else. And talk about Sasaki, man, he is on point with Diana. He's been getting a lot of frags as well from his end. 7 kills in the first half. And he's been doing a lot of work for the team. Retrograde once again looking very strong. And Hunters LFO, especially Sandy, he's not having a good day at all on this particular map itself. He's not been made a lot of presence being known, as he's been getting picked out most of the time. Now Beat is still alive. He almost got himself picked out from the opposition team, but he will still be alive nonetheless. 40 seconds left. A lot of defensive cams still being alive for the defensive side. Now the main problem is that they need to remove Sasaki. He's been dealing a lot of damage to Hunter's side. And the way how he succeeded the 1v3 clutches and also getting an early peak, it's even more difficult for the attackers to deal with. Look at that, exothermic charge followed up with the EMPs. Can we see the impact names being brought out? Yes, it does. Flank successful, or should I say breach denial successful at the hands of Melusi. And now Jimmy going back once again. Flashbang in which Jimmy doesn't succeed. Oh boy, EMPs. Will the second succeed? The EMPs not going to work out though. I'm not going to say EMPs. That was the impact nades. It won't work out because it was placed at the safe spot. But the main problem is they've only opened up one particular wall, and now they need to make full use of that breach wall itself.
Exactly. They need to make use of that. They need to breach in. Rattler peaks. Oh, Hunters LFO. They are looking confident in their peaks, just like Chalet. But the thing is, so far on Theme Park, it's not always gone their way. Look at Sandy also going down the corridor. Doesn't see any attacker. In towards the bomb side. Rattler over peaked as the Melusi eliminated. Yes, Sasaki does die. And there is that flank from Jittery. But in towards the bomb side. Sandy, perfect opportunity. Yeah, the diffuser alongside the bodies have been dropped. It's all down to the Nomad. And another for Mozzie. So, excellent little triple kill. And yeah, this time the over-aggression works out from Hunters. But I am getting afraid that this is really not the course of action. And they're on defense. That's the thing. If they're on attack, you never really know. Maybe it gets better. But for the time being, it is a problem. It is a major, major problem for the side of Hunters LFO, is the fact that so far, many times, those peaks, it has costed them the rounds. Even the 2 versus 2 that was there with Jimmy being so low on HP, Jittery peaking the angle 1 versus 2, it wasn't the best. Retrograde have been exploiting this situation, but with the final round of the first half being in front of us, there is the likelihood of the score getting equalized overall.
Man, imagine that being equalized at the second half itself, man. This would be nervous wracking coming in from my end. 3-3, boy. At this point, Hunters are desperate
10 seconds
to
left
win
before
this
insertion.
defensive round, because equalizing it 3-3 is exactly what they're trying to do.
5
It.
seconds to insertion.
Same thing can be said to Retrograde as well, because they also want that huge lead. 4-2.
Attackers
All it
objective
needs
to
is just
locate a bomb
3
and
more
defuse
round
it.
wins to secure map number 2 Theme Park. And now we see some changes in operator specs being made from Jimmy's end. Jimmy used to bring in Thermite most of the time, but no, he's just gonna bring in the Jackal. Here comes the first frag from Jittery once again as Exter gets picked out. 0-5. Oh man, definitely not a good day for Exter though, especially on map Theme Park. It always comes down to Sasaki if he wants to equalize it. I wouldn't say equalize the round. I would say equalize the entire man count itself. And once again, we see Hunters using the strategy of gaining information via Rattlers' monitors. Heartbeat monitor sensors, that is. Having a lot of information is what Hunters excels at. And I believe the counters will come in from Retrograde's end, especially with Jimmy bringing in the Jackal. I believe one of them has been caught out, and I'm guessing that should be the Pulse Rattler. Constantly being dagged, but unfortunately he's at the side, so even though you could make use of that information, it's still not enough. Meanwhile, we see the rest of the players on the side of Team Retrograde pushing in towards the cache side, which means they want to establish vertical lines of sight. That is on second floor office room, but they're met with heavy resistance, and that heavy resistance is Jittery nonetheless. Sasaki comes back with a melee hole being used from the prone side of Cash to take out Jittery, but look at the damage, it's 2 for 1. And Retrograde, they are slowly falling apart on the attack as they're losing bodies one by one. Even though they had control on taking out Jittery, it is still not enough to gain control on the side itself because they just got control on the office. And let's not forget, they even don't have any soft breaching capabilities to open up lines of sight itself. And this is even much more problematic coming in from the attacker's end.
Yeah, from the side of the attackers, no hard breach taking place. They'll just have to brute force their way in. Bit difficult, but the vertical lines of sight, they can definitely be helpful. There's still that solo roamer out there in towards Armory, trying to make a play. Yeah, that is Rattler with the heartbeat sensor again, looking out for any attackers, relaying that information to his team as we're just hearing the constant firing of the secondary shotgun Jackal has. Hunters LFO. Oh, wait, Sandy out of nowhere from barrels. That's going to be a double. And that just secures the round. Hunters LFO in a matter of seconds. They completely shut down whatever hopes Retrograde had. 3-3 will be the final score. Half comes to an end. The side swap, and still many questions left to be answered. Which team will be looking better on their attack and on their defense? Is it going to be side swap? Is it going to be helpful for Hunters or Retrograde? So these kinds of questions, they will be answered right now, heading into Armory and Throne. But yeah, a couple of takeaways. The major has to be Hunters LFO. Their gunfights, they can be countered. I think they got to realize that it's not a foolproof tactic that they have of, keeping on winning the duels. It's not Chalet. Even in Chalet, they got countered a lot, but they kept on, revving and accelerating at 100 miles an hour. This time, Retrograde are doing a far better job of retaliating, and that's why it has costed Hunters 3 total rounds out of 6.
Yep, CCB, and now here comes the moment of truth. Second half, can Retrograde pull off a miracle? Can they make the same repeat like they did up against Mahadi Esports and Phalanx, just like they did in Spring Edition? Or will Hunters change the course of history? We'll be able to find that out on round number 7, first floor, throne room / armory being the site. And we see Shisha bring in the Yazami. Having that soft wall is such a powerful tool. You'll be able to create your own line of sight, and also even much more problems for Hunters to deal with. Once again, an attempt of a spawn peek, but gets immediately denied at the hands of Beat. Oh, Jimmy, that is not a good way to be going out of the situation like that. Back again, Hunters LFO. Back in the lead when it comes to man count, and Beat is hungry for more kills once again. Taking out the defender's cams, using the scanner to find any footprints. Might be able to get and see whether if he can remove any roam presence being detected on the defensive's end. And I believe they'll be able to figure out exactly where Sasaki location is, especially with the drone being destroyed from the Pete and Roni. Retrograde needs to figure something out. And Hunters LFO making a huge comeback on round number 5 and 6. Retrograde needs to find a breakthrough, a weakness. And oh boy, that weakness is not working out too well from Retrograde's end, because Sasaki has been detected and he's been tagged quite a lot of damage from his end. 30 HP left. He's still alive. Still holding out the second floor, but not for long. Sandy's here. He'll be able to take out Nexus, and Sasaki, being a lot more distracted from the Windows End, is going to give them the chance that they need. Beat comes back. He takes out Sasaki too. And now there's just 2 players left. Srisha and Exter. They need to make a comeback if Hunters LFO doesn't want them to win this attack rounds, and I'm not quite sure it's going to happen once again. Sandy takes out one, and it's a flawless round. Back again.
Boy.
This is Hunters round. The whole attack rounds. What is happening today, CCV? This isn't the only flawless round wins that we get to see from Hunters LFO, especially on attack. We've seen the same thing happening on map Chalet. Not once, not twice, but 4 times have we seen Hunters LFO pull off a flawless attack round win. Man,
Mhm.
this is, I have to say, CCV, this is a different Hunters LFO that I'm looking at right now. And Retrograde, they need to get themselves
Defenders,
back up.
protect your bombs from
This
being
is,
defused by
they're
attackers.
currently at the danger zone.
Yeah, for the side of Retrograde right now, oh, again, it's kind of like Chalet all over again, with the momentum is favoring Hunters LFO, and when that happens, there really is there really is no stopping them, or really any team. If the momentum keeps on taking place, and if it is ever going, I think that's how momentum works generally. Again, not a science student, right? Not smart enough. But if Hunters LFO keep on their winning
10
ways,
seconds remaining.
thing is, Retrograde, it's going to be so much more difficult for them to stop what is
5 seconds
happening,
left
what
before
has been
insertion.
happening, and what probably will take place later on. Retrograde just
Attackers
need
must
to,
locate
try
and
their
defuse the
best
bomb.
and put a halt to it as early as possible. And I think the side swap was a good shake-up. That definitely, like I said, which team would it favor? It's a big question. So far, seems like Hunters LFO definitely in the advantage, but it could just be a bad round that everyone in Retrograde suffered through simultaneously. Nobody getting the kills. A flawless win for Hunters. That can be overturned very quickly, and that's the problem for Hunters as of now, is that they haven't built a very, very large lead. It's just a single round. And Retrograde, they can bounce back whenever they want. It's not the end of the day. Even if they lose a round, no matter how they lose it, flawless, one versus one, clutch, whatever it is. So that's the thing for the team in blue, is that they have to keep on winning, which is why I'm talking about momentum a lot, is that Hunters LFO, they need a lot more rounds to go their way simultaneously, and not simultaneously, consecutively, if they want to have a chance at securing the map of Theme Park. Meanwhile, Sasaki opening gunfight. Sandy, depletes the HP of this Jaeger so severely, he has no choice but to retreat back.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Even with that pixel angle being made from Sandy, the amount of patience that he had just by continuously firing the bullets of an LMG is more than enough to force Sasaki to fall back. And the worst case scenario, they don't even have Thunderbird that can help them sustain the amount of damage that Hunters LFO deal with. And look at the control that they have. They have control on office, they have control on initiation room, just by having the control on cash. But Hector is here to open it up. Beat thought that he'll be able to take out the player from the white stairs, but turns out it's quite the opposite. Beat's been down, which means Osa won't be available to, make that bulletproof shield to help them proceed with the plant outs, which means that they have to go it without it. And even more so, Bandit is still alive. He's placing his charges. Now, how can you remove the bandit charges knowing that it's been constantly being used? Grenades being tossed around to see whether if that works out. ADS, will that connect? No, it does not. The bandit is still present. The trick is still there. And now Retrograde has this under control. All they have to do is just hold their ground. But Sandy is inching closer. He gets the kill. So does Jimmy to take out Jittery. 3v4. The execute needs to happen, and Hunters LFO unfortunately haven't opened up a single wall, which means that they have to push in from the hallways itself, which means that it's even much more dangerous to go with. But Sandy finds out a way. He finds out a way. He takes out Sasaki, and Jimmy's comebacking again to take out Sandy. The huge refires and the removal is so strong that that's coming in from Jimmy's end. Now Sparko, all by himself, 1v3, not enough time. What exactly happened on round number 8? Everything went down in shambles, and it's Jimmy again with the 4K. Look at that, folks. Retrograde are still back in the game, folks. Round number 8, second floor bunk and deck care will be theirs. And I've got to say, that bandit trick is exactly what Retrograde needs to win that round. They forced Hunters LFO to contest in that hallway, and all Retrograde has to do is just focus on that one particular place and remove them one by one. Beautifully done. 4-4 equalizer, and let's see how round number 9 unfolds with Retrograde having the 1, being in the advantage when it comes to
Defenders,
morale.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, Retrograde make sure that it's not going to be all wins for the side of Hunters LFO as of now. They have to
Attackers have
fight for
located
it
a bomb.
a lot more than they had to on the map of Chalet. And it's only going to get more difficult because now going onto the bomb side of, Armory, Cade is going to be brought out as the anti-breach, and Cade tricking will be taking place again, not to mention a total of 4 impact grenades. Shrisha is the Azami, Extra is the Kapkan. Both of them will be anchors in the
10
bomb
seconds to
side.
go.
Yeah, it's going to be a major hassle for Hunters and their
5
players to
seconds
get
left before
through
insertion.
all the logistics required in order to breach into
Attackers are
that
heading
bomb
out to
side.
defuse a bomb.
And getting the hard breach done is going to be difficult. More than ever, considering that Hunters have only brought out that a single hard breacher in Sparko. No Thatcher brought out, even though he's available. What are they planning? I guess they're planning a fast take by just getting kills. Beat zooms in to second floor break room, hoping to catch a defender off guard, and he mages. There is someone prone towards arcade. Live droning will be happening, but now Beat's location is given away, and Retrograde know to expect this Amaru. Rattler still finds one, and the roam clear is working its magic. Retrograde, after 40 seconds in the action phase, are already down to 3 players.
Even with the element of surprise not working out, Hunters still manages to get 2 kills in that second floor. And man, Retrograde, they are slowly falling apart back again. Sasaki and Nexture, both of them have been eliminated, which means Jimmy, Nexus, and Shisha needs to hold their ground. And they need to figure out a way to control or distract the attackers from not removing even one more player off of Retrograde's end. There's a lot of heavy denials,
Bomb located by
the Electroclaws, the Mute Jammers that can block anything, even the drones. C4 from Jimmy, will that connect? No, it does not. But it'll just give the life for Hunters LFO even much more easier to open up lines of sight. Nexus has the info. Can he get the confirmation? No, almost. He gets to deal a lot of damage towards Rattler, but not the confirmation on kills whatsoever. Nexus has been dealt quite a lot of damage. He needs to fall back, but they are cornered. They are cornered. How can they proceed with the hold? A lot of soft walls have been breached, and now there's a lot of problems coming in from Retrograde's end. Even with the attackers not being able to open up a single wall, this is a bit concerning because the amount of positionings that Nexus and the rest of the players on side of Retrograde has been playing are at a very difficult spot. Shots being raided around and Jimmy goes down. 5v2, Rattler gets one. Shrisha, can he get the other? No, it does not. Beat comes back again. It's all down to Nexus. 1v4 all by himself. The MP5K claims to find one, but he still needs to find 3 more. Sandy's been downed. Diffuser has been dropped, which means that there is still a chance for Nexus to clutch out. This is huge. This is crucial. All Nexus needs to do is hold his ground. But no, Rattler swings by in towards the hallway side. All he had to do was just jump down from the hatch, find the player, and remove the final player out of the equation. They had to do it because Diffuser has been dropped. They had to head in for the pick, and they did exactly that. Hunters LFO will succeed round number 9 at a very close encounters. They'll be able to win round number 9. 5-4. 2 more rounds for Hunters LFO to succeed, and 1 more round for Retrograde to equalize.
Same bomb side it is. Retrograde not changing anything. This time they'll be looking to reinforce their roamers and making sure they don't get eliminated as easily. And I think that was the intention Hunters had in the previous round, to just completely eliminate all the roamers as soon as possible. And I gotta say, they did an excellent job. 40 seconds, both the roamers gone complete, second floor control. Great stuff. Retrograde in the meanwhile, then their anchors had to suffer, and one by one they were picked off. They tried to reply back. They got a couple of kills, but eventually it did not lead to a good result. So keeping that in mind, this time Retrograde will be a lot more cautious on the second floor, or they may not have as extended or as free roamer on the second floor as well. They may just have a solo player really playing very sneakily. Can be Sasaki on the Jaeger, can also be Shrisha's the Azami, but it's probably going to be Sasaki if they go that route. But yeah, overall, Hunters LFO, they're looking for something similar. They need to shut down the roamers, but this time they're not taking a wild approach. They're not taking a very dangerous, high-risk, high-reward approach. Rather, they're taking a systematic way of tackling that in the form of choosing the Jackal and then scanning out the roamers and then using the drones, eliminating them. And as I say that, oh boy, Jittery unfortunately has disconnected. And the problem is he's disconnected in the action phase. 30 seconds have passed. So no rehost can be called by Hunters. They will have to play round number 10, 4 versus 5 with Jittery gone.
Yeah, this is more concerning coming in from Hunters as well because they've already got a huge lead, 5-4. Now losing Jittery immediately just like that, it's even much more problems. Sparko is still using the drone hole, hoping that he'll be able to find the Jaeger. Oh boy, needs to get away from the blast range. Will still be alive. Sasaki, be careful! The single claymores! No, the timing! Oh, the timing was so good, and Sparko actually gets that. The claymore. He's gonna place it once more. Oh boy. Step 2 for safety, huh, Sparko? 2 claymores for safety. He will actually get one. He gets to take out Sasaki. He was unaware of that claymore line, and I I don't think he even heard the claymore sound being prepped out right from outside the drone hole itself. Very unfortunate. But the time, look at the time itself here for Hunters LFO's end. A minute and 20 seconds left, and here comes Nexus back again to take out Sandy. Only to get taken out by Sparko once again. Double kill for him as he gets to take out Nexus. Now he just needs to worry about removing the rest of the 3 players on the side of Retrograde. But this is a tough one because Exter, Shrisha, Jimmy, these 3 defenders are in the side, except Exter was currently in towards Lab. His location has been compromised, and Beat increases the chances of him losing it. Oh boy, Beat! 2 kills. Jimmy and Exter, both of them are down. And it's just Risha sees the information, and he claims the kill just like that. Hunters! Man, oh man, what just happened? A 4v5, but they're still in it. Match point. 6-5. Or should I say 6-4 will be the score count, boys.
Yep.
And I believe we might be able to go head in for a rehost. Sparko, I have to say, the timing for him to place the Claymore and Sasaki, unaware that there was a Claymore being placed, he was just way too much zoned in on the window side of the bathroom place. And oh boy, man, does it have to sting? I have to say, for Sasaki, it definitely had to sting for him.
Yeah, that. Oh boy, that was something. But anyways, for the side of Retrograde, now how do you proceed? Because the thing is that it's the same situation as it was on the map of Chalet. Is that yeah, they're close to pushing it into overtime, but can they push it into overtime? Not really, because Hunters LFO, they're looking so strong. And out of the 2 rounds remaining in this second half, there is a very, very unlikely chance that Retrograde can push it. I mean, this round is the best shot that they have because of the bomb side. Bunk in daycare. The previous time we saw Hunters attacking here, they were shut down badly. Retrograde total control. The bandit tricking worked. They held their ground. They did not let Hunters break through. Never did they allow it to happen. As for other bomb sites, it's not been as consistent, it's not been as optimistic. So that's something in of itself. But yeah, I gotta say, and so far, Hunters, there is still, the chance they lose this round and we go to that 6-5, the ever important scoreline. Overtime is still on the table, I'm saying it. But is it going to happen just based on how the previous couple of rounds have gone? More specifically, the last round. From a 4 versus 5 to a 3 versus 0, Hunters are looking so much more in control than their counterparts. The gunfights are working. And yeah, like you said, be it a Claymore kill, be it just headshots back and forth, whatever it is, it's working for Hunters. So I want to ask this question to you, Baba. Do you think that Retrograde can go into overtime?
Unless and until they pull it off the same thing like they did on second floor bunk in daycare, yeah, it possibly can happen. Because the way how Retrograde is on point with denying utilities from the attacker's side proves to be very efficient, and Retrograde always has the higher chances of winning on certain situations like that. Although we only get to see Retrograde perform bandit tricking on only on second floor, but they never usually do it on first floor Armenian throne room, and we all know the reason why. Because even though you still try to make an attempt for a trick, there is high likely a chances that either a flashbang or a grenade would come in, removing the player out of the process. So the only site that the defenders can successfully, bandit trick without being able to worry about a flying nade appearing out of nowhere is has to be on second floor bunk and daycare, or they could make an attempt on second floor initiation room slash office. But the main problem is second floor initiation room slash office, the attackers, if they get control on the cash room, that is more than enough for the attackers to make their push and eliminate them one by one. So I have to say, being Hunters LFO being the one on match point, there is high likely a chance that Retrograde can win second floor bunk and daycare. But when they head in towards the next round, on round number 12, knowing that they have to go in on either second floor initiation room slash office or first floor throne room slash armory, in which they've lost 3 times in a row, CCV. So do you really think that it's wise for Retrograde to go back on throne and armory room, or is it the best possible outcome for them to head in and defend initiation room slash office? And to answer that previous question, like you said, CCV, yes, an overtime can happen if they
Yep,
succeed
same.
round number 12.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
as many bombs
they
as
they
they
have
can.
to. I mean, exactly. It's the same dilemma like you highlighted with all the benefits, then the problems and all that between initiation and armory. I would say
Bomb
just
located
go
by
to
attackers.
lab, but yeah, that's even riskier given the circumstance that Retrograde are in. So keeping that in mind, I think that I have to agree with you. This round most likely is a win for Retrograde, considering Hunters they didn't look too good. And when we saw them attacking on bunk and
10
daycare,
seconds to insertion.
but you never really know. If they go back, if Retrograde
5 seconds
do
left.
take up armory and throne, like you said, losing there so many times, it's
Attackers are
not a
heading
good
out
look,
to
and I
defuse
don't
the
think it'll
bomb.
go their way this time. But there's a reason why they haven't gone to initiation. I think it's because they know it's also not their strongest bomb side. So do they take the risk? Never really know. And also, let's just focus on the round at hand, because you also never really know if Hunters, they will allow Retrograde to take a bomb side. Who knows? It's going to be another 7-4 win, done and dusted. The best of three will be over. It's going to be Hunters up against Kira Esports. That's also still a possibility. Now, though, this round, Bunk in daycare. Hunters again, very different tactics. We are spotting the Osa, Capita, Buck, Knock. Oh boy. Very anti-meta, or like not the really the meta composition. You've got Rattler as the Buck, Sandy, he's looking to make some plays, and Jittery on the Capita is also quite interesting because yeah, there is that. I think he's there primarily because to prevent that bandit trick from happening. The firebolts, since obviously they are not picked up, but the my magnets will easily burn the entire floor, and they will make sure that the breach takes place. In terms of the breach, only Sparko is present as that ace. So those Selmas, they better put in a lot of work this time. Oh, the Claymore. The members of Retrograde, they were ready for it. They already tagged Sparko down to just above half HP. But yeah, Hunters have to make sure it never goes lesser than that, since he's the only hard breacher that's out there.
Yeah, and once again, you see those impact nades flying around the window side, hoping that they'll be able to take out that bulletproof shield, which is very powerful on Beats' end. I'm guessing Sparko is like, you know what, just can you move aside for a bit? Let me just place my Claymore, because, since I got the kill on Sasaki, I think there's a possibility that it can happen for the second time. I'm just joking. They're just technically saying for Beat to proceed in towards the cafe side, but the first frag needs to happen, and that is Sparko gone at the hands of Shrisha. Looking very strong on the Windows side, and even more so that they have confirmation, I believe, on exactly where the diffuser is. Now, Rattler needs to be careful from below, but Jittery gets one. He gets the second. Wait a minute. What just happened? He gets to take out both Shrisha and Jimmy, and now he's closer in towards the side. But is it more than enough? I clearly think so. C4 to claim out Nexus, and now all Jittery has to do is just take out rest of the two players. I think that can happen. Yes, a quad kill. A huge trade as well coming in from Jittery's end. And now all they have to do is just take out Exter and succeed
has been
map number
located.
2, Theme Park. But that is not an easy job, folks. Exter has been at a certain 1vx situations, and we all know that Exter can succeed this clutch. But this map, Theme Park, having a KDA of 1 to 9
Seconds to go.
says a different situation though. 15 seconds, and all
10
Exter
seconds
needs to
remaining.
do is just hold his ground. Going very aggressive. He has the
5 seconds
angle,
left.
but does he know the information on the planter? Yes, he does. He's sprinting towards it. Can
Attackers are
Sandy
activating
find the
comms.
player? No, it does not.
Operators
Pete
have
gets the
eyes on the
headshot.
diffuser.
Exer goes
Attackers have been
down.
detected.
And there you have it, folks. Hunters LFO will proceed into the upper brackets matchup. And alas, unfortunate for Retrograde, they will head back into the lower brackets, facing the next lower brackets matchup, which will happen for tomorrow. We have two
Mhm.
back-to-back upper brackets matchup, which will happen for tomorrow itself, folks. But for now, here are your winners, Hunters LFO, proceeding into the next phase.
Yeah, Hunters again. Chalet theme park. On theme park, they definitely had to overcome a lot more of their obstacles, but they did still, and they persevered through. Excellent map from their side. Excellent result, and overall, really good best of three. I think this is what we need to see from every single best of three. There was no rehost, thank God. And yeah, as for the game itself, you know, it was again entertaining matchup. Retrograde gave it their best, but again, it goes to show that there is still a little bit more learning that this roster has to do before they can tackle on the best that the region has to offer, before they can tackle on the defending champions. And then the defending champions, for a reason, is because they want to defend their title. And for the time being, they've showcased that Retrograde isn't going to be a team disputing that claim. Let's have a look at the highlights on the map of Theme Park and see exactly how this map progressed. Where Retrograde, they started off on such a strong foot, but by the time things got over and everything calmed down, it was Hunters LFO on top again.
Yep, Hunters LFO back again, second half. Man, they were looking so strong on the attack phase. And Retrograde only had to win one defensive round, and that was that second for Bunk and Daycare. Even more so on round number 11, Bunk and Daycare. Both me and CCV thought that Retrograde can win that specific round out, but turns out Hunters had a different plan in mind, bringing the antimatter operators like Osa, Capitao, and the entire last round was all jittery. Quad kill from that man, Claymores to get the confirmation on the kill, and a trade, which led to Extra on a 1v2. This was very hard for Retrograde to come back in a situation like this, folks. And I have to say, Retrograde, they've made so much efforts to be qualified back again for the Summer Series event. They have secured fourth place, and knowing that they are so much in form, going up against Hunters LFO kind of felt like a flashback to reality. And I gotta say, Retrograde, they've made their fair share of attempts on defending those rounds. First half, Retrograde was looking so strong. They even somehow managed to shut down Sandy on certain situations, especially on round number 2 and 1. But next thing you know, some certain mishaps happen, and Retrograde couldn't, you know, they couldn't get to, you know, fix those mistakes. They kept getting picked out one by one, and there were some certain moments where Sasaki almost, Sasaki was there. He was dealing a lot of damage to the opposition team, and he was doing it at his best. Unfortunately for Extra, though, we didn't get to see a lot of presence being made from Extra's end, especially on the first half. We see him we saw him made a lot of kills being made on the second half, but it wasn't much to talk about it. And there you have it, folks. 7-4, 7-4. Map Chalet and Map Theme Park will be at the hands of Team Hunters LFO, which means that we still have two more upper brackets matchups to go, folks. Yeah, that's right. We still have two more upper brackets matchup to see whether who will proceed into the next upper brackets matchup to go up against Hunters LFO and Team Kira Esports, and
Yeah.
also the one team who gets to lose on the upper brackets will get to go up either up against DAMWON Mia or Team Retrograde, and everyone is fighting for the SC national points. And let's not forget about the prize pool too. The prize pool is also the main important part to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. 2,500 US dollars to offer in terms of the prize pool. The winner is going home with 1,200 US dollars. So, again, all to play for, and it gets divided down further from that point forward amongst the top four teams. But most importantly, it's about the national points as well. All teams definitely looking to get into the South Asian nationals. For the time being, Hunters LFO only strengthen their bid as by winning the upper bracket quarterfinals, you're securing at the very least 2 points for yourself, at the very least. And for Kira and Hunters, I don't think they'll be going home with just 2 points. Kira Esports, they'll be looking a little bit more. Hunters definitely looking like a team who can already get a spot in the grand finals if they play their cards right, as they have in the past. But overall, from the side of the remaining teams, the remaining matchups that are there, it's going to be very, very interesting. And it's going to be really entertaining seeing the matches. And, again, if you want to follow the matches as well, make sure you are subscribed to the Esports Club right here on YouTube, on Loco as well. If you're watching us right here, make sure you are following the Esports Club channel. Follow us on all our social media, Twitter, Instagram, daily updates, not just for Rainbow Six Siege, but for so many other events taking place simultaneously. Again, it is, after all, the home of Indian esports. And of course, if you just don't want to, just watch games, first of all, if you want to watch games in general, not just competitive esports titles, Loco has you covered. Best gaming platform out there that's there. Your favorite streamers all day, every day, 24/7, amazing content, every single game under the sun, different platforms, PC, console, mobile, different games that are there. Make sure you never run out of entertainment. And if you want to play games, again, go into the description, get yourself Rainbow Six Siege. If you don't have it already, you can get it 50% off. And if you want a system that is capable of running it at extra smooth frame rates, Zotac Gaming have you covered with their top of the line GPUs. But from us, we have had you covered for the past, I don't know how many hours it has been. Hopefully, it has been an amazing time that you've had here in the upper bracket quarterfinal matches. We'll be seeing you tomorrow at the same time, 4 p.m. Till then, take care and bye bye.